moving in here.
And MJ manages to quickly sneak behind. Fantastic in terms of positioning games. And a very aggressive set.
I get gagged up. No one's stacking the point. And they send out a lot of things around the big map.
Battlefield, Demo sorts him out. Airbox. Fantastic. Off the side of West Point, Mama Logix. This is the spot. Find out if that will be the case. Change World in blue.
Take over that. The battle will be between Aimer and 4 players for Change. Anchor is spawned, and they're doing whatever Joe's done inside the matchup. And well, it's been so good and so great for ABC Esports. Although they don't have and Change World can seem to do nothing about that. Okats making a good use of that off angle, getting jumping with pressure.
And here goes the hit right now. On the snipe, on the push, and
now they're slowly moving misses on the defense.
He's going into the flank, and I don't think ABC will be falling for the same trick, but no! Aimer is the guy who goes to the second clutch and the fuse, and ABC will
the instances where you can also guard this A and this B control point. Okat on as soon as that smoke pops off, Kai could get the kill here. He pushes out.
barely got away from the 100-point mark.
And that's one thing of Lynx PH, they understand how the mind works.
For that, because Lynx needs the firepower if they want to take over this match from the side of Blacklist Ultimate, who is already in the round, wins out its gunfight, turns around upstairs as well. FDX annihilates the players of Lynx, and a good FHJ connects against the XS1 Goliath, blinding him.
Passageway as well as, or from 3 sides actually.
Purcell, Tin. Overall, this is Lynx really stepping up. Portable shuts down Tin. Javen terrains out Purcell. Iris with the win.
Bravo continues.
But what will be make the difference by taking this backside of the Peacekeeper one before the World Championship? Then I think the fake out started not just here at the group stage, but
still you can get the kills and
And now as we start, it's going to be AFT Change World.
For Change World. Arthur right now taking second floor, takedown will be done against the Jeff Pro, but they need it
in here. This is just over. And now shut up creating the play. Look at this, number 1 and number 5.
The game continues. 22147 underscore 0.8 continues on.
Saw it, but now see, he's gonna push out one more time. I don't think he's possible. Still gonna that plant, but you know, Irfan J, he loves to play it messy. He spots the first player on the tax, wins one. One more third of it back. But you obviously know this is the Lion City represent, and then now they're slowly converting their shots inside the game. But you see M4 being that devastator, or still and a very efficient offensive hold there by AMT. Tried to B, took them 9 lives to cost them here at this B control point. Now they're moving at the A. They might as well play this as a team deathmatch.
They do. They most definitely do, because a lot of points here. But it is hard point at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able.
I'm not entirely sure why they're still not inside the hill just yet. They are respecting this XS1 Goliath science so much. And right now, there's no push being made in here from Huntsman here. They gotta get in. They gotta get
that with the Peacekeeper. Needs to spot this out. Then spots the play that they want to commit onto. It's good. Takes out the bomber. As soon as he runs, the movement's out of there. Perfect! But HG punishes his first. They're all alone. Surviving this. Can he get annoying? Trying to stop the players from sneaking away this control point.
A pro gamer move for Blacklist, you know, going in for the divide.
Yeah. But because of the individual quality that all of their players on the overall Huntsmen don't really have a good hold on this matchup. Their chance was to beat Blacklist International Ultimate. Talked about the maps out there on the battlefield, because it doesn't seem like ABC
in this game early initiation on this white warehouse, and here we go. Aimer right now.
ABC Esports annihilates him once again. Scrap points not gonna be able to giving up at all, even though all odds are against the investment into the purifier. And this is just links in the fight of their life, keeping it up.
Right now, just waiting.
As well, but traded out by Reed, back and forth they go. Control point to take a control point out in the open, and ABC doesn't even care about the control point deathmatch and that A control point later on.
That being one of the winning factors.
Today is going to be needed. They get this win versus WPM, they clean. Right now, firing range is going to be kind of deadly in here. You get the speed to
One has been left in there by the point that hit before and gets activated.
Thus, they're going to clear out and bully WPM Logans badly. Take a look at the lead right now, 100 points
For that next hit.
and it's gonna hurt WPM Logans the most in here.
With Immortals will continue on.
Oh well.
Logans in the lead, and they are not slowing down. This guy named
Wow, Whoopies is giving Terminate by the Terminator. Look at the plays coming through. You get the good versions, but still finds nothing. It's a big play there. I'm making an ingress here, dropping down F-Box, creating the distance in the basketball court, and Galo using that sniper. Adding in at the control points.
Alpha slowly being captured. Last hit remains for this.
Once again, the defense is strong for Smart Omega. They got better map control, but Timor slowly gliding through. One way to find it out again. When we head into this first map, a lot in here. They let's try to break the speed too. Frank on
Just got a perfect setup as this money hill, and if you are doing your games, you should be able to 26 junior games, 4 more seconds, and it looks like complete.
Might be able to get this. Dago, perfect timing there. Gunzi though will shut one player down right through the kitchens, and Gunzi, look at the good four.
But Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the player. Oh, turn around, Lily! Does exactly that! Headshot of Dubran! Can Lily get the final kill? And you, with 14 seconds to go, means that Junior Games has gotten the win. Calm down, Fred. Purifier. Ray and Leng Chi becomes fried chicken out there on the battlefield. Black stows it up as well. Red window for MDU as Junior Games look super serious to take this dub. One final one.
Envisioning they are already in the world
Stacks up the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from the special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot. They are placed where they gain a majority of these points.
They are being cut short by Anawin, and the backup will be coming in from G, and with one by one conditioning
Doing a lot out there. 30 more seconds, and the challenge comes through from G. Great engagement, Guitar.
but they are left with Luffy, and there's no one to stand up. They will be gunning them down.
See a slow-paced control matchup. We just do not need to rush into it. Yes, the timer is ticking, but you have time. It's pretty much predictable as well because they're just 2 control points. I mean, where else would you find it?
Depending on the stats.
Things are going to be kind of one-sided. Now,
For that, we need to win engagement as well. Gabby and Joe go in against
the huge engagement. Final 10 seconds is left for the P1 and ZZ already, and they win the initial hole.
It was a good play from
In here, with that 15-point log, ZZ puts a total numbers advantage and Jet Sky going to take the risk of the ace, and now has to go with the more.
knows this map that Magazer has, and that blue sleep for the blue smoke to get them in, but the still by AC scores slowly. They are taking down live after live.
Be the guy that will continue to annoy Ace Esports. ZZX on the control. They're grinding to get more than that. And Zen with an access to one story.
The 100% design.
They stepped inside this trap time, but Smart Omega, they're changing P1 to P2 and hoping against the slave where they unfortunately can't candy on the hunt with the 1v1 battle for rotation. So that's just one of the
Strategy straight away. I don't know the potential. Oh, do not rated out by Candy. I tell you, Smart Omega really open stairs and got it. He backs away. He's the little scat.
Top of the show early of the get-go as they will be able to get the first blood in the second as well. Beautiful attacks rain down upon this Spartamega right now. And you see Whoopi already...
We have a time plan. Just an engagement wise, just in the ring. This engagement between Indra as well as Lily. Who's going to be able to win it out? Lily gets the shot. Indra, go back home. Sit down, boy. 19 to 11. NTU still has it.
Well, that's been... the opening that they get now, they just have to convert to AJ.
Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes Purcell. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. Iris should be able to break this down. Incendio says, hell no. Jeffro protects his brother by dropping him.
The good news is here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominated ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Emo
for the investment of the Sparrow, and Okat's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Skirt are so close, and Okat wasn't punished. Manages to get forward.
We're in. Smartomega has already taken the lead as well as control on this point in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of 3 games is showing a little bit of ARB. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much acts like a sniper in there. It should be the used sniper. And Squirt right now is doing that in a double right there. Triple! And what a kill! And the Squirt's really popping off right now. Didn't want to spot an MVP at this point, but missing those two. Well, looking in if we're going to hit them.
Yeah, exactly. And quick techniques are often the most exciting part of this game. But Linksy Asians slightly making an ingress here.
Quite a bit of points here, but it is hard point at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able to make it all the way back to crush on engagement. Lily's going to be the top superstar here. Spots out the play. Turn it around, Lily. That's exactly that. That shot up to Brad. Can Lily get the final kill? They've got the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from the special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot here.
No one's still moving in more of that window, but they might be able to protect that. And MIB relax now, stepping onto that field. Will be a miss for them. Good thing. Gary is waiting.
Able to stay inside. Right now, good positioning for MGU, but Kilo is about to bust out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this spiral once again to get 2 picks in. Make that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for that kill.
And you're going to stand a good chance. And that same exact thing works for the side of WDC free slot as well. But the first engagement here takes out a Naren from the side of WDC. Tin with the headshot, but that was not easy. Played the headless to perfection. Good see. Bad bounce on the nade. And once that sneaked away the majority of points from this B1. And an early rotation into B2 where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeffro steps up for the team. Indonesian Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeffro this time round. Gets that single slay. But he was
actually trying to do. The number 1 C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. They're getting one more against FPX and now lining it up. Lifting Blacklist on fire with C1 making the play back.
That information, that's not in the desk yet. There goes takedown. Zen brings it to a 1v1.
Crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Zen really needs to win this out for his team. For the KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like that's a perfect one.
And I'm not sure what's happening to Tournamnet right now. Positioning, if they are losing most of the gunfights at this point.
Then it's a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. 1 KSP uses C1 gets a double. Cheek drops him. And now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jamin. Jamin with the opportunity. Slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this SMD. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Guitar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Madunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hard point, not once but twice now. Early on with the XS1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes half against Almighty, but Almighty manages to find the break of that hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almighty have to find that sustenance within the first hard point. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage that we can take to get all the life that they need to take it.
5-24, the game of numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Blacklist Ultimate. And Reeve just knows on fire right now.
XDH have going into this hard point number 1 is they now already have
Leading towards 10 kills at the very start of
the time, but they're able to manage to bring
now. On the other side of the wall has to anticipate 2 players, and he does that absolutely well with the KSP. Said you're making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes Purcell. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. The numbers shouldn't be much of an issue, and if you're not keeping it fresh, the pressure on Lynx, 30 seconds to get this done. They're just so dominant with all of the gunfights. What's all?
very straight man.
Center, one guy inside of mid once again. Trying to work on their strategy very early on in the matchup. They've already taken the spawn away from the field, but with a few seconds scrap points, here will be taken. See if they can get that repeated once again here. Chachi, good positioning, straight to the spot and out. Goes in for the spray. Able to fight back from the bomb. Has already been
right now missing the shots, but the push is on the back up.
Right there, that's on fire. After that,
ABC Sports are doing well so far. It's already.
I mean, that gun is just absolutely. You're not gonna have anybody playing that extra bit of distraction, taking away much more easier than offense when it comes to.
Wins the 8th pick of the pace here.
Yeah, there's one thing when you make the mission, it's also an early in there coming from Change World, but it will not hold as the rest of Lynx will dig them down.
Here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominating ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Evo
Change World right now who needs to make a hold, and there's a point. We have Emo right now with that UQ9
this time around. You're looking quite solid, especially with 2-1 ratio in here right now with 13 seconds left.
balance for just this moment. 2 points and 2 lives ahead to fight back. Then it is now a trade up after trade up from what we've seen earlier. We still
Like the big thing we go.
with the bread might have been a fight, but not so much of a takedown. But with that heavy, a double kill once again.
With the gun that I managed to spot, I don't know if that was a misplay. Irfan J is the only one playing and a little bit of an off-mess. I say that Zed quickly takes the position to hold the spawn for the Malaysian side. That's the kind of leaves. And you know, this was something that we talked about.
I think this will continue on as Evan is still in there with Crush on the backstab, but a trade off against Esper will be in the process.
For the side of Huntsman, this is the kind of what gives you that extra bit of advantage. And as soon as the player back to back 3 kills now, can he get more out there? Not just an MSP.
But and we have Crush right now going in for a rotation.
Blacklist Invitational Ultimate is now with the warehouse hold. They're taking the fight straight up. Look at the investments of the score streaks coming through from the Indian plan. And that plan is to take over the early hold onto B3. You can't see the move.
That trade and
He's the guy on the side of
number 2 in blue can happen.
good position, but Ainlev's the one that gets the sledge.
Take it out of there!
Oh!
3 kills!
Time is running out, Charlie.
And right now, the push comes to shove. And slowly and surely getting this time to ultimate. They get
Investment of the Sparrow and Oakat's already hopping on in for the spawn grab. Stud are so close and Oakat wasn't punished. Manages to get...
away from this hard point, Almighty. This could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name, gonna get taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving into the next rotation. It's a battle
we go,
for
Callie.
spawns, a battle for that B2.
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136. And again, Annihilator. What? Oh my Jesus Christ. Flip gets the second one. Gets the third one. Clove. Let them just spawn on top. Make them go one way. Let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back. And this is what we're going to happen. 4 down. And so far, Jeff Pro, he spots another play. ZZ. He makes them spawn there. Another good play coming through from Almighty. Let's see if they can get all this time. But so far, back-to-back hills, Callie. Just milking a lot of this time.
I mean, Jeff Pro is doing a great job right now, dropping all these players as he takes his
It's
way.
all Almighty.
Drop bodies in
Oh
the
my
game.
God.
Right now, this guy that they will take 2 players in the B flag and they will just get it 86 to 122. And for Divo Lady, they just need to get one more to just kind of have a chance to get this comeback happening through. And there we go, triple capture right now for Divo.
But he spots one, gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Javen gets it as well. Triple kill for Javen. Can he make it 4? Yes, he can. Javen on a quad feed. Can he keep on going? Blacklist International. Javen making the plays for the team. Make it 5.
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already. Fully streaked up. One more to beat up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on up there. Here comes the Pred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Him down, and even more with the gunfights. But now finally he gets shot down. The hard point gonna belong to Dunya Games. Clove lighting up the shots, and now they get full clearance.
Pred.
Here comes the Pred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row. And the guy is just scoring ever
7.
higher. Now already got this X1
8.
locked down. I mean, for Clove. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1, he's gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, he's gonna get flanked. 1 player down, 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
J clutch game.
1v1.
1v1. Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing a great time with this hard point, by the way. 75 seconds, gets another. You gotta move fast. Have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Raph, all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first kind of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4, all the way to the other end. Certainly gets taken down. 1 more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Raph, the MVP of the point. Putting into use that shot into the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest. But 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him.
Next one.
And PJ needs to get surrounded with
Gets
his
2.
teammate. Drop 3
Oh,
players.
not yet over. Not yet over. It's not yet over.
Inside the A side. Here comes the Fred. Who takes 1.
WBC free slot battling against NGU Esports Cal for WBC free slot.
And not only that, so they really know what to do in here. They study up this game. The way that they've been able to control this match now, they're going to continue to contest it and now pushing up inside the point and spot that player on the barrels. They'll not be able to find it over it. So actually, the guitar more into the flash.
No, there has to be some explanation on that. Yeah, and they're going for the takedown. Blacklist and now he was able to take them black and low to deep. The backup is in there. Olsen is looking at pretty much the same from what we've seen for the first round.
Yeah, another help him actually. Damage is already done, and just the same thing that WC Priest has been doing, you know, is trying to beat people. Things are about to go down here at group stage number 2.
Far away. 28 seconds, still a lot to contest for. But the players are looking
Down Blacklist International. They're going to have a great setup and a money hill involved.
P5 already. Now Smarter Mega can go in for those rotations and focus on controlling that laundry side. And as you can see, 2 players pushing up already in run time. Look at WDC overextending into its donuts. But obviously, you know, we won't expect.
Attack into Anowin down
He needs to realize this. The position is eliminating the biggest problem out there. It's a little bit risky. Just depending on the backup by the way.
Spawn trap enable, but it's a good thing that Omega was able to defuse the situation. But
it just be so equal on the side of the ability. We punish the players. Pagita manages to securing off those markers as we speak. A 1 life deficit for Smarter Mega and just a little bit of a marker placed on.
Games battle it all.
The players are laid out in a match of S&D this time. Spin down like a bird of prey and will be able to manage to grab.
Has already taken the lead as well as controls on this moving in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of the new games is showing
overkill for me. That might have just been a big mistake from the Indonesian side. And now, as the Goliath heads on over, he'll be rotating around long from the side of Facet, especially by a guy named Whoopi, as I say, that Zen gets dropped. Oh, Mistro. But that stun's not going to affect them too much at all. Candy has a great angle, punishes Jet Sky, whereas Frank is taken out by their opponents. Great opportunity. Takes out 1 from Laundry side. 1 finds it already, but it's just a single mark. Lunia game's really very scrappy. Control point as well. 2 markers taken out of the equation, but XS1 Goliath on that standby for the B flag. Yeah, but the A flag now on for the bull. Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. Yesterday, we saw 2 teams being extremely disappointed. Unfortunately, today, we will have 2 more teams that will feel the exact same way as we continue playoffs. This is going to be day number 2 as we set the finals bracket up for. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Cali Gaming. We also have the man that is in every lady's dream, Warden, who's on standby. He'll be joining us from the 3rd series onwards. Kelly, I'm thinking, I know what's going on in your mind, right? Like ladies and catfishes, but it's okay. We'll continue that conversation in a little bit.
Later, but yep. Exactly. You know, Warden is just so different from us, but yeah. But looking at, talking about the playoffs so far, I'm in awe in the first day of the playoffs because you don't get to see this often. You know, we got the strongest 8 squads of Garena and CDM region combined, and every series played is top tier matchup. So every team is a threat, and you must study your opponent and play either through their weakness or your team's strength. And again, you know, all the countless hours, days, and months of practice, AJ, leading up to this big moments like this in the playoffs of Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022, it's gonna go down here once again today.
Yeah, yesterday the CDM teams clearly were very proud of Q9's achievement. They shut down Smart Omega 4-2, and that was quite a bit of a shocker because at times it seemed like Smart Omega had more to offer, but they just didn't give their all out on the battlefield. And one too many times they were punished for a couple of mistakes. And, they could have been forced, they could have been cheeky with one or two of those moves, but it was not forgiven at all by Q9. And today, the two teams from Garena cannot afford to do the exact same. In fact, we've got 3 teams for Garena, but only 2 teams will be moving on fourth. Whether or not Blacklist will be one of them all depends on DouYu Gaming. And we know exactly how strong DouYu has been. They've not dropped a single series. Yes, they've lost a couple of matches, but all across, they've won 3 series against Smart Omega, WDC Free Slot, as well as a Fun Plus Phoenix, which is quite crazy of an achievement, if you ask me.
Actually, I'm looking forward to DYG overall in the playoffs here. As we go through the participant screen, we started with 16 teams and ended up with 8. And take a look at the bracket here. A complete shocker we had at yesterday's quarterfinals. Smart Omega was shut down by Q9 clubs in 6 maps, and Q9 club capitalized on Smart Omega's lapses in their decision on all the maps played. So we'll be getting a China Masters Season 4 Championship rematch on match number 5 tomorrow. But today will be different. It's a battle for survival for the lower half of the quarterfinals. I'm expecting more of the same thing that we had yesterday, but talking about what we saw from the DYG, these guys have successfully annihilated Smart Omega, and mainly because of their prowess in the long range. Little Fox and Ma continues to be complete ravager for this squad, and if they can do the same thing against Blacklist International Ultimate, they will be able to give them a hard time, and they might be able to advance in tomorrow's semifinals.
Here are the 7 maps in rotation. Every single map will be picked. And of course, the restricted items. We have not seen any cheeky players bring a banned item out there on the battlefield and put their team in trouble just yet. And the one interesting thing that will perhaps interest all of you, in SND, no score streaks whatsoever. Each and every single one of them are banned. And with all of these rules intact, we will see 2 teams move on fourth. And 3 out of the 4 teams are from Garena that are going to be doing battle. There is a high probability we might just see the number 1 in Garena take on the number 1 in China, because we all know exactly what happens when Wolves goes up against Q9 out there on the battlefield. But maybe Q9 has got some change in strats that might be able to fight back and bring it all the way into a match 7. We have to be patient and wait for that tomorrow. But DouYu Gaming takes on Blacklist International Ultimate in the first series of the day. Best of 7. Once again, it's all going to be best of 7 throughout the whole playoffs. And Almighty meets ABC Esports later on.
And what's surprising here is in that first matchup we have AJ. That's the number 3 in the that's the number 3 in Garena going up against the number 3 of CDM region. So it's going to be an all-out battle in here. And talking about the way these teams have exceptionally played, Blacklist International Ultimate is more on the aggressive side of things, while DouYu Gaming actually plays a bit more passive, relying on range. And here is the pre-match interview for DYG. And we had the translation, good props to the production, and they were asked how's the team performance for the group stage, and these guys, they felt great because they were able to beat Smart Omega, a team from Garena, and they have the chance to actually put this on against Blacklist.
I mean, brother, if you can beat Smart Omega, the probability of beating down Blacklist International Ultimate clearly is there. They were also asked what's their target in the knockout stage. They just want to try their best in each and every single game. But more importantly, they want to study how Garena teams control both the control as well as hardpoint mode. They are in here to do some serious research, and I love that.
And this is what's scary about the CDM region. They're not just out here to play games. They're out here to study their opponent as well.
Yes.
They can either play you through your weakness or play through their strength. And that's something that you really have to look forward to the most. And I think that's what Garena should be able to do in the near future, because with all the information that they have gathered, they have been able to find the perfect formula actually to take down the biggest yet in Smart Omega.
And I think one of the most interesting questions asked to the player just moments ago was, who is the most impressive player And the answer from him was Irfan J from Almighty because of his quick reactions. Irfan J is being recognized not just within Singapore, not just within Garena and all of the teams around it, but all the way across in China as well, man. I mean, props to the guy. We will see Almighty in performance a little bit later on. It's a Garena versus Garena battle that, pretty much everybody knows how things are going to go. But this is where we want to see how much has ABC improved overall. And to the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, yes, they may be number 3 in Garena right now. Yes, they might have not been able to take the throne back from Garena Masters Season 3. But what we do see is the capability of themselves to prove their worth against Doyu Gaming, the same team that beat down Smart Omega. Can this be, once again, the team that keeps the Filipinos' dreams alive in a tournament? Because that's what Blacklist International Ultimate used to do for the longest of time when Smart Omega kind of slipped off in terms of dominance. They stepped up for the Philippines. Maybe it's time once again for Blacklist today.
I believe they have the statistics to back them up in there. I mean,
Yes.
talking about the individual performance on the group stage, we all know Jabin had an underperforming Garena Master Season 2 and Season 3, and of course in Stage 4. So that's kind of alarming. But in this event itself, he has been twisted, 38.67 kills per game on the hardpoint game mode and holds the second place in First Blood, sitting with 9 right now. He's doing all the playmaking. And what's the most impressive fact in here? He went from an AR player in Stage 4 to a sniper and a key player for Blacklist International Ultimate.
And, that's exactly what you can really admire Blacklist International Ultimate for, right? They do what is needed to get the victory at the end of the day. But some of the changes within the squad as a whole, not being able to continue this journey with the assistance of Yato and Yobabs has clearly affected the gameplay, has clearly affected the chemistry. Blacklist International Ultimate isn't really a full BLU without Yato and Yobabs. Yes, they did have a couple of these roster changes very early on so that they can be well prepared for Stage 5, but, that didn't really fare so well for the team, clearly based on how they ended up when they were trying to fight it off for a spot at Stage 5. But hopefully next year, some things can be a little bit different for the team. But once again, this is that opportunity for them to prove their worth. Even though they did not manage to get that spot at Stage 5, maybe they can get something done here. Maybe they will be able to not just win this, not just prove that they're better than Smart Omega, but go all the way to the grand finals and meet either the first or second seeded team within CDM. Nothing is impossible. Blacklist International Ultimate, man. I mean, they've shocked us all once already, Callie.
Yeah, they have already. And, winning the Eastern Finals, CDM region is actually expecting them to reach that finals. And talking about what this team can do, I believe they have been versatile in that group stage despite their loss against the CDM team that they face on the group stage. But I believe if we can see a steady performance from Jabin and if we can see AG step up a little bit more, we might be able to see them up there. But, they have to deal with DYG first on this quarterfinals, which is not going to be an easy task at all. I mean, you're talking about the player or you're talking about the team who will be struggling on that hard point, but their S&D and their control, perfect so far. 3-0, 100% win rate, AJ.
Yeah, but, here's the problem. In the best of 7, we've got 3 search and destroys that might be played. And this is where things get really complicated because SND and Blacklist at the moment, they just don't go very well together, right? A 33% win rate is not acceptable at all for the brand. And if put into a situation where they now have to take on Doyu Gaming, who have been phenomenal on their SNDs, this is just trouble brewing. Doyu Gaming has got a 100% win rate, and their only problem is in hardpoint. So if you go by the current statistics and assume that, okay, Blacklist is going to win that hard point because they've got a 100% win rate. And obviously, that is the exact same game mode that Doyu Gaming kind of struggles in. They want to research, how the Garena teams play hard point as well as control. Maybe that's exactly where Blacklist can kind of push things forward. But at SNDs, they cannot drop the ball. This is where Doyu Gaming just happens to be an insane team. And Ma, the guy, I mean, he makes you want to call your mama when you hop into a battle with him.
I mean, it accentuates to the team. He is either the heaven or the whoopee of DYG. And if you're talking about first blood, this guy can extremely nail down shots for you as well. He is that playmaker for this team overall. And searching this Choi, it can be given that they will have the advantage in there, but if they do want to win in this best of 7, the team has to win those hard points. I mean, this team, we can say they have a 1.18 team KD in hard point. They can slay. But despite of that, they have what you said, 33% win rate on the group stage. Someone has to go big and step inside the objective and score some damn time for this team. If not, things could just spiral out of control.
Yeah, the probability of Doyu Gaming taking Hardpoint away from Blacklist International Ultimate, extremely low. I mean, let's look at it this way. They lost it to WDC Free Slot, they lost it to Smarter Mega, and Hardpoint, Blacklist has danced that dance with Smarter Mega multiple times in the past, and we've seen them dominate even Smarter Mega. So the probability of them really shutting down Doyu Gaming in this first matchup is there. But no matter what, they have to close this off before it gets to the 7th series. Because if this goes the distance, I'm not so confident that Blacklist can proceed on to the next stage. Skirt, Tin, Jabin, FDX, as well as AG, as usual, representing Blacklist International Ultimate. But if there's one thing's for sure, these boys are extremely nervous right now, Cali.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their all eyes on them because, one Philippine team has already get taken out in the competition, and they're the only team standing, and there's a lot in their shoulder in here, losing back-to-back events in a row, failing to go back to the top is gonna be physically and mentally taxing for this squad. But one thing that they have showed here today, and one thing that they have showed in this event, is that they are now again reliable. They're more hungry compared to what we saw from stage 4. And it all starts with Jabin leading by example. This guy, if he can be able to wield his team and of course lead the pack, I believe they can show, and of course they can be able to move beyond this competition.
Yeah, Jabin has been the subject in the minds as well as in the mouths of many trolls in the recent past. They all call him Jabot. They say that he plays like a bot out there on the battlefield. They cannot be further from the truth because he leads, like you said, by example. The guy's a slayer for sure, but there are times where he's down in spirits and that does affect his performance out there on the battlefield. Before we do move on with that point though, let's take a quick look at the weapon stats here and the favorite picks of both teams. Quick 6 obviously is going to be standard on both sides. That gun is a monster in the current season, but Right-Tech AMR versus the DLQ, Switchblade X9 versus Bison, and I think Blacklist Ultimate has got the slightly better picks here, especially with the Bison. The Switchblade, one of the biggest problems that I've got with this gun is it just doesn't have the kind of range that the Bison has been blessed with recently.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And Bison is more versatile in every sort of range. It can play you and of course can do some great damage in the short range, but it can also wield you a lot of damage in the long range, not to mention the amount of magazines that it can pack in one mag. But here is the Banson pick here for DYG and Blacklist International Ultimate. We will be seeing that Annihilator, and of course that Spiral Band that leaves the Purifier, and of course the Gravity Vortex open, and we head straight to the best map of Hardpoint for Blacklist International Ultimate. Takeoff, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they love playing on Takeoff. They love playing Hardpoint here. But guess what? Here's the surprise. This is the pick of Doyu Gaming. They are ready. Instead of banning off, or instead of going in for a different map pick that they might be able to take advantage of Blacklist International Ultimate, they're playing into the hands of Blacklist. This might just be a little bit worrisome, not for Doyu, but for Blacklist International Ultimate. All will be known within the first 3 hard points. Let's see if not Doyu can get some control.
And that should be 1 dead now for Tin as he finds the first blood here for this game. As actually looking forward to how are they going to be able to break that spawn right off the get-go for P2 rotation. Right now they're trying to play it slow, but they have Tin inside the hill already, which will in turn score them some points inside the hill. While we see Scared here actually fighting for the power position, they are good to go in here, AJ. They have reversed the spawns already, and Jabin is playing like a god once again. That should be a double kill for him, but he gets shut down. But all otherwise, Blacklist International Ultimate, great start, 21-2.
Yeah, big fight coming through from FDX here. This is very important because, yes, they do need to fight for the hard point, but at the same time, flip that spawn as well, so that P2 is going to be slightly easier. And because of the sheer size of takeoff, about 20 seconds into the first hard point, you want to already start getting that done for yourself. Doyu Gaming was just a little too premature with that flip of spawns. I don't know if or not they knew that they were going to flip the spawns as they were taking that attack from that angle, or this happened by accident, but they do have the advantage for P2, but they've clearly dropped the ball on P1. So this is advantage to Blacklist International Ultimate, and they now have got the anchor spawns for P2 as well. Doyu Gaming might have just made the worst mistake of the series by bringing us to takeoff for the first match.
Yeah, right now they're playing through their opponent's strength, and this is not really looking good at that for them right now. I mean, Blacklist International Ultimate is one of the best teams in Garena in hardpoint, and this is a team that, you know, 100-point club, Q9 club in the group stage, so they can really go at you in terms of staying power and objective time, and it all leads to Tin, who eventually has, you know, scores a lot of plays for this team. Not only can he bring you the job in that hard point, but he can also slay as well. And of course, time those operators properly, but Chuan now makes the play. That should be 3 dead, and the hard point opens up for DYG.
Yeah, Doyu Gaming finally takes over the hard point. 15 seconds to go. Jabin wants to tease them, but he's the only one alive. And the main reason why he's going in here for the push is just to pull that distraction off. The rest of Doyu Gaming have to stay at P2, whilst the rest of Blacklist International Ultimate have already gone into anchor down P3. This is just genius move coming through from Blacklist International Ultimate. Now from the back, Jabin still trying to annoy them, and that has just slowed the pace down. Doyu Gaming does not go in for the early rotation, all thanks to Captain Jabin. You gotta love the strats out of Blacklist.
Yeah, a lot more position and a lot more rotates here, but right now they have settled the early rotation, but Chuan is here once again to break, and he's been a key reason here for DYG and why they have been able to claim time with that P2 rotation. But right now, someone has to go massive in here. Maybe we should see more plays from Little Pox, or maybe a little bit more plays from DYG map, because right now they are struggling. 72 to 34 right now. Tin continues to soak up the time in the hill, and the perfect investment to bully out DYG on their third attempt, their fourth attempt. Great defense and a great stand-up so far for Blacklist.
Oh yeah, fantastic attack. I mean, map mastery at its finest here for Blacklist Ultimate. Doyu Gaming, on the other hand, they just do not know exactly what's happening. They're just playing this like a regular skirmish. They're just playing this like a team deathmatch. They're not controlling the map. They're not controlling the spawns at all. You're not going to be winning no hard point if you do not do those two things. Early rotation once again for Blacklist Ultimate. Scrap points not picked up. Doyu Gaming pulls away a single point out of scraps. But you see, the job's already done here by Blacklist. Spawns for Doyu from Cranes should give them the advantage to hop on into this hard point, but Generator still belongs to Blacklist Ultimate. You've got 2 points of entry here from Generators, which is going to pose a problem. The Purifier can be the solution though.
Yeah, the Purifier should be able to take these players down, contesting right through the Generators, and Nono doing a great job at just classifying things so far. But for me, with DYG, sometimes they pick one. Either pick like they're just going to play recklessly and try to break constantly, or play a little bit more, either still a hard point rotate. But it seems like they're kind of caught in between both sometimes, where they're playing fast and frantic and they're playing for the breaks, and then they overthink situations. I almost just like, pick one, and there you go, AJ.
That's just way too open of an attack. Ma went in for the wrong shot. He took the first shot of that gravity vortex on the outside area before popping it inside of the hill. Greatest mistake. Blacklist Ultimate take him out of the equation before that operator can be a nuisance. And Doyu Gaming once again are stuck eating up scraps. Whilst Blacklist International Ultimate, they go ahead to set up Aurora launch for their spawn, and they hop on into P1 on this reset. AG just slaying out player after player. And if he gets into that scaffolding as well, this is going to be a GG. But thankfully, Little Fox is there to trade him out. 114 to 61. Blacklist Ultimate dominating Doyu Gaming.
Yeah, this is what happens when you try to play the best map pick of your opponent. Blacklist just continue to slay, and if you're DYG, you know, you'll take another crack at this P1 reset. But at this point, just make sure there's a safety net, that last line of defense to hold their spawns, and that should be Little Fox holding them at left side of that minimap. So as we're continuing to drive the time in here at this control point, Little Fox will be able to create a play on the mid map, and his teammates going to spawn on the left side, and they're going to have the favorable spawn. And of course, they are slaying, but Blacklist Ultimate, they make it so easy to capture this P1, where in fact it's not, because it's in the middle of the map where all the actions gets packed into.
Yeah, this is just surprising in terms of performance from Doyu Gaming, but Blacklist Ultimate needs to be careful. They are a team that can get a little overconfident sometimes, and you don't want that sucker punch from Doyu Gaming, man, because it will break your heart. After a dominating run at hardpoint, potentially that's exactly what it's looking like it's going to be by the end of this game. Doyu Gaming making a comeback might just break their spirits enough for Blacklist to get taken down. But now, then, Gravity Vortex, that's how you use it. The pops are just perfect. Third shot. Whoa, oh, almost eat Fenta up. Skirt finishes him off, and Blacklist Ultimate still have a dominant position in this P2. What a play so far from the Filipinos.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we see from Blacklist Ultimate right now. You know, early rotation, they claim the time with Tin inside, and that's just been the perfect formula for them right now. And if you're DYG, someone has playing great, but you need to see more from Fenta and Ma in playing inside of this right now, AJ.
And it seems to be just lagging a little bit on our side. Let me just hit that refresh on my tab. Bear with us, lady. With this as we try to reconnect to the game. And yes, chat's going crazy with the lag. We love you, chat.
And there we go. We're going to be right back through it, but it's going to be a little bit of a change of pace here. P2 to P3, and Blacklist actually claim all the money time in that P2, and we're rotating on to this P3 at the generators. We see a great investment from Fenta so far with the M16. It's quite an interesting take for them right now in this current update. Well, they're definitely looking forward to using it, but right now hasn't been able to give them the performance that they need as they continue to struggle holding off the point. They may be able to break the hill, but it's only for a brief few moments, and you know, Blacklist gets right back to it fast.
Yeah, Blacklist, there is a very annoying player from the back called No from mid, but finally taken out by FDX. You know, just the moment he started to get a little bit annoying, because from the generator's side, Blacklist Ultimate, they were spawning out. They couldn't really hop onto the hill because of Nono's annoyance, trying to constantly keep them a little bit entertained. But 192 to 102, clearly Blacklist Ultimate has got a massive lead in here, so they can afford to drop the ball for just a little bit. But they still hold on to their spawns and generators, which will be helping them out massively for this next hard point. 4 more seconds to go for the unlock, and they're allowing Doyu Gaming to spawn out of cranes. This is going to be a problem. Someone from the side of Blacklist needs to hold that so that they force the spawn from a totally different area on that map, mainly red area. But it doesn't seem to be like Blacklist can win that many gunfights up close and personal. Doyu Gaming still has a chance to sneak back in.
Yeah, they have the chance though, but they have been struggling to break the hill for the longest of time. I mean, Blacklist International just keeps getting inside the hill with no workout at all. It's just been light work for them in this matchup, and they've already scored 200 points, and they are about 30 points away from winning this game. FDX will swing on the overside, and right now gets right back to it. Won't be able to win that gunfight, but they are in fact having the spawns in their favor now, and DYG has to play with their life inside the hill. 15 seconds left, and we're seeing some good signs for DYG. I just hope that they can keep it up.
I want to say that it's impossible to make a comeback from here on end, but Doyu Gaming looks like they're finally starting to wake up on the battlefield. There might still be a chance here, even though Blacklist Ultimate is just a stone's throw away from wrapping this game up. Less than 30 points. In fact, just 29 to go. A double setup by Doyu Gaming manages to take the player from the side of Blacklist out of the equation. Now power position on Aurora launch for the side of Doyu, but they're not playing the hard point. Objectives not taken means Blacklist Ultimate gets closer and closer to that victory.
And you know, for DYG, someone has to go and step inside of that hill right now. Blacklist needs 20 more points to win this game. If no one will act, no one will, and they will lose the matchup. Japan slaying so great right now. It's got 33, but talk about FDX, silent but deadly, 37 as well. 5 more points for the win. It is looking like a Blacklist International Ultimate with this play from AG. For a brief moment, we are going to see DYG inside this hill, but Blacklist gets right back to it this time with one player inside the hill, but that guy could shut down, and this might not just be over just yet.
Oh, fight of their lives for Doyu Gaming, but it's all over. I mean, props to Doyu. They tried, especially towards the very end. At the start of that matchup, it just seemed like they did not know how to control takeoff. And that's going to be a massive, easy, in fact, a free win given away to Blacklist International Ultimate. I will not understand exactly why Doyu Gaming brought us into takeoff, because it seems like they have done their homework, but I don't know, did they overestimate their own skills, or could this just be the biggest fake by Doyu Gaming to tap out the players of Blacklist a little bit later? We will still have to wait and see, because we know Doyu is capable of a lot more than this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't really love to play takeoff on S&D. So I believe that's... Yeah, hardcore SD. Oh my god. I mean, they've been struggling to break the hill, and there's a
Yeah.
reason why they've had a 1-2 record or a 33% win rate in hardpoint. It's because they can't get themselves inside of that hardpoint, and they
Yeah.
can't break as well. In terms of slaying power, they have what it takes, but no one is playing objective time.
Yeah, there is a probability that they wanted to keep some of the other maps for the S&D, but it's not like you are going to be able to pick all 3 S&D maps just because you win the coin toss. So I don't know exactly what the ideation here is for Doyu Gaming, but it just seems like it is what it is. They gave away a free win to Blacklist International Ultimate, and I am quite thankful that Blacklist did not throw away that opportunity, because it looked like towards the end of that match, they were allowing Doyu Gaming to quite, easily catch up with some of those points, which I think they have to worry about a little bit later on, because you can't start off dominant and then allow your opponents to kind of build up that steam, because it's going to give them some unnecessary confidence for the following matches, right? So this next game, though, as we hop on into S&D, it's going to be at Hacienda, Cali. And, Hacienda for Blacklist, S&D, it's not the best of maps for them. It's not the best of game modes. And you look on the other side, Doyu Gaming, they've had perfect mastery of S&D so far. But at the group stage, we haven't really seen them dance the dance at Hacienda just yet. This could be a 50-50 if Blacklist has drastically improved their chances at S&D.
Yeah, we have to see Jabin once again with that sniper initiating and getting those first bloods, because the players that they're going up against with is no easy task. You're going up against Ma, you're going up against Little Fox. This dual snipe setup that DYG have is going to be a big problem. But taking a look at the player stats in here, once again, we see how dominant Blacklist International Ultimate can be when they play on a map where they are strong at. Just look at this, 3 players with 30 kills and up. And it's just impressive to see, because they're going up against Doyu Gaming, who definitely is a strong team, but Din is out here scoring all the objective time and getting the most kills and all the MVP as well.
I mean, Doyu Gaming beat down Smarter Mega, bro. You beat down the champions that took the title away from you. I think, this might just have given Doyu Gaming a little bit of extra confidence that Blacklist turned around right now. If anything, Doyu is fully awake, and they might just be a little bit more ready for that S&D than Blacklist initially wanted them to be. This is going to be a problem. And if Doyu Gaming does get an easy walkover victory at S&D, I'm going to be very worried. I'm going to be very worried, because even though control goes to the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, those S&Ds might just make them pay a very, very big price.
Yeah, we might have to go down to the wire here, go up to push and play that map number 7 if that's the case. And I mean, if you're Blacklist International Ultimate, you have taken 1 map already, so you got confidence moving in at this map number 2. So this is key for them to actually take this map, because if you take 1 S&D away from Doyu Gaming, not only you're going to go up with a 2-map or you have 2 series win against this squad, but you actually are a lot more closer to the end goal, which is to get 4 map wins, AJ.
Yeah. I mean, this is the map pick of Blacklist International Ultimate. So I am hoping and praying that they are going to be able to kill Doyu Gaming off very early on, because, I mean, it's clear, man. It's clear-cut that Doyu is going to have that higher probability of dominating Blacklist Ultimate. It's just that this first game, first match, it wasn't the most comfortable game mode for Doyu Gaming. So you see them struggling, bringing them into Takeoff. This could have just been a very smart trick by Doyu. Maybe Takeoff is just not that map that they really, love playing. In fact, if you look overall, they haven't really brought us into Takeoff in any one of those past matches just yet. So that could be an indication that they don't really like playing on it. And they're like, okay, fine. If we're already going to lose Hardpoint because this team's so good at Hardpoint, why don't we just take our worst map, throw it there? There's a high probability that we can dominate the rest. If that was the ideation behind the map pick of Takeoff for Hardpoint, I'm nervous for Blacklist.
But, it's such a big risk, though, just like having to give up one of these maps, because every map counts in this best of 7. And that one map could just be the difference maker overall in the series. Yeah. And if you are DYG, I get maybe, if you're going to have to agree with, dropping one map, it means that they're going to have to play it very long. They have to play an enduring game, an arduous one up against Blacklist. So typically we might see this game maybe push through around game 6 or game number 7.
Thankfully, it's a best of 7 and we only have 2 series of the day, which means you can go all the way 7 games back to back, but that's all you have to play within the day. I mean, for a pro player, it's nothing. It's no sweat at all. What might just make them sweat is taking losses back to back. That might just down their spirits just a tad bit. But let's take a look at the weapon stats here and the favorite picks of both teams for S&D. Blacklist Ultimate has got the Krig 6 DLQ as well as the KRM 262. On the side of Doyu Gaming, you've got the Krig 6, of course, but the Rytech as well as DLQ on their side. I mean, the KRM has been very, very popular in the recent times. KRM on Hacienda, though, it is going to be a little tricky because you don't have a lot of those sharp, close corners. You've got a lot of those long angles where snipers might be able to take over the map really quickly. So the DLQ as well as Rytech combo could do Doyu Gaming a lot of favors.
Yeah, not to mention, for Doyu Gaming, they also have great ARs. Chuan is going to be the key player here. This guy knows how to initiate things. And of course, he's going to be a key player here in defeating Blacklist on this Search and Destroy agenda. As we start this game, let's see who's going to take the first blood. Jabin, once again, will be wielding the scope, and he gets it. That's a nice way for you to trade the first blood. And they have already made their way at the A-bomb site.
Let's see what's the setup going to be like here. It's a 1-to-1 trade, 4v4 bomb. Very close to that site, but we do see player number 4 having his eyes on it. Or player number 5, I have to say, Jabin, my lord. That quick scope headshot was nasty. Tin gets a god nade as well. Little Fox from the other side finds the head of Tin, takes it out of the equation fantastically. Fenta on the other hand, Krig 6 in hand, rotates very slowly on, but this backstab could be the death of Blacklist Ultimate.
And you got the pitch play coming through for DYG. Fenta will have that AR. You got Little Fox moving around the mid-map with that sniper. That's going to be a deadly feat. But, for Blacklist, you got 30 seconds to play with. And you got to play your cards right. AG is going to be the defensive. Going to be able to find a time against Little Fox. That should be 2 dead for Blacklist International Ultimate as they win this first round.
That's a great setup by Blacklist Ultimate. Very well calculated. They had both of the sides kind of locked down, and AG was the key player in that moment, checking both the corners, anticipating that backstab as well, and not just hyper-focused on one side where they know for sure there is a player. He could have gotten aggressive, he could have gotten cheeky and overextended to engage with the player. Instead, he held his ground and made sure he checked both spots. That gave Blacklist Ultimate the first win. Let's see if they can keep this up because they desperately need it, especially on S&Ds.
Yeah, smoke to cover down the line of sight of Little Fox there. Great attention to detail for Blacklist as they are already made their way here at this A-bomb site. They have planted bomb as well. And it's going to be the first 5v5 retake that we're going to have today. And, 30 seconds for DYG to plan this perfectly. No will be able to spawn the first player. That guy's going to run away. And Blacklist wins at 2 kills there as well. And what the massive offensive performance so far for this team right now, AJ.
Yeah, that's a GG, man. Nono will get this backstab, but that's just one slay. 1v4. Can Nono get the job done? Has got the DLQ in hand. Can switch the gun out though. And he does manage to pick up the switchblade. Nono, what a quick scope. FDX taken out of the equation already. This is a 1v5. Let us not forget that. But Skirt with the angle. Krig 6 beams him down. And Blacklist Ultimate pick up yet another round.
Yeah, strategy is going to be the main thing here for Blacklist. The first 2 rounds they have, the first one had to be the gunfights, but that second round they were able to adjust to Little Fox gameplay. We know that Little Fox is an amazing sniper. We did see him get 1 shot in that head glitch earlier and still made it look so easy. And Blacklist used that counter, the smoke, to actually put this team away. But right now, counter for DYG, they put 2 players in the A-bomb site. So right now, the defense looking great.
A little too aggressive for my liking. Nono catches 1, catches 2. Holy Lord. AG trades him out, but the damage has already been done. That's a 1 for 2 for Nono. And it looks like the players on the side of Blacklist Ultimate have to hold a strong line at that stone well. They cannot push up front, especially towards that BA bomb site. They could rotate around to B. Just 1 stacked up in mana in the name of... who is that? Chan? No. Player number 4 from Doyu Gaming. Chuan. Okay, Chuan. Yeah. Chuan has got an opportunity to rotate around and punish them at the B bomb site. And the rotation finally comes through. But look at Doyu Gaming, man. Just like clockwork, they're rotating as well. This is a GG. They're going to probably meet each other at the very same time at the bomb site, looking at how slow that bomb is pushing up forth.
Yeah, Chuan is going to be a 1 deadly player here. And once he hears that bomb getting planted, he could just put that communication into his line of comms to his teammate, and of course, get that rotation in. But Jabin right here, kind of playing with his life. He pulls the trigger, and now that should signal DYG to rotate here at this B site. Right now, Little Fox is trying to find a better angle against Jabin here. And I mean, this oversight at this window, once he gets it, that should be easy kill for him. He gets that done, and there we go. 2v4.
That's a spicy shot coming out from Lil Fox, but the bomb now planted already. Is a 2v4 that is not going to be easy at all. But with the bomb plant, just 38 seconds of survival. AG holds on to a pixel peep here that can just get him that advantage over Doyu Gaming. But you need to have one player literally hold that corner for the longest of time before you can beam him down altogether. But Little Fox catches AG off guard. FDX trades him back out. Fenta, too easy of a kill with the Krieg 6. That defusal gives Doyu Gaming 1 point to jump right back into the game.
Yeah, no way you win that 1v4, especially when you have 3 players aiming down their sight at you and with your location being exposed. DYG, talk about your personality and, of course, the resolution to resolve the last 2-round struggle. They know that they're having a rough time at that A-bomb site, so they sent in Nono to play aggressive with the help of Little Fox, and they just have been able to get that to go. So with all that being said, DYG now takes their first round, but I believe Blacklist has something in their sleeve here. Take a look at this. They got 5 players stacked on the top left side of that minimap, looking to find the first pick. For now, DYG No is going to be here to defend the bomb site.
This is a smarter play from Blacklist Ultimate. Instead of pushing up towards that bomb site, they're sending out one guy to get the job done first. Jabin, backstab by Jabin. This is the one angle that you do not want to deal with. And if Jabin gets these shots, it's going to be a GG instantaneously. Jabin circles around, but Nono gets a god nade. Jabin shuts down Nono. Good trade right back. And now player number 1 tracking right back. Little Fox looking for Jabin. This is going to be an encounter that Jabin needs to play his best at, or else he's going to get shut down, and this will be a waste. Fenta shuts him down. But that A bomb site is wide open now.
Yeah, nice counter there for Blacklist International Ultimate. They know that DYG can hold off better angles at this A-bomb site. So they send out Jabin on the back, and now Thin is going to make a play, dropping Chu1. And that should be now a 3v3 situation. 40 seconds on that retake. DYG hit them with a quick flick. And right now, FDX responds back with 1. Gets the second angle, but Little Fox get the better out of him. A 1v2 here, AJ.
1v2, and AG has got the Krieg 6 on the attack, but the bomb planted already, so all he needs to do is just stay patient. But this is a very predictable angle, though. And looking at Fenta, oh, he catches him in the corner. Little Fox shut down. And crossfire, no setup coming through from Doyu Gaming. Re-engagement forced by AG. Fanta goes down. What a play. AG's the man. My personal MVP so far in this matchup from the side of Blacklist.
He played that angle perfectly, you know. I mean, that tiny lapse of decision that DYG to not pick that corner costed them that round. If only Chu1 was able to find that last player, that could have been a play for trade. But, you know, talk about how AG has been unpredictable in that round itself. First finds the first kill on the doorway, then had to rotate back to try to play a chase. And wow, amazing plays for Blacklist. And here we go, another second strategy. But unfortunately, they're going to be turned down by Nono as he denies 3 players to stay alive in this round. Gets sent to the next round, and Jabin is going to be the last player in the first 30 seconds.
Nono says, hell no. Eats up 3 players from the side of Blacklist, leaving Captain Jabin all alone here. 1v4 again. Guy can't backstab nobody.
Wow.
Oh, my lord! Turns the tables on MA. But information given away already at Fenta with the Krieg 6. Dude, the guy was spraying even before he reached there. Jabin had no chance. But what a flick, Jabin. That was just absolutely sick.
Yeah, this is like the most interesting part in Jabin's gameplay. You know, we know that this guy can play the SMG, the ARs very well, but the way that he has adapted to this sniper has just been phenomenal so far. And I hope he keeps it up. Right now, he's currently stuck at 7 kills, but he may be able to find more of that as we move into the succeeding rounds of this search and destroy. Right now, they're looking to take that hit at the B side.
This is insane. Blacklist Ultimate actually having the lead on this SND over Doyu Gaming that has been so solid when it comes to this game mode. It's very impressive. Blacklist Ultimate cannot drop the ball, but from what we saw in that previous round, they also cannot get cheeky. Rushing towards the opponents, especially when it's Doyu Gaming, this does not fare them well. They have to play for a couple of early picks first before they go in for that full engagement. And of course, sending out Jabin to get that initial information seems to have done them phenomenally well. The guy has got 7 slays on his side, but No now almost catching Jabin out. Oh, patience. Look at the trigger discipline out of No. He's not just continuously spraying around, and then the patience gameplay gets him Captain Jabin. They slowly start to circle around to look for more, and he might just be able to find FDX.
Yeah, No right now is currently on the hill, looking to find this player on the right side, close to proximity. He should be able to take this player down as soon as he picks it. Right now, Krieg 6 just melts FDX, and DYG has to rely on No to play all of these angles, and right now it's been doing them well so far. And talking about Blacklist International Ultimate taking this lead from DYG Gaming, I mean, you're going up against a team that destroys Smart Omega in like 12 rounds of action, and there you go, looking like they're looking to pick up the pace here. Chuan gets himself a kill, and that's going to be a game tied up in here at Hacienda.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you got to start sweating if you're a Blacklist fan. Because Doyu Gaming is finally waking up. I mean, Doyu Gaming, like you pointed out clearly, they dominated Smart Omega 7-4, bro. And of course, against WDC Free Slot and Fun Plus Phoenix, those two teams did slightly better against Doyu Gaming, but they still did not allow a single team to drag them into overtime. They are very, very precise at S&D, and it seems like Blacklist International Ultimate is finding that out the hard way. But as we switch the bomb to the hands of Doyu Gaming, this is a quick plant coming through, and No gets shut down super early on.
Oh, Jabin with the insane 2 kills.
One more?
Just looking to get one more player that looks to actually extend out, but that guy is going to play it aggressive. He's going to have Steen having to send out. Finds that huge double
crazy
as well, and there it goes. What a play for retake. Blacklist just played it like a film.
I mean, you gotta smile if you're a Blacklist fan. Doyu Gaming, I mean, some of their rounds have been phenomenal. Jabin is on point today. We see hashtag JBot in the comment section. This is God right there, out there on the battlefield. He is the one and only greatest of all time on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. You can't get a better leader than this guy.
Yeah, scored 4 first bloods here in this round, and all leading up to a victory as well. So just talk about the lead by example. The captain himself just making sure that his team is well carried off. But if you're Blacklist, you can't just rely on Jabin alone in this entire 7 rounds of action. You gotta see more from Scared, who is currently having a very underperforming game so far. And right now, a nade from Mastix through the head of number 5 in yellow. FDX gonna get shut down, and Scared and his crew gonna have to play a retake here, and it all starts with Thin.
Oh, dude, I tell you, this Krieg 6 is just insane, man. Fanta gets one sticky for himself as well. 2 nade kills so far from Doyu Gaming in this round alone, but AG and Skirt getting the job done, and that's the final slay. Blacklist Ultimate picks up their 5th point. 2 more to close this game down.
It's starting to look like Blacklist favors more of the retake here because of how planned out these attacks could have been. They have baited DYG from pushing at this 2 maps and this two rounds of A bombs in action already, and they have fell for the bait, and Blacklist is capitalized on the situation. So now, if you're DYG, you got to think where you're gonna put that bomb, and it seems like they're not gonna pick it up even. They're looking to play for kills here.
What? Fanta gets the first one. Doyu Gaming, clearly they're pissed off. It's not on to take the bomb. It's one of the 2.
No, there we go. He's gonna pick it up.
I'm gonna choose to believe that they were just pissed off, but Jabin wants to shut them down. Fenta got the first blood, but he got traded out by kicking Jabin out there in the battlefield. 1-1. It's a 4v4. Chuan has the bomb, and the bomb does not look like it's gonna rush towards its point just yet, but this might just be a perfect backstab by 2 Blacklist players. And they find 2 players from the side of Doyu. Ma gets taken out of the equation. First in fights. No, this is a GG for DYG.
And there has been no answer for the flanks here, by the way, for DYG. Blacklist continues to rain down upon these players one at a time, but Chuan with the off angle, that should be 1 dead for this guy. He's gonna have 3 kills overall in the game. Right now, they still have the opportunity to take this away from Blacklist International Ultimate, but it all has to start with a pick here. And right now, Blacklist has been so unpredictable, and DYG can seem to respond with a better action and, of course, a better counter to what we have seen so far for Blacklist. Jabin currently has 10 kills in here, and Scared, he has to make a play here. Right now, he might be the first player to have contact with the enemy, and DYG, at the moment, has already put that bomb here at the B side. They're looking to plant it here. 28 seconds left.
28 seconds, and it looks like they might be able to pull this plant off. The Blacklist players are a little bit too far to force any sort of prevention. But 45 seconds on the clock is just way too much for Blacklist Ultimate to get this job done, especially with King Jabin out there on the battlefield. Blacklist spins a maneuver. But patience by Skirt needs to be executed here. He cannot step on into the bomb side a little prematurely. He will be punished. Chuan just on the other side. Jabin seems to have found him first. Chuan steps on up. Can he go in for the Punisher? Jabin already at the bomb side. Chuan, slow rotation. Here comes the smoke. Diffusal already. And Chuan takes down Jabin. Jabin goes down. My lord, that is just a GG. But Skirt, one tag. Not lucky enough. 9 more seconds. You just need to play for time, Little Fox. And Little Fox drops the ball. 5 seconds to go. This is a GG. Blacklist gets the 6th point.
I asked for Scared to step up, and he stepped up huge greatly here. To that as he gets the clutch in the bomb defusal to put this game into a match point. Blacklist has just been twisted so far. First, the amazing performance at the hard point, and right now, just making DYG look like a fool with the way they take that retake, AJ.
I mean, DYG just made a very big mistake there. They just needed to play for time. They just needed to delay that by 2 seconds, bro. Not 10 seconds, not 20 seconds, 2 seconds. That was just such a waste from the side of DYG. But Blacklist Ultimate now will bow down. They'll thank them for that mistake because this is match point for the Filipinos. Can they wrap things up? This is their defending side. Bomb down on the ground. Doyu Gaming seem to be suffering, and player number 1 in the name of Jabin is just running circles around them. Just 1 pixel peep. No with the Crig 6 needs to beam him down. Jabin just needs 1 shot. This is a Mexican standoff, and Jabin does not look like he wants to lose it.
That's what happened there. I mean, the Mexican standoff, exactly. But now, it's time to play for action. Jabin now gets it to go. Drops Penta, looking for the double as well, but Scared there for the blow. And now it's all down to Ma, looking to get that bomb. And he has been able to find 1 dead here as Jabin gets shot down. He's looking to rotate way over the fence, pushing off right now. He goes and backs away, and he's going to be able to find AG in there. Perfectly timed kill, looking to get that 1v3. He goes back, but he gets taken down. Blacklist gets it.
I mean, Skirt turned around, bro. He looked at him, he flicked it to the right, and he was like, wait a minute. Good response time. Blacklist Ultimate manages to pull away 1 S&D from Doyu Gaming. That's what I'm talking about. If Blacklist can make sure this continues, if they do not drop their S&Ds, the probability of them representing the Philippines well, making it through the grand finals is surely there. I cannot be happier with this result because it just seemed like Blacklist was 100% going to take that L, and we wanted to see if or not they have managed to improve in the recent past. This is the evidence that they clearly have.
Yeah, Jabin with the first bloods, AG with the clutch, and Scared being able to find himself with the mental kills back to back. I'm starting to see the old Eastern Champs aura back into the play. I mean, this is how they were playing, when they were playing on the Stage 5 Eastern Finals, where they are always confident with every map that they play. And the search and destroy, before was their main thing. They kind of fell back here 2022. But right now, with that solid play at the Shenda, the way they take every angle, it's just been so impressive.
Yes, I cannot argue with that point. They have been extremely impressive. They have been very, very sharp throughout the whole play, especially on the defense. And those retakes were, retakes of perfection. Now we understand clearly why they dragged Doyu Gaming into Hacienda. This is 2-0 for the Filipinos. I mean, brother, I would have not expected this in a million years. One would have expected Doyu Gaming to dominate Blacklist Ultimate after they ripped off a victory on Smart Omega. But here they are, down 2-0, but you cannot underestimate the CDM teams. Doyu Gaming has a lot of promise, and Doyu Gaming, for one, I mean, they've got skills in Call of Duty Mobile. So Blacklist International Ultimate, the one thing that they can do the worst for themselves is getting overconfident and getting too cheeky in the next few matches. They have to stay sharp, they have to stay as steady as this, and they have to constantly think that Doyu Gaming is going to get that victory and try their hardest. The moment they drop the ball, they'll drop this whole series.
Yeah, they just have to be mental right now. Just continue the pace that they've been playing on these first 2 games. And I mean, talking about history of matches here for Blacklist International Ultimate, this is a team who had a 33% win rate at this game, and they struggled against King Zone and Q9. So King Zone is a team that plays 5th and 6th, and having to defeat Douyu Gaming in a search and destroy at the Shendo, where this team plays 3rd overall in China Master Season 4 Championship. It truly says a lot about what Blacklist can offer in this map itself. But it's just the first 2 maps, though. They have to win 2 more, and Douyu Gaming, they will obviously make sure that it won't be easy for Blacklist to win everything. They might be able to get themselves right back to it, maybe on this Control coming up ahead.
The problem with Control might just end up in the hands of FDX here, because his performance seems to be slightly unfortunate. 0.3 on the KD average, but of course our MVP, the one and only J-Bot, with 11 kills, 127 ADR, 3 streaks. This guy was a monster out there on the battlefield. Not a single shot he managed to mess up for himself, and that 180 flick, my lord, was a thing of perfection, man. You just love to see that when you watch a sniper.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Whoopi and Heaven would do, but not something that you'd see Jabin do, because of, like the personality that this guy can bring into the table. This guy can offer you fast-paced action with that ARs and SMGs, and I've said it over and over again, because I'm truly shocked at what this guy can do. Quick flicks, holding angles, and of course, making sure his team has this ability to win the rounds. Overall, a great performance here for Blacklist. Now that they have won 2 in a row, can we see them end it here with a win as well in this Control? Because that's going to be a key here for them.
I mean, dude, 2-0. Can you imagine if Blacklist Ultimate takes a 4-0? I mean, a 2-0 so far just sounded impossible in my head on the side of Blacklist Ultimate, but here they are. So I'm not gonna say it's impossible for them to go 4-0, because I think they've managed to really prove that they can take it all the way, even without Yato and Yobabs. I mean, at this point, Yato and Yobabs are sitting down worried, man. I'm my lad. Is this going to be the permanent roster without us? Because the boys look so good. I mean, I've never seen Blacklist International Ultimate so confident in the past few months. They are at their very best right now, which is going to be a big problem for Douyu Gaming.
A big performance, in the best way possible. Here at the big moments, here at the playoffs is where you definitely want to boost your performance, and they have definitely increased their odds of winning with their confidence. And of course, the tactics that they allocated in the 2 maps itself at Hardpoint, they always settle for that early rotation, but they can win that gunfight as well. Here at this Search and Destroy, as we all know, gun skills wise, it is going to be the CDM region that's going to have the full capabilities. But what we saw from Blacklist was pure tactics. They were so unpredictable, and DYG struggled so bad.
They did, man. And that's mostly because round after round, you did not see the players of Blacklist Ultimate play the exact same tactic, the exact same run for each and every single attacking or defensive round, right? I mean, they played it slow. They went in for the rush in one of those rounds. Clearly, No said hell no for that one. But the rest of the rounds, they just kept it fresh time and time again. Even one of those rounds, everyone held back a strong line, and they sent Captain Jabin out to get the dirty work done. And he was going in for that crazy backstab. And if he had pulled it off, as he rotated round manner in towards that lounge, if he had managed to pull that off, dude, that would have been the best round of the game. But unfortunately, we only got that 1 frag, right? But it's okay. That's what we expect to see out of these teams, that they have managed to not just practice, but master some of the strategies that they can apply out there on the battlefield and keep their opponents continuously guessing. This sort of Blacklist Ultimate is extremely dangerous to take on right now, Callie.
Exactly, because you don't know what kind of strategy are you going to hit with. We saw passive gameplays, we saw aggressive, and moreover, this team can combine both of the strategies, which makes it more of a big threat. But you're looking at the CDFI trophy right now. That's what this final 6 teams are fighting for. And right now, DYG moving into this game, kind of struggling to find their rhythm. I mean, Little Fox he's doing himself a great load of offense, but he can't carry it alone himself. We need to see more actions from Ma and Chuan in this game right now as we head up and of course load into the Control game mode. Blacklist looking to be the favored victor as they have shown what they have been able to do, and of course their extreme capabilities on the first 2 maps.
But hats off to Douyu Gaming, because even though Blacklist Ultimate were overpowering them in that matchup, their response to the strategy executed by Blacklist International Ultimate, their response to their players being dropped, and the angles of attack that they took in terms of response was very, very, very clean. I've not seen a team that responds better in those situations. But what was unfortunate for DouYu is they were losing out on a lot of those gunfights. That's something that they really have to watch. And like you said, Ma wasn't really popping off. That's going to be a problem for them overall, especially when you get to control. Looking at the guns that they pick on both sides, it's going to be a consistent Krieg 6, no surprises there. But the Rytech versus the DLQ, which one would be your favorite sniper between the two?
Oh, well, it has to be the Rytech AMR, although that DLQ 33 is a one-shot, one-kill as well.
Yeah.
Rytech AMR seems to be the best possible way for you to take down opponents. And I mean, one way, the epitome of that Rytech AMR has to go to Huntsman Zen. I mean, that guy just scored 30 kills at one game with that gun. And, it's been truly an effective gun for use here for this control game mode as well. So right now, let's see what's going to happen. Things about to go down. Control stand-up is where we go. And DYG kick things off with a good 2 kills. And they're already in at A control point. So a nice start in here, playing aggressive.
Yeah, Zen loves the Rytech. He was the same monkey that got the SVD banned in competitive. The guy was just popping off left, right, center. Everybody remembers those SVD runs by Zen. He made the gun popular, but the very next competitive scene, the very next competition, it was banned out already. And everybody switched on over to the Rytech, which it gets the job done out there on the battlefield, mainly because of the rate of fire out of that sniper. It's slightly faster than the DLQ, but if you are super accurate like Whoopi or Heaven with the DLQ, you're going to be able to crush some numbers for your team, man. And the exact same was shown earlier on as well. Who was that player? Was it Ma or No? It was Ma, I believe.
Ma.
Yeah, with the DLQ earlier on. The guy was phenomenal with those quick scopes, man. And that's exactly what you expect. But in this game of control, although you are aiming to get kills for yourself, you also need to be proficient on picking on some of those objectives, which DouYu Gaming clearly seems to be struggling with at the moment.
Yeah, great double there for DYG. No, as he finds a way to break this spawn trap here that was enabled by Blacklist International Ultimate. But, DYG started off with a very aggressive take. They have invaded the gas station as well to control the spawns, but they kind of fell back as Blacklist International Ultimate find their way back, and of course, taking over that A control point and dismantling the players from taking over was key. But right now, they are currently in the disadvantages. DYG is up in numbers, and they are looking to find their way to win the gunfights as well. Little Fox now playing on the spawns, hiding around the vans. The smoke is out there to cover, but as soon as he pops up, that could be 2 dead right in front of him, but not gonna get that kill just easy. But now this is looking like a win for DYG. Little Fox with the nasty wall bang. That's gonna be 1-0 now.
I cannot believe that just happened. I mean, at first it was Blacklist Ultimate with the clear lead because they were playing the objectives really well. But DouYu Gaming just went ham against them, pulling off the best slaying strategy. And Blacklist Ultimate just could not sustain the defensive round. Now, DouYu Gaming just needs to repeat this, rinse and repeat, but this time on the defense, which just gets so much more easier.
And they already have Penta stand out there at the tractor spawns, and Mao wins this key gunfight at this tank section, and he's got oversight on the yellow building and as well as the tractors. And right now they're pushing for the enemy spawns, and it's just been so clean right now. Blacklist can't seem to respond, but they have actually found an answer. But it's gonna be turned down immediately with Little Fox as he shots down AG at the back alley of that warehouse. And DYG continues to be able to find their way in the slaying power, but Blacklist is actually fighting back, playing more centric on the objective. FDX is in here alongside with number 2 in Scared to make sure that the control and of course the capture is gonna be fast.
We did talk about how Blacklist Ultimate will continue to struggle if FDX continues to struggle, but he has woken up. 2 quadrants pulled away from this A control point, all thanks to FDX, but didn't get sucked in by Mars Gravity Vortex. He did manage to go in here for 2 pops though, but Mars response keeps the players of Blacklist off of that A control point. But here's the surprising thing, Blacklist Ultimate not going in for a split push and focusing on the B control point, which is wide open and all alone.
Yeah, right now they're so focused and of course trying to end this fast, and that's the reason why they have been struggling to find an alternative in the game. And they've been so reliant on attacking that spawns that it backfires on them. And now DYG is gonna have now the control at this A control point, as they have the oversight here to just kind of anticipate all the attackers in the gates itself. No kind of playing an oversight now at this second floor control. He finds one, and that should be 2 dead for
GG.
him. DYG playing this like a film at the moment, but Blacklist gonna hang in there. They're gonna put 2 players once again to play that objective time to make sure that their score limit is gonna be reached. But Chuan just too good right now, AJ.
I mean, come on, man. That prevention by Chuan was absolutely fantastic. Time runs out. Doyu Gaming gets 2 rounds in a row. This was that comeback we warned Blacklist Ultimate about, and Doyu Gaming slowly waking up. Look at those game faces, man. They're ready for round 3, and they want to hit this 3-0 sharp.
Yeah, they just are looking for the next gunfight here. And the strategy for DOG so far is, of course, invade the spawns at the moment that they get to wind that clock to 0 and get it to go. And right now, they are doing the same exact thing that they did in the first round. So I believe Blacklist should find a counter for this, but unfortunately, they will not be able to, as they lost some lives in there. But they do so remove the players attacking at the back, so that should cut them up some slack. But DYG is just bursting in here with gunfights.
Yeah, 24-27, 3 life deficit. Pretty manages to get the double. Fantastic attack by Nono. Gravity Vortex gun as well. This is gonna be a problem for the defending side of Blacklist Ultimate. And Fenta, you look at this, man. Game of patience, not wasting those shots out of the Gravity Vortex, but is forced to use it as he is gonna be attacked from the back. But patience play as well from Blacklist International Ultimate, not going in for the push. They're potentially gonna sacrifice this B control point by the looks of things.
Yeah, but they will be able to find the kills there as well. So that's going to be part of that. So they're going to send out number 3. That should be Tin now, reducing that second segment in, and that should stop DYG from pushing at the moment. And the battle for that mid-map control is going to be key here for Blacklist International, as they are the ones defending this map right now. And for DYG, trying to slow it down, Max fighting for distractor control. He's going to be played for trades, but Fenta wins a huge kill there. That should be able to keep them some progress to make sure that there's going to be pressure at the mid-map. And Chuan on the flank as well, gonna be a devastating player. 13 kills right now in the game, and now the Purifier is sought out upon, and they are ready to go and get this A control point.
Yeah, control is just really not the best game mode for Blacklist Ultimate, and Doyu Gaming taking good advantage of that. So close now to closing this off 3-0. Doyu Gaming putting their mark onto that A control point as well. 27 seconds on the clock has been paused. All Blacklist Ultimate needs to do right now is win their gunfights at the objectives and prevent Doyu Gaming from hopping right back on in there. But Chuan's clearly making it tough for them. And that Hunter Killer Drone going to go out there for the prowl. Will it find one? No, it finds absolutely none. But that A control point in the hands of Doyu Gaming, which means a lot of time to get the extra 6 kills. Blacklist Ultimate in ultimate trouble.
Yeah, they have to find a way here. Maybe play for the angles, make that off angles, secure kills. And I believe that should be the way to go for this squad right now. Maybe use the corners to their advantage to take away all the aggressors of DYG. And 1 minute left for this round number 3, and it's only Blacklist is cut down to their final 5 live counts, and DYG Nono has been a key reason why this Blacklist squad is actually struggling. He's always there for the flank, is always ending up with the multiple kills, and it's been a constant trouble. But right now we are seeing Blacklist hanging in there from 5 to 9. We now see a 5 to 6. This game can go both ways.
Yeah, Gravity Vortex though can change the story. AG gets taken down, and Ma is at the side already. 41 seconds on the pause. Skirts gets a double, and he takes the match right back. But a single player still standing there playing the head glitch. Little Fox, can they go in for the attack? The Craig 6, a lot of bullets within that mag, allows him to continuously beam the rest of them down. And so close to finishing it off with a single live. Blacklist Ultimate holds on for their dear lives.
You gotta really admire the investment of that claw there. He was using the walls to bounce off the bullets, and of course, Blacklist went from a 5 to 9 live count and ending up with the victory. So that's gonna be crushing for DYG. They have their heads scratching right now, and they have to make sure that they get to end this, because it's looking like Blacklist now finally finds their confidence.
Let's see if that's enough confidence alone, as Doyu Gaming clearly has got the strats and the gun skills to get the job done on this control matchup at standoff. This is their map pick, no doubt at all. They are fantastic on standoff control. Jabin holds a tight corner, only to be punished. Good slide challenge from Chuan. And this is back and forth now between the two. But Skirt goes in for the investment onto the Purifier. Ma does not see him coming, gets burned down to the ground. The attacking angle through the side of this lobby here could just be the death of the rest of the squad. But they back away. They don't want to deal with Skirt's Purifier just yet.
Yeah, better way for you to defuse the situation. You know, you're falling, your bodies are dropping, and every time you go down, it makes the attack way easier for Blacklist International Ultimate. So that's actually a nice counter for DYG. And right now, the positioning, the strategy is to focus on the two angles that the players of Blacklist might go into. And the first one is going to be here at the gas station, and Nono's going to be there to play the overside. It's going to find that first kill, and that should be 2 down for DYG. FDX will be able to respond back, but the damage is already in kicking for these two squads. You know, they're just fighting for position, but Blacklist is kind of making more ingress here compared to DYG.
Let's see exactly how this defending side of DYG handles the pressure. Ma, and that shoddy pop was just too sweet, but Tin getting the damage done with that gravity vortex gun. No takes him out of the equation. He wants to move on straight in. And it looks like that spawn trap just falls flat on its face. 13 to 14. The number of lives do not look great for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. But Doyu Gaming, they're not doing great as well. Jabin getting the job done now, but one final pop takes him out of the equation. Ma with that wall bang. And AG holding on to the grounds with just that head glitch, but it looks like things are dire now. 2 lives between the teams, and Blacklist Ultimate close to finishing off the control point.
Yeah, 1:15 seconds left here. If you're Blacklist, you gotta play as a team that much here at this point. You just can't play for that objective anymore. Your team is in a vulnerable position, and you can just find kills here. Maybe you try to play for trades, but No is kind of getting there. The pressure is on, but Blacklist knows where the angles that the players might use, and FDX is on the back, so now the flank is on. DYG looking to go down to the distance here. That 4v2 situation. Tin sprays, he finds one more to take this round number 4. He enters and takes it as well. An overtime here at Control.
What a play. What a comeback, Blacklist. This was just phenomenal, especially the strategy to take that final round. They had very few lives left, and what did they do? They didn't run head on into that B control point. They flanked around that long way through the convenience store, hotel shortcuts into the warehouse, spawn trap sprung, and Doyu Gaming didn't see that coming. When they realized what was happening, it was just a little too late. Blacklist Ultimate now on the defensive. This is so much more easier to close off at standoff. They've got the advantage.
Yeah, the defensive side is on their favor, and they saw how many times DYG tried to take the hit at the back, but right now they won't find an answer for it, as DYG will be able to push up around the enemy spawns, and they're gonna send out Chuan to play the objective, but unfortunately for him, he's gonna get shot down. But Little Fox here, this play could just be the game changer for DYG. They have entered the enemy spawns, and if no one takes this guy down for Blacklist, you are gonna be in trouble. But finally, he gets shot down. But DYG are actually pushing in 2 angles in here. You got Ma holding off the mid-map with that sniper, and they have also used the Predator missile to shut down Tin at the back. So this is just an impressive display for DYG.
Blacklist Ultimate now. They just need to play this patiently, man. Clearly, DYG just wants to play this like a team deathmatch, and the best counter for it is back away. Don't give them easy kills. 6 lives between them. Sorry, apologies. Yeah, it is 6 lives between them, and Doyu Gaming seems to have got a hold on this, but 20 seconds is all Blacklist Ultimate needs to hold on to for this point. They need to win that hotel yard fight. It's a 1v2. Damon takes down the first one. Can he take down yet another? They cannot allow a single extra second for Doyu Gaming. If they can hold on for 20 seconds, this will be one of the best comebacks at Control. But Doyu Gaming is making it very difficult for them. Jabin saves the day at that A control point. No extra time. 15 seconds to go. This might just be doable for the Filipinos.
The Purifier is on for Jabin. If he gets to invest that in here, this is just crucial for them. 5 seconds left. And Blacklist International Ultimate, Jabin gets the final blow.
GG.
And a comeback could be made with FDX stealing the final kill. 3-2.
What a comeback, man. Down 2-0, making it look like Control was their worst mode ever. But with a supreme comeback, Blacklist Ultimate proves that they are ready. And they have been practicing, brother. I mean, the stage 4, not just stage 4, Garena Masters, we know they've been disappointed in the recent past. And there's 2 ways you can go. Take all of the disappointment and let it keep you down at the bottom, or use it as a great motivation to push yourself up to the top. Blacklist Ultimate, they did the latter. What a play, what a comeback. 3-0, Douyu Gaming. I cannot believe this is happening right now.
I am lost for words. What just happened? I mean, moving into this game, looking at statistics on paper, you got Blacklist International Ultimate being the David, and DYG being the Goliath. So a cluster of questions just being thrown out of my face right now. Blacklist looking to be in their Eastern Finals form, and in fact, even better.
Yeah. Even better, 100% better. I mean, and this is without Yato, this is without Yobab. So Blacklist Ultimate, they are at their finest right here, right now. And the potential 4-0, unless we are going to see the reverse sweep of the century, which will by far make this the best series of the playoffs at CDFI. Are we looking forward to it? We sure as hell are looking forward to it, because this has been a phenomenal matchup between these 2 great titans. And, just when you thought Douyu Gaming was about to make their comeback, Blacklist Ultimate showed them exactly what a comeback looks like. And now a 1 match away from closing the series off and making the Philippines really, really proud of them once again. Every single time they've lost respect or they've lost support, Blacklist Ultimate hustles and Blacklist Ultimate gains that love and respect once again. Look at this. Lesser in terms of the number of kills, which is insane on Control. Kills control the pace up of the match, and we did see how Douyu Gaming was focusing purely on getting the kills, turning this into a team deathmatch. And yes, they wanted to learn from the Garena teams how to play hardpoint and Control. You've got a great opponent to learn from, because Blacklist International Ultimate just proved to us why it's so important to play the objectives on Control.
Yeah, you see the player stats in here. Look at the enormous KD ratio of Douyu Gaming, but it doesn't add up to the victory. We see the same thing happen at Hardpoint, where their slaying power is kind of overpowering Blacklist International Ultimate, but no one plays that objective. And you know who plays the best objective? Finn. He has 24 kills with a 1.0 KD, and he helped this team played so great here. And now AJ is gonna be hopping right back off later on as we play through the next couple of games. But right now, Warden is gonna be joining us. So man, just looking at what just happened in this game, did you expect Blacklist to beat this good against Douyu Gaming?
I mean, I don't exactly know what to tell you here, Callie. It's just from the fact that, it has been an astonishing ride here for a set of Blacklist, and completely here, before we head over to the energy of this matchup here or for the series overall, let's just talk about the most consistent player for Blacklist International Ultimate right now. Jay been popping off with 6 MVP counts, my guy.
I mean, I think he leads the league right now in most MVP counts, and the lead by example, the captain, you really gotta love it, because this guy has continuously struggled all throughout 2022, but to find his way back in the competition in the big moments like this at CDFI 2022 at the playoffs, it really comes in handy for your team to boost your overall performance. And he continues to transcend to be the player that Blacklist can count on when they are in dire situation, as they take a commanding lead here, 3-0.
I mean, the transcendence of Jabin is just really playing a big factor here for the state of Blacklist. I'm proud for the man. I'm proud for the man. The memes all over the community of him getting called a J-bot is no longer there. J-God it is, as AJ would say. Callie, this might be a quick series now for us to cast here, man. It's the last final game here if ever Blacklist International Ultimate could take this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best way for them to actually end this. If they are able to secure the 4-0, they might just be the first team to actually do that here. The first team to sweep any sort of competitor in this playoffs. And not to mention, the playoffs hosts the best teams overall in the group stage. And to just make sure they do light work against Douyu Gaming, it speaks a lot of what they can do and what they can offer. As we hop back to Hardpoint, their best game mode yet. Douyu Gaming looking to be in a bad situation.
A really bad situation here. In order for Doyu Gaming here to prolong the series overall, they really had to put up a mark there on Search and Destroy on this on the Shender earlier, which it's a missed shot here. So hard point here, right around the corner for them, with a 1-3 standing there for the group stages for Doyu Gaming. It's not looking to be a very promising run no more. Keep in mind, guys, in the playoffs, it's a best of 7 series here, single eliminations, stakes up high here, and guess what? The odds, the light, overall, it's just so dimmed down here for said Doyu Gaming.
So right now, the best way for them to actually win a game is, of course, win this hard point. If they want to talk about the comeback, you have to start with this hard point. They have to challenge Blacklist International Ultimate in their best game mode. And, we saw a lot of great plays from Little Fox. We saw a lot of plays of No, but Chuan has been so inconsistent, and I believe it's the reason why this team is struggling in terms of playing. I mean, they do have the slaying power coordinated, but Chuan, he is the one actually assigned to play the objective for this team, and unfortunately for him, he just can't sustain his life out there in the battlefield.
Despite how many assignation you can really give to the team here overall, you got to keep in mind the only time that they won in hardpoint was up against FPX, and we completely know for a fact that FPX wasn't really the most promising team here in this competition of CDFI. So really, Callie, we just got to pray for the best here, that maybe Doyu Gaming could really have that mental pride within them as one of the, bound to be the number 3 team here for CDM. Maybe till then, they could still live on to the pride. But in terms of pride here, we can really feel the love of Blacklist International Ultimate. Yes, for sure, they falter on stage 4. But now they're here, going back here and trying to put up a name here for CDFI. They had a very short run for Worlds. But this time, they're really looking to be quite hungry here for this CDFI tournament.
Yeah, I know. This could just be a resurgence of Blacklist International Ultimate. We know that, they've been the villain against Smart Omega. And, the crown meme thing is going on, the entire thing. But, with the play that they did in the 3 rounds, I think Jabin could claim the crown once again, but it's too early, okay? It's too early. But, see the players' reactions in there. They have all smiles. And you see the display of reaction and emotions here for BYG. Right now, it's all serious for this squad. But at the other end, everything is all smiles, man.
I mean, I don't want to take it against Ma. He was really one big factor here for Set of Doyu Gaming. In fact, the biggest factor for me, he was the players to watch out for me. Ma with his scopes can absolutely be the menace for BLU, especially supposedly in S&D earlier. I mean, he was able to rock the show with a DLQ for a moment or two. Getting those nasty quick scopes was really putting Blacklist in a little bit of a question mark. But till then, the overpowerness of Jabin as well was just too much to be dealt with there for Doyu Gaming. Hard point right around the corner here, Callie. Could this be the start of the Cinderella story for Set of Doyu Gaming, or will Blacklist International Ultimate just crush this down?
Yeah, for Doyu Gaming, they're the 3rd place in China Masters Season 4, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, they're going up against the 3rd best team in Garena as well. So, this is the battle of the 3rd team, the 3rd best team in this game. But again, for Blacklist International Ultimate, as we approach this next game, I believe this is going to be their map pick. So not going to be looking greatly favored for Doyu Gaming, especially when, Blacklist can play to their strength. So right now, what you got to do if you're DYG, again, you have to really reiterate what's been happening in these games. The slays are there, but no one plays the objective. And I believe that's the main reason why this team is costing them some maps in the game. Someone has to step big inside that objective point, and now your IQ map pick weapon stats for the moment. You see the same exact thing here. DYG and Blacklist International Ultimate using that Krieg 6. It has been the meta of all, but we really have to see the Retic AMR and DLQ 33. I don't think that's the gun that you actually use in hardpoint. I believe this is the map or like the weapon stats for the earlier game, which is the control game mode.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to stay that way there, Callie. But I just want to bring back the point there earlier in terms of the PP Bison and the Switchblade being put to place. One peak season for a set of Blacklist was really on that PP Bison meta as well during the last year's run. But now here we go, map pick here, Summit. It's going to be on Summit here, Callie. And guess what? I mean, if we're just going to be nitpicking about the statistics here, the first and only one map that the Doyu Gaming won over in Hardpoint was in Summit as well, up against FBX. But if we're going to be talking about Blacklist International Ultimate with a 100% win rate here on Hardpoint, they have won 2 maps on Summit Hardpoint already. So let's give it up now here. Could be this the last final match for Doyu Gaming, or will they shine some more? Let's give it up now here on towards P1.
Yeah, I mean, to add more information to what you said, one of the wins that Blacklist had in this map was up against Q9 Club, where they were able to score 250 points and, of course, only allowed 156 to be tallied by Q9. So that overall is impressive. And to think about that statistics, it won't be that easy for DouYu Gaming, but it all starts somewhere, and this is going to be the first part for DouYu Gaming. Right now, they have gained control of the second floor, but that would be taken away by AG in this close range engagements, and FDX, therefore the backup inside of the hill, is going to get shut down though. So now, as you can see, Blacklist definitely has the points, and they're winning gunfights.
Yeah, everything has to start somewhere here, but looking like the first start here for this hardpoint game mode, Blacklist International Ultimate is just rocking the show here. 24 kills already, 24 points already accumulated for this very map of this game. And so far, DouYu Gaming having a hard time putting their foothold here on the pedestal as they're really losing the gunfights here. Clear energy here, quite a significant run here for the Blacklist International Ultimate. And just like that, we're approaching on towards P2 already. And so far, the factors might be a little bit much more well laid down here for DYG as they are spawning on green radar.
Yeah, definitely a great start for them at the moment. So they just have to make sure that they fight through the position. The second floor is going to be one thing that you want, and Little Fox is going to be there stepping up greatly. That should be 3 dead for him. As he finds that triple, he's going to be able to push up and, of course, gain control of the green spawns. And now he's going to continue to add more to that situation as he spawns and bully out Blacklist at the very end. DYG, this is an absolute dominated gameplay, but FDX responds back with his own 3 kills.
You dominate, will dominate. FDX there just having that breakaway there with his KRM still on it as well. AG with his own sense of KRM rocking the show as well. But Blacklist International Ultimate in here, the super soaker for the team, just doing the job so well down. That's going to be forcing DYG to just head over to New. And that's exactly where Little Fox is at. But, in the process, Blacklist International Ultimate, they do have 2 players here inside the hill. 1 player wrapping around here on towards the cable carts. Little Fox has a lot of mission to be put up. Can he hold his grounds here in this power position?
Last time we played Hardpoint earlier was in Takeoff, and you saw how well the team actually played in the map itself. You have FTX with 38 and 29.
And so far, it's really showing here. DYG actually going to be able to hold on to the point now. That's going to be by the courtesy of Little Fox here, just holding it down, and that's going to be leaving his teammates just having one more mission to take over of, and just going to be breaking the hill right there. And they do have 3 players here around the perimeter. 3 players inside the hill, 1 around the perimeter, and Little Fox is doing such a good job still holding the grounds here. But a gravity vortex from the side of Tim will try to come and make the play right there, and that's actually going to be enough for them to break the hill.
Yeah, that's important here for Tin. This make sure that they safe hold the lead in the game. They may not have the favorable spawns, but they make through it with their gunfights. And Tin, perfect investment and scared there for the cleanup as well. Finds that 4 Ps, and Fent is going to be on the league of his own as he wins that gunfight. So they get the scrap time, but Black is already set up for the next hardpoint rotation. And this is where it's going to matter. This is another one-sided hill, and you got number 4 in AG scrapping, of course, that spawns for Blacklist International Ultimate, and is doing an absolute job at making sure he stays that way. But right now, DYG is trying to find a crack through it, but they won't be able to succeed. And now, Blacklist opens up the first 10 seconds as they win the early battle.
Breaking the code up against Blacklist International Ultimate, breaking the crack, looking for a loophole here for you to get the spawns rocking for you is a really hard call now, as Blacklist International Ultimate looking quite well established. But now, as we see right there, 3 casualties being won over by the side of DYG, and player 5, player 1, player 3 from the side of DYG will try to make this play, but True1 with a Purifier will break it all true. And I love the fact that despite the fact that DYG is down by 3 games here for this series, they're showing off a really big fight here up against Blacklist International Ultimate in the Summit Hardpoint.
Yeah, right now, Chuan is just soaking up time. This is good time already. You've dealt with 30 seconds of this P4 already where, Blacklist has not earned much time at all. That's going to be right now. That's going to be Chuan inside of this hill, and his teammate are all ready to move into the next hardpoint rotation. So a better overall P4 performance there despite of the early rotation for Blacklist. DYG was able to break the code in the formula to get inside that hill. And now, which matters here the most is how well are you going to set up. As we jump right back to that mid-map, you see already Blacklist in that hard point.
I mean, Blacklist already ended hard point, just like how it was on P4, but I wouldn't be so surprised if DYG could really find this break here. DYG is still quite alive, but now with the CC here, Blacklist International Ultimate gatekeeping this one out. Scourge here onwards the staircase. Player 1 right there, Jabin just wrapping around here onwards Dark. 2 players here inside the hill. 1 player anchoring from the back end. It's going to be AG for you. And every player here from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate just doing their job so well down. And that's going to be the points just rightfully accumulated from them. 120 to 94. A breakaway here from Blacklist International Ultimate is being shown.
Yeah, I mean, Teen is just in his position right now. He's got 23, letting the game to come to him. The pressure there right now for Jabin as he comes down with that kill and scared there for the cleanup as well. 12 seconds is left for Blacklist at this P1. And you know, again, this is what we saw from DYG. They may have the strong firepower in terms of slaying, but Blacklist is clearly a lot better when they play in this hardpoint objective, and FDX already on a 13. While he plays all the load in the hardpoint, it allows Tin to actually play and slay outside of the perimeter as well. So Blacklist now slowly starting to pull away. That P1 there was huge, and now they're using all their score streaks to pull away in here. DYG trying to fight back, and here comes another Pred coming through, waiting for the perfect moment to get this kill actually, by the way, but it absolutely did not get anything. So DYG opened things up here at P2 with Fanta inside.
A lot of power, a lot of utilities was accumulated there on towards P1, but as we can see now, DYG looking to respond back with their own sense of heat as well. No here with a Purifier anchoring here from the dark, but unfortunately FDX will find him out. Jabin as well. Until then, FDX from this, and overall for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate will just get this breakaway through. No will be trying to be the saving grace here, but he does get the triple kill as well. Until then, DYG, they retain the game, they retain the hardpoint for them, but it's a big catch-up that they have to deal with here. Keep in mind, it's only going to be the scrap time that they have been accumulating so far, as Blacklist International Ultimate is still on the breakaway loose. 168 to 119 now. We're approaching on towards P3 here, and so far this has been the strongest hill for the set of DYG, but the question is, can they do it again?
I believe they do so because they've been able to chain that P2 to P3 here right now. And, you know, for DYG, they just have to maintain the spawns, and FDX is in no position at all to win this. Yes, got that KRM, not versatile in those long-range engagements. While Nono gets shot down, there's still a couple of players inside the hill for DYG that can hold off the point and prevent from Blacklist from getting inside this hill. The flank is looking so impossible in here, but that smoke and Skirt's investment with the clock could just remove the players inside. It's just a flat-out clinic here for Blacklist when it comes to breaking this hill. DYG looking into being in trouble, but Chuan responds back with his own 2 kills. But Blacklist FDX is gonna be inside this hill. His teammate will be able to flip the spawns as well. 20 seconds left. They get the scrap time, and DYG left nothing to do but set up the next battle for the P4.
My, the bleeding is just getting a little bit too much to be dealt with here for the set DYG. They settle for new now, but no sense of contestment here for the scrap time. And if we can see right now the standing of the game, the statement of the game, Blacklist International Ultimate just entered the 200-point mark. You only need 45 more points here, Blacklist International Ultimate, and they are really on it the way to go. 205 to 139 now, approaching on towards P4 here. Quite a well-established run here for set DYG, but the question is coming again. Can they hold their grounds to extend the series furthermore? Hardpoint opening up, rightfully owned by DYG.
And this is it. This is an important here right now for DYG. If they can be able to scrap off Blacklist International from taking away that spawns, they are good to go. Little Fox now sees 2 players pushing, and it's gonna be winning those gunfights. That should be 2 dead for him, but Scared just annihilates the place with the Craig 6, and now the flank is on, the pinch is on, and now for DYG, they gotta stand their ground inside the hill. Scared now open things up for Blacklist inside as they win the gunfights, though he will be able to find one. Chuan will be there to get his 7 in a row. The Predator missiles should be able to cut them some slack, and they called a good solid P4 rotation for them. They've been able to find more time compared to Blacklist, but right now, look at the way they just played the game, 1 step ahead against Blacklist from P3 to P4.
I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. Despite the fact that they're still on the deficit side for the side of DYG, the game is getting closer as ever now. We're back to P1 once more for the 3rd time around. Let's just see if ever Blacklist International Ultimate can they hold their grounds once more. DYG, Blacklist International Ultimate will get the first handful of contestment here. A lot of investment being put through as well. Jabin with a Purifier inside the hill. Parameting players from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate doing the job as well, but Phantom now popping off inside the hill. And that's going to be the break that DYG has been wishing upon.
This is important again for DYG. The performance at P3. Again, the better performance you get, the more chance of you winning this game. And you know, they have changed from P3 to P4 to P1. This is an absolute state of comeback that they are trying to line up. And if you're Blacklist, you gotta end it now. You gotta play it more tactically, because right now you're just going inside the hill, guns blazing, and DYG will gonna be able to pick up on that pace. But right now, AG is trying to reset the situation. He's got his own KRM, but Little Fox will be able to keep him away from the hill. And Fenta is there for the pinch, gets the annihilation, gets a huge double kill, but that won't be the hard point that where it all ends. It has to go to another set of rotation, and we're moving him to P3. DYG looking to survive.
And they survived. They survived. Both teams are just continuously bashing their heads against the wall here in this very matchup now. Keep in mind, Blacklist International Ultimate, they only need 13 more points to eliminate DYG out of CDFI. 2-1 here with a Purifier will be the saving grace right there. And that's going to be the clearance here for the side of DYG. They live for another run. The sponsors are in for them. They got the parametric players as well. They get the influence inside the hill. Blacklist International Ultimate, they better watch out. But RNGesus will bless Blacklist International Ultimate, and they get the spawns out away from DYG. 9 more points to claim here, but DYG, they say no as well. But till then, the Brazilians of Blacklist International Ultimate is just showing right here, Cali.
Yeah, right now, 5 points for the win. Blacklist could just get the sweep with this play from Scared Ricochet. That bullet's just straight through the player's body,
GG.
and we got game. Blacklist, they sweep Dunya. DYG, Doyu Gaming in this quarterfinals. I almost said a different team, but wow, what the play. No one saw this team coming with a victory because of how well DYG was able to perform on the group stage. But Blacklist is different on the playoffs.
Blacklist, they remain flawless for Hardpoint. They remain flawless for the series overall. And that's just going to be a wrap right there. A good run for DYG, but unfortunately, with every good storyline, there's always going to be an ending. And they are not going to be advancing to the next stage of the competition. Some teams may fall, some teams may rise, and absolutely, yes, sir, the Blacklist International Ultimate will be the team to rise up. DYG, they say goodbye.
It's kind of unfortunate, you know, because this team put up a lot of great fight. This team is, you know, DYG was a team that was able to defeat Smart Omega in the group stage. This team was able to give these guys on the group stage a hard break, but unfortunately, they weren't really able to go. And you already know, Warden, that the plays from Blacklist just looking like their former selves.
Looking to be the former selves here. It's just the prime Blacklist here, despite the fact that Yato Yobabs is not in it. They are looking to be the prime here. And guys, I know we all know for a fact that you all have been looking for codes, guys. So there we go. Finally, codes now here for this very event. Just claim it right there, guys. Take the chance. Don't miss out on it. And keep in mind as well that, you know, just absolutely watch till the very end of in each and every broadcast, as there's going to be more codes passing by.
Yeah, we're going to give more as long as we reach milestones over time. So you guys make sure you stay alive. And of course, continue to watch this game because, you know, one team already got taken down here today. And it's going to be DYG, as Blacklist International Ultimate will be able to advance to that semifinals. They will meet whoever wins between AMT and ABC later on. You know, massive performance upgrade here for Blacklist International Ultimate. In terms of staying power, they have the advantage. In terms of the objective time, they have what it takes. Blacklist currently stands at 5-0 in map wins at Hardpoint, 100% win rate. DYG will continue to struggle, and finally, they have been kicked out of the playoff picture.
I mean, I'm just going to be giving my applause here for the side of DYG. They were down by 3 games, but the energy that they showed there for this Summit Hardpoint was still playing by the passion. You know, it was quite 100% in my takeaway here, and I love it a lot. I mean, they went down with a fight, and that's exactly how you go down as a warrior for this competition right there. Fortunately for them, Blacklist International Ultimate was just too much for them to bear with here in this competition. But, you know, there's always some next time as well, Cali. I think just, you know, with DYG, they're still one of the best contenders here in this competition of Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in the China in the China region itself. This team is the 3rd place, if I am not mistaken. So, unfortunately for them, they had to fall against the 3rd best team in Garena in Blacklist International Ultimate. But overall, what they have displayed in the group stage speaks for what they are able to do. But in terms of objective and slaying power, they just got outwielded. I mean, you have to commend No. He played a great fight in this team. He tried to put the offense in his back and tried to put the game in his favor. I mean, he was the reason why this team was able to climb back and, of course, get into striking distance in this game number 4. But unfortunately, his teammate just too late to get the read on that, as they just get shot down every time. And every time a player falls, it makes the push, it makes the defense, it makes the offense a little bit harder. And for DYG, you really hate to see them go down like this.
You really hate to see it now. In terms of your point right there, in terms of one player getting taken out of the equation, once again, I just want to re-emphasize Jabin here from said Blacklist International Ultimate. The guy was balling out, 40 kills under his name, 36 deaths and a 20 assists as well with a 1.1 KDR. Oh my days. I mean, for the side of DYG, they weren't slacking in terms of the slaying department at all, but really the spotlight here once again, we just know for a fact it's going to be heading over for the side of Jabin. He was quite silent for his first few runs here for the side of Blacklist, but now in this very competition of CDFI, he has been putting up a lot of noise and he can clearly be heard.
Yeah, with the 2 hardpoint game modes that he have absolutely played here today, that puts him to a 37.5 kills per game. And, the impact that he can provide in terms of the slaying power is going to be needed on whoever advances in the semifinals later on against AMT and, of course, ABC.
Yep. And I truly believe that the rest of the Blacklist International Ultimate squad can just really step this one up by, just put their foot on the pedestal. And till then, we could just really expect the best out of the best Blacklist International Ultimate. And coming again, there's one question that we always love to talk about. Yato Yobab's out of the equation. Clearly doesn't really matter no more here. I mean, they're looking to be at their prime, as we would say. So really, whoever that is going to be going up against them should better watch out and double it down.
Yeah, I mean, the first team to actually sweep any team at all here at the playoffs, that really speaks loud for the performance of Blacklist International Ultimate. And, this team had to undergo several changes leading up to stage 4 this 2022. Again, removing Yato and Yilbabs in the lineup itself, this team had to go an arduous time of hours of practice and, of course, days and months preparing. And unfortunately, they might not be able to fly to to stage 5, but the way they perform here today, I believe if they can continue to keep this up over time, I can see them playing in the championship.
I mean, next season it is. Come again, for the side of DYG, there's always the next time as well. Same thing as well for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. But that's just going to be wrapping things up. And, actually pulling off a sweep here on this playoffs, 4-0. A very long run right there. But it's just going to be adding more credibility for Blacklist International Ultimate, especially if ever they do go up against Almighty or ABC later on, which in fact, that's going to be right around the corner as well. And Callie, I think it wouldn't be too shabby as well if we can start talking about the teams as well, because this is looking quite exciting. I mean, the last time that we saw ABC went up against Almighty, they actually won the series to 2-1, if I'm not mistaken, right there. But that we're talking about the regionals, and there has been quite a lot of time as well in between the timestamps of this event of CDFI. But keep in mind as well, ABC, they finished in a very least promising manner on the regionals, while Almighty, they won the one out.
Yeah, there's a lot of several changes. There's several changes that we had to undergo, especially with the tournament format as well, before we are able to use the cluster strike and the XS1 Goliath. So with the current update, you're going to see that ban. It's part of the restricted items now, and you're going to see several changes in the guns as well. So you really have to adapt to it. And, for ABC, I love what Rip is doing with that PP19 Bison, but the way overall AMT has been playing in the competition, and of course, they've been able to defeat the Boys of Wolves, the #1 team in China itself. It speaks a lot of what they have to offer. They just have to fix that S&D though. That's where they struggle up against Wolves, but I don't think they have a struggle against ABC later on. But talk about this game though. Blacklist International Ultimate, it was a total team effort. You got Jabin able to slay away in the objective time, and of course Fortin is going to be the player that's an objective slayer, by the way. So he gets points inside the hill. He also gets points by getting players and shutting them down as well. But FDX, despite of his negative KD, he still showed great. He still played the objective time here as well. I believe I saw him actually score 110 seconds in the hill before we ended up with the 250 to 220 something for W Gaming and a total team effort for this squad, man.
Yeah, I mean, the OBG kills just wins you the championship right there. And just, talking more about Blacklist International Ultimate Team, this guy's development overall has been quite consistent as well. We were always going to be mentioning Skirt as the MVP for the last year's World Championship for their own sense of conference. But till then, Blacklist International Ultimate Tin was actually the hidden MVP for my own take as well. All credits goes to the side of Skirt, but Tin was really the super soaker for the team back then for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. He played such a big factor overall. And overall, Blacklist International Ultimate, they went through a lot. They almost fell short, but quite fortunately for them, on the last year's run for the World Championship, a slot was opened up for them, and they were able to just run it down until the very end. Let's just see if ever they can show off the same energy here in the CDFI.
Yeah, they have the capability, so they have one less team to worry about as they defeat Doyu Gaming. And, this is a squad that successfully, consistently plays third in the China Masters from stage 1 until the championship, but only to get shut down here today against Blacklist International Ultimate. And the MVP once again goes to Jabin. Back-to-back MVP performance in this hardpoint gameplay. 40 kills, and I mean, his influence deeply impacting Blacklist greatly.
It's a big impact. It's a big impact overall. And we did say that if ever Jabin can just remain consistent here in this competition of CDFI, the team should just watch out for Blacklist International Ultimate overall. And, I really believe that, in terms of statistics as well, back then, Blacklist International Ultimate with the run there with Yaro, Yobabs as well, Jabin, he was really consistent there, just chilling at the bottom of the scoreboard, just letting the players do the work as well. Right now, the transition for him to play around AR and now the snipers, and then moving along with the versatility he can offer in hardpoint, he's really overall the core factor here. Most MVP counts, as we would love to call him as well here in this competition of CDFI. Really, man, Jabin, really proud of you.
Yeah, this guy had suffered a lot of, a lot of bad comments. And, he was called J-Bot, but right now pushing J-Goat status right now. The chit-chat, definitely getting shut off by this guy. I mean, after all the losses that you take, eventually you're going to get fed up with it. And this guy took it in a very good way. Focus on getting that attention on his individual performance, just making sure that his attacks, his game sense are going to be on point. So the next time he went into the competition, he's out here slaying. Then every time he lands his crosshair at the middle, he always find a player to get taken down. So eventually for Blacklist Jabin and Jabin, he is one key player that you have to worry about on the semifinals.
Yeah, you gotta worry about him. Actually, in terms of the whole competition of Call of Duty Mobile, the captains of the teams that we remarkably know, like Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate, same goes for our old captain for Omega JZ as well. They all suffer something as well. They get the heat. They suffer a lot of heat in terms of them pushing through and showing off what their mechanical capabilities are. And fortunately for this season overall in this competition of Call of Duty Mobile, Jabin and Incendio has been popping off, and they have been really proving themselves worthy here, not just by the minds, but the aim as well.
Yeah, if AFT wins the next gameplay later on, we might see a Garena Master Season 1 rematch. So a lot of things that you really have to consider. But the reason why we're waiting is we're waiting for the interview to happen. So Jabin is gonna be in the interview in there. So definitely gonna be a very nice way to see the thoughts, the opinions, and what's his message gonna be to their next opponent.
Oh, I think confidence we might be able to expect from set of Blacklist. After all, they went inside this competition of Call of Duty Mobile as, being the bad boys, and really, we can really expect them to just rock the whole thing here. So, before we do head over to our interview here, highlights over highlights were shown here for DYG and Blacklist International Ultimate. Come again, I just love the fact that this match number 4 came in, and the DYG, they were able to show up a fight before they went down.
Yeah, the comeback was made there possibly because of No and of course Ma, who's tried to will this team back. But the next thing you know, Blacklist, all the save operator skills at the end greatly benefited them to win the game. And obviously, one thing that you really have to consider here is the operator investment, which is the claw. The amount of difference that it can do when you're trying to break the hill greatly speaks for what they see. And now we're going to hop into an interview, and once again, with this Blacklist International Tournament.
我是主持人他，我们请到的是来自 BO 战队的 Jaben， 请 Jaben 和各位打个招呼吧。
Hello, this is Jaben. Can you say hello to us?
Hello, guys.
今天的第一个问题是啊，你们已经是率先进入到了秋季邀请赛的4强当中，想问一下 Jaben， 此时此刻心情如何？
So the first question, you're now among the top 4 team. Do you feel? How do you feel now?
I feel great since we've been losing for quite a while now, and we would want to redeem ourselves this tournament.
我现在感觉很好，因为之前我们并不占优势，今天能够获胜，感觉非常好。
今天有点逆风翻盘的感觉啊。今天第二个问题是在第一场热点模式发射基地当中，其实这张地图是对方 DYG 率先选择到，但是你们以比较轻松的一个过程拿下了比赛。想问一下这张地图你们平时练得多吗？
The second question is, in the hardpoint mode, the map takeoff is chosen by DYG, but you won the game. So, what preparation did you make before the game?
Takeoff has been our map ever since last year. So I think we really mastered that map, and we know every rotation that is possible to have that. So I think it's just experience in that map.
从去年开
and
始
as well as with my team.
谢谢。从去年开始，我们就开始练习发射基地这张地图，所以我们对于在地图当中各种线路的移动还是比较熟悉的。所以可能我觉得就是取决于经验的胜利吧。
经验的胜利。想问一下，今天进到 DYG 这张地图发挥了你们几成的功力呢？
So for this map, if you will give yourself a score from 1 to 10, how much will you give yourself on your performance?
Our performance, I think, it's around 8.
我觉得
Since I know that we can do much better than our performance in the game.
我觉得我会给我们队80分吧。其实我们应该还可以做得更好。
还有一种提升的余量。今天第3个问题是在今天爆破模式庄园的第9回合当中那回合你们是非常惊险的以0秒拆包拿下胜利。其实第一时间你们想的是要混烟把这个包给偷掉，但是发现没有这样的空间之后，你们才选择了先打人再拆包。这个决定是谁做的呢？
In the Hessian map and in the search and destroy mode, your first choice was to defuse in smoke, but you find it was impossible, so you dropped that decision and decide to kill people first. So I want to ask, who is the one to make this decision?
I made that decision. That was not really to defuse, but it was just a fake defuse. So we just wanted them to be a bait. So just as you saw, DYG was forced to push us in the smoke, and that's where things happen.
其实这个决定是我做的，但是其实一开始我们也并不是真的想要拆包，只是想做一个假动作来扰乱对方的步伐。
把大家都给骗到了。下一个问题是今天的第3场控制模式当中，其实你们率先是以0比2落后了，但是让2追3拿下了控制模式的胜利。当时你们队内是怎么沟通的呢？
So next question, in the control mode, the other team DCG actually take the first 2 points, but you got the next 3 points. So how do you feel at that time, and what strategy you take among your team communication?
At the time we were down, we didn't lose. We just wanted to make the comeback as a team, not individually. So we started to play more tactical. We played their game and not their game. I think that's how we won that. control.
在那场控制战里面，其实我们后来想的就是能够发挥每个人的优势。其实中国战队是比较擅长策略的，但我们在那一把决定多玩一些策略上的招数。
通过策略拿到这场比赛的胜利。下一个问题是，你们明天的对手将会是 AMT 以及 ABC 的胜者，想问一下 J-Ben 更希望遇到哪一支战队呢？
Next question. Tomorrow you will play with ABC or AMT, depending on who will win today. So which team do you want to meet?
Sorry for ABC, but we want to meet AMT because they're the champions of stage 4. And we want to be challenged and to get into the finals.
虽然这么说很对不起 ABC， 但是我想我们还是更想遇到 AMT， 因为AMT 在之前的比赛当中拿过冠军。
那想让 J-Ben 当一个预言家来预测一下下场比赛的比分将会是多少？
So can you predict the score you will get in the competition, maybe with AMT?
I think AMT Almighty.
我觉得可能还是 AMT 会赢吧。
AMT 会赢，这个比分再看。想问一下 J-Ben， 你们进入到4强之后，你们这一次秋季邀请赛的目标是什么呢？
Next question is, now you are the top 4 teams, so which place is the ideal place you want to get in this competition?
Just as every team wants, we would like to be the champion.
当然最好是拿冠军了。
也是期待你们后面有更好的表现，也是感谢 J-Ben 接受采访。我们稍休息，稍后比赛更加精彩。
Thank you for your invitation. We are finished now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Show in here. First game of the day, group stage day 4.
Backs away slowly, wins a big gunfight. Fantastic play. Junior Games, they managed to hold on to this there. WDC Freeze Rock is moving into this game.
A little time, but Leia will be in there as well. Perfect usage for General Junior Games, but take a look at the spawns in here right now, the fountains. Bottom left side of that mini-map. They are going to
the ground, so they still have this advantage here.
It's going to be very crucial. 2 players are making their way, and now we're on the flank. Gets one. What will be trades coming soon? C1 with the first blood. Engagements are just being won over by C1. Back and forth.
That B control point almost completed already. Able to take this away from the Indonesians, man. They're just controlling this map and running circles around the side players. Point out there on the battlefield, because I have to tell you, man, Razer moving in serious into this hard point. Even out at Bakery, they cannot get past.
Walking laundry spotting one.
More accurate. Smart Mega winning out all of it. Secure the slay onto us. And, you know, that... Yeah, and mechanical skills, you know, that's absolutely understandable. Unfortunately, we are being left high and dry.
Because of that is happening towards launch areas.
Hardpoint is still contested in here. Going to be quite a very back and forth fight.
Left, and there's no spawns really that can be taken
Inside. Right now, good position here for NGU, but Kalo is about to box out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this barrel once again to get 2 picks in. Pick that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for the they're jumping black. The pitch pick coming true now. The flank is going to get activated. Timor's lugging things down, picking up from where we left off from hardpoint. Finds one more. The bomb site's going to get all of his skills in here. Luffy now 2 in a row. Make that 3. This guy's on his spree.
5 lives remaining for MGU. But the time is
Ultimate is going to continue getting more kills. And Timor's looking to get that follow-up as well right through the belly. seconds when he was down there at the beach side. But still, it's going to be a bit wild. The gunfight is not basically it for doing again. The final
Flow of mana instead, which is a little bit surprising.
and the hard one opens up and Dunya Games is in the one shot and they are winning the gunfight.
As long as they're in.
A pretty close matchup, but Dunya Games this time now moving in here.
And MJ manages to quickly sneak behind. Fantastic in terms of positioning against a very aggressive set. Might get gagged up.
No one's touching the point and they send out a lot of things around the mid map.
Battlefield, Demo sorts him out. Airbox, fantastic off the side of West Point. Mama locates. This is the spot.
Find out if that will be the case. Change World in blue.
Take over that. The battle will be between Aimer and 4 players for Change after spawn, and they're doing whatever kills done inside the matchup. And well, it's been so good and so great for ABC Esports. Although they don't have and Change Broken seem to do nothing about that. Okats making a good use of that off angle, getting jumping more pressure.
And there goes the hit. That right now. And the 3-6 on the Skype on the push.
Yes, now they're slowly moving in, but misses on the defense.
He's going into the flank. And I don't think ABC will be falling for the same trick, but no! Aimer is the guy who goes to the second clutch and the fuse. And ABC will
The
be
instances where you can also guard this A and this be control point. Okat on as soon as that smoke pops off, Kai could get the kill here. He pushes out.
Barely got away from the 100-point mark.
And that's one thing of Lynx DH. They understand how the mind works.
For that, because Lynx needs the firepower if they want to take over this match from the side of Blacklist Ultimate, who is already in the round, wins out its gunfight, turns around upstairs as well. FDX annihilates the players of Lynx, and a good FHJ connects against the XS1 Goliath, blinding him.
Passageway as well as or from 3 sides actually.
Brazil, Tin. Overall, this is Lynx really stepping up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitationals 2022. We have already seen one game done and dusted, and it's Blacklist International Ultimate taking home the victory 4-0. What a sweep we had. And you know, I have a very bad feeling that the same thing could happen here at this next game, Warden.
I mean, in terms of expectancy, we didn't really expect that game number 1 to happen that way as well. But with this overall energy we're seeing from Almighty and ABC, this could be a possibility here. But before that, let's just have a look on our bracket right there. So for the first run right there for the playoffs for the first day, we did see that Omega went down up against Q9. Same goes for the set of all games up against Wolves. And earlier we did see that DYG, they faltered up against Blacklist. Now, here we go. Next match here, on towards match number 4. It's going to be Almighty up against ABC.
Yeah, this is the more surprising fact in here. You know, AMT and ABC, we know what these guys can do. They are the best in the region overall. And you know, for ABC, they're able to outlast Dunya Games in stage 4. So technically, they're a very great team. But here is the interview that we have going on. And unfortunately, we will not be having the translation for this. But let's talk about the player, you know, that's in front of your screen. Heaven himself is proved to be the best flex player out there in the current scene, Warden.
And it's a big transition for him as well. I mean, you know, back in the early MSP days for Almighty, you know, and when the arrow is being shown there for a set of NRX Jeremiah 2911, which is way far back then, he stood around as being one of the slowest, but more lenient towards the fact that, you know, with his aim, movement-wise, you don't really exactly see him roam around. But now with his Witchblade here, being able to put up a lot of noise in hardpoint and also in control as well, he is truly, exactly as you said, one of the best flexies out there in the competition right now.
And, you know, right now, to those who don't know, Heaven actually is on his final run for stage 5 because he's going to be serving, you know, a mandatory military service in his country. So not only he is making a mark in, you know, the CODM scene, he's also making a mark for his country as well. So definitely a great one for him. But we'll miss him, though. You know, for I believe it's just 2 or 3 years, but it's still a long time, you know. But yeah, we're gonna truly miss him. But moving on, they're going to be facing up against ABC Esports. I know the second team
of the second best team in Indonesia, and I believe they can put up a great fight so long as we do see Reef making an engagement, of course, being the playmaker overall as we continue the event here today.
I mean, as much as I would love to vouch that one right there, Callie. Reef should absolutely be able to pop off. I mean, it's only going to take one player as well to just make a difference here for for either of the teams. But then again, we're talking about Almighty here, and they have shown really good consistency here in this run of CDFI, and not just that, in the regionals as well. And that's exactly why we are going to be seeing them in Stage 5 right after this tournament right here. So for the set of ABC, if they want to take Almighty down right here, they really have to double it down. All 5 players of ABC, they really got to show off here, man.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing, for ABC Esports, they're going into this battle as the David, the Goliath being almighty, and it's going to be a long stretch for them because what they're going up against with is a team that defeated Wolves on the group stage, winning the series 2-1, and although it was very close, that action should speak for itself. This is no ordinary matchup for ABC, so they gotta make sure that they bring 110% effort into this matchup.
110% should really be shown here on towards Hardpoint. As we know, Almighty stood up quite nicely during the group stages for Hardpoint, not dropping a map at all. The closest there was up against Wolves, and that was won over by Almighty, obviously. 194 for a set of Wolves, 250 for a set of Almighty. Until then, on Search and Destroy, maybe we could really nitpick on this one as well, as actually Wolves took down Almighty. So with the ABC here having a bit of a less promising take as well on towards S&D, we might still be able to just lean towards Almighty for Search and Destroy. All the way down to Control, this might be a 50-50 here as both ends has dropped 1 games as well. And for the set of Almighty, it's actually a big question mark as well, as we do title them as the Kings of Control. They did drop 1 game up against Weibo.
Yeah, you just can't really say it's a 50-50 on in the Control game mode. Because AMT was trolling on that game itself. So you just really have to emphasize the playoffs here, Warden.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. I'm just, trying to shine a little bit of light here until then in terms of shining more light as well. I mean, I did say earlier before this series overall started here, Callie, is, the last time we saw ABC and AMT went against each other, it was during the regionals group stage as well. And that's actually where ABC won up against Almighty. So I don't know. Maybe that could be a repeat here. Maybe the first 2 matches could lean towards ABC. All I know for a fact is, I don't really exactly know, but all I know is ABC, they have the pride within them, and we can really just expect them to show off a fight here up against AMT. AMT, they just have to better watch out.
They just, for ABC, they just have to meet the conditions right in here, and it all has to go down to shutting down a player that could give them a lot of problem in every game mode. And it all goes down to this one player. Heaven, he has to be dealt with every time he plays in any game mode, because right now, he has been a key player in every respawn game that he played. AMT Heaven has a 39.0 kills per game in Hardpoint. So just like that, he can output any stuff and get it through you, take you down as well. So if you're able to shut him down, your odds of winning are gonna go up, but it's very hard because the other 4 players from AMT is gonna try to hunt you down and make you drop dead, man.
I mean, if ever we do see, okay, obviously we know Shut Up has been consistent as well for the team overall. He's really one of the best flex out there in the competition. With him starting off with the snipers back then, he was just consistent from down on forward. But in terms of players popping off, disregarding obviously the brainiac of the team, Incendio, Jeff Pro is such a good support for the team. If ever one player from the set of Almighty just starts to slack off just a little bit, Jeff Pro is just gonna be right around the corner and surprise, hello, I'm still here. You just have to deal with me overall. So completely right there, Callie. You really got to deal with if ever it's not going to be Heaven, it could be Jeff Pro. If it's not going to be Jeff Pro, it's going to be Shut Up. If it's not going to be just Shut Up, it could be Irfan J, the Clutch King. Or if it's not going to be them, it's going to be the Brainiac for a set of Almighty. Same goes for a set of ABC, but a little bit more lenient here for Reef, as he is, come again, the most promising team for the player for the team.
Yeah, what's more interesting for Riff here, honestly, at the CDFI, at the group stage, he was not using a Krieg 6, nor a Holger 26. He was using a PP19 Bison and just, making light work of the players that he faced so far. He's been the constant playmaker. He knows how to get it done. And every time he is out there in the field, he's guaranteed to really find kills. And it's not just one kill there. It's always a multi-kill for him. And if he can do that here against AMT, I believe they're going to put up a great fight. But again, talk about standouts in here. AMT, Heaven, we know what he can do, but Incendo has played phenomenal so far. And I believe he's the major factor on that match against Wolves in that group stage. The guy had a 2.0 KD on the on the hard point, and at the search and destroy. Although they lost that game, he was always finding the initial kills, getting those first bloods, and engaging against Wolves. And although they lost that, their control gameplay, he was a major factor there as well. I mean, he knows how to get it done. You know, he's the captain after all.
I mean, Brainiac he is. He's just an intellectual player right there. You know, and it's really worth mentioning right there that, you know, he has a big step up as well for the set of CDFI. But keep in mind, you know, what this matchup is all about. It's not just ABC trying to get through this competition as well. Keep in mind, before the playoffs started, Junior Games went under and got taken out by Almighty as well. So could it be the second team here of Indonesia going on the hands of Almighty, or will ABC just put a stop onto this as well? So that's one big question, man. There's a lot of pride within this.
Just looking at the paper, the statistics, AMT definitely is a lot better in terms of their performance. But looking at the macro, I believe, again, it's always AMT that has an edge in it. So just by looking at that situation, you just can see that ABC's gonna have every cards against them. So this is what is going to be interesting in here, because now that ABC is gonna be the David in this Collide battle, so right now we might be able to be surprised with what their performance can be. And that hard point, definitely promising that control, it really is, but that search and destroy, that could cost them the game here. So their key to victory, if they do want this victory at this best of 7 matchup in the quarterfinals against Almighty, we have to see them step it up on that search and destroys. And just talk about closing matchup. They had one game in the group stage where they had the lead and they blew it because they can close the game. So if we see that today, it's not gonna be looking good for them. And I hope they find an answer for that. They find a fix in here as well.
Playing it stellar until the very end. We really got to expect that one, not just for these two teams overall in this very day that we're seeing here, Cali. We should really expect that one out for each and every team that's going to be advancing to the next stage of the competition, as we are getting closer and closer to the final of this event. We're talking about day 2, the playoffs here. There's going to be another day that's going to be unfolding us here. So really, I really hope that neither of the teams here gets too complacent. As we know, we've seen a lot of teams that gets too complacent there, Cali. There has been a lot of history that could be switched up if ever they could have just played that one until the very end without getting too excited. And one remarkable team out there is going to be the West Point Mambolo Kings. So they're out of the competition right here. But, you know, it's really worth the mention right there. And you could really take that as an example, prime example. You shouldn't just get too excited, not until the game is over.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we're still waiting for the game to be prepared and, of course, get ourselves on going in the battle. So you guys have to stay and wait for a couple of more minutes. And I'm looking at the chat here right now, and it's so, it gets crazy out here. You got AMT and, you know, another name added to the right side. And I don't think I think it's a meme, but I believe these guys are just waiting for the game to start. Yep. And, you know, it's going to be very, very exciting to see how will AMT actually perform in this match overall in this best of 7. After all, they are the champions of stage 4 of Garena Regional Qualifiers 2022.
You know, Callie, you talked about having this is his final run right here for this stage right here, and I did see a comment right there mentioning AMT Warden. Hey, Heaven, I mean, if you don't mind, I could take your spot for just a moment of time. Until then, you know me, I can snipe just a little bit.
Oh, you can snipe a little bit? I think that's an understatement. I mean, this guy played in the show match last time I saw him. He dropped 92 kills and smoked beef mammy. If that doesn't get you riled up, I don't know what is. I think you guys, I think one is gonna get a great fit for professional playing of Guatemala, whatever. But you're looking at the screen, the game, of course, the chat's been spamming AMT all over the place, and you know, this guy is, again, not to mention, has been playing out of their minds, and they've been very vocal about their struggle and picking what guns that they want to use, and coming into this CDFI 2022. But the moment that they get into the battlefield, they just smoked Wolves out of nowhere, man.
Yeah, definitely, Callie. And you know something about the statement of Almighty Wolves as well for the side of the series between Almighty? Who is a much harder contender for them? Is it going to be Dunia Games or Almighty? Will said it's going to be Dunya Games, and clearly Dunya Games is out of the picture here. Almighty is still in it, and I think that's one motivation that Almighty wants to put up here in this competition. They want to meet Wolves once more, and they want to take them out. But there's a different storyline that we can talk about in a different day. Here for this one, Cali, it's come again. It's going to be ABC up against Almighty. For the side of ABC, we got Keens, Reef, OCADs, Me 6 and 7.
Yeah, the Kins, once again, is going to be the player that you really have to see step up the most, especially in the objective time. While Reef is continually slaying on the perimeter, that guy has to go in and play Super Soaker inside of the hard point or in that control point later on. And you see them getting riled up and ready in here once again. We all know ABC Esports. They've been inconsistent, but they can really fight. And if they find an answer for the problem that they've been facing in this entire group stage itself, they might shock us here. But looking at the game realistically, we know how AMT knows how to control situations, and they have a lot of slaying power and capabilities. But I'm so excited to see what ABC can do and what OCADs with that shotgun can basically outwield against AMT.
Definitely, Cali. And with these factors now laid down here, man, I really hate to do this to people, but I love doing it as well. It's a love and hate relationship that I have in terms of the question that I'm going to be putting up to you. On the hot seat we go. Almighty, ABC, standings. Who's going to win this one out?
Yeah, for me, I have to go in bold here. 4-0 for Almighty. I mean, I love ABC Esports, and they pushed Smart Omega to the wire on the Green Regional qualifiers. But Almighty has been on another level. These guys basically know how to play every map, and it specifically is gonna be very important in a best of 7. So all smiles for them, but ABC all serious, man.
I mean, if ever Almighty goes down, 2 Indonesians will get taken out of the equation. If ever ABC goes down, 5 Indonesians will get taken out of the equation here. So really, the Indonesian pride is what I love to talk about here. And I know for a fact that ABC would love to deny your statement right there. And maybe till then, maybe if ever they do go down, we know for a fact and we can completely exactly expect that they are going to be showing off for a fight. We don't exactly know what is the fighting power that they have here, Cali. But soon enough, we are about to see here. But before that, Cali, let's just take this time, slow down, reciprocate the energy, because things are going to get heated up.
Yeah, we're going to be right back into the caster test scene and totally loving in the, they were really waiting and making us wait here. And there's a specific fact why they have to wait, because, no one really saw Blacklist International Ultimate sweeping the hell out of DYG earlier. We were expecting a game 6 or a game 7, but the output from Blacklist was just too much that it has overall case out the ecosystem of the production. But it's a game. It's a Cinderella story for Blacklist International Ultimate, because they really struggled this entirety of the 2022, and for them to just put out the third best team in CDM speaks a lot of how they're able to practice this recent times and recent months that they've been preparing for this tournament time. But again, moving on, AMT and ABC Esports, we did actually saw Jabin earlier asking AMT to win this game, so they're looking forward to the Arena Master Season 1 matchup. But what the players are fighting for is the championship trophy right there in the middle of your screen. And here is the weapon stats. Finally, we are ready to go. Take a look at the weapon stats here for AMT. They have the Krieg 6 and the DLQ-33, and of course the PP-19 Bison, which is entirety a very great map or weapon stats for them. But for ABC, a little bit more experimental. No Krieg 6 in the statistics at the moment, and they do have KRM's 262 here, 100% picked, especially on this close range. OCADs, definitely a great way and a great player to hold that.
One thing that scares me here is there's no DLQs that's going to be able to counteract Heaven and shut up here for S&Ds. And for a fact as well that a big portion of this competition is going to be search and destroy. So Almighty, if ever ABC won't show off any scopes here in this competition, they just have the upper edge right there. For a fact that the DLQs and the right X AMRs are really the weapon of choice that you can rely on, especially just looking through the peepholes and just getting those headies out and going. But now finally we get our bands in picture, Cali, and I know for a fact this is your favorite part.
Oh well, here we go. With that map pick from AMT, Ashana is going to be their map number 1. And we then straight go through firing range, map pick for ABC. So right off the get-go, this is going to be the best map pick for both ends, by the way. While we do see the band operator skills, that will be the Sparrow and, of course, the Annihilator out of the picture. But that still leaves the Claw, the Purifier, and, of course, that Gravity Vortex available for use in the competition itself. So that's 3 meta weapon operator skills that you can really use to break the hill here, especially at Hacienda.
I mean, I'm quite blinded on the whole take here for set of Hacienda. I mean, neither of the teams has played Hacienda in hardpoint as well, so we could really expect a little bit more of a twist on how the rotations is going to be. Have they polished this one up? Were they ready for this? Are they going to be able to just tone down the coordination that they have to put up in each and every hills? I mean, in terms of P1 at least, we can neglect that, but on the way to P2 on the garage, P3 on towards the farm as well. Let's just hope that they really get the call and know how to play Hacienda in hardpoint. But moving over to Search and Destroy on Search and Destroy, it's actually going to be a very finicky take here. I mean, we've seen a lot of history for the side of Almighty, but ABC, they completely neglect the one up. I don't know if it's just them neglecting or not going back to the drawing board and seeing what the history lies upon for side of Almighty, but I don't think Almighty will have a problem with this.
I mean, this is the best map pick that ABC has to offer in Search and Destroy. This is where they're able to push Smart Omega to the extent, and I believe this is where the map where they are able to take down Blacklist International Ultimate in their prior matchup leading up to this. So that's it. Total map mastery is gonna be needed in a best of 7 map. A best of 7 format here, and now we are about to go and play the game. It's time to kick up the party. We've been waiting for so long, and now it's time to play it. Hardpoint at Hacienda. It's going to be our first map. Just looking at the map itself, we can say that the P1 is going to be the mostly contested hardpoint, and right after that, we're going to see the hill is going to be one-sided. That P2 at Garage, that P3 at the Gardens, that P4 at the Statues, gonna be all one-sided. So at least that early rotation is gonna give your team to cut up some slack, and I believe you get that, you're gonna control the hill.
Yeah, he just overall laying that one right there, but on the process as well, hold down the power positions and just get those gunfights rocking going. We need to expect, and we should be expecting the 100% here for this team right here. And nice to meet you again, Cali boy. But
nice to meet you too.
Overall, looking at the Hacienda, in terms of money hills here, where would you settle if you were playing in this very map? Because for me, honestly, I would be talking about P2 more.
Yeah, Garage is actually the best way for you to pull away in this game. But you're guaranteed to get more time at the P4, the statue, where you're going to have control. If you control that, the P2 spawns at P4, you're actually guaranteed a lot more time as well. Better headless positioning as well. Same exact thing that P2 has. So P2, P4, definitely the money that you would want to have in this game. Just got to play your cards right and get everything in your favor, though. But, since you're going into this hardpoint game, you have to contest everything, But when it matters most, if you just can't break that hill, you just gotta set up to the next hill. And, of course, worry, then win your gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of playing hardpoint, there's really 2 things that you want to take into consideration, especially if the hardpoint is near to an ending. You got to assert players that's going to be contesting the hill, and assert players as well in terms of getting the early rotation to get the spawns on towards the next take of the game. So really, let's just hope that if ever Almighty and ABC could really rock this one out. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of perfection. Here is coming again. I did mention that both teams here is quite empty-handed, especially on what they offered here for the group stages. They were never really granted any opportunities at all to play on Hacienda hardpoints here, so I'm quite excited on what they can offer.
Yeah, so, we've been waiting for this game to start. I mean, you really gotta blame Blacklist International Ultimate for doing all this. I mean, that game 4 was just a cracker. It was a shocker there. But again, moving on, we've seen the map bans, we've seen the operator skill bans, we've seen the map layout, and just a bit looking at it, I feel like I have to look back what I said earlier. It's not a 4-0. It's gonna either end up at game 5 or at game number 6. Just by looking at the maps that was, just properly picked here by ABC. You really got to commend that they played through their map strength here instead of playing through their enemy's weakness. So they're confident in the map picks that they did, but AMT is confident at their own map pick as well. That Hacienda hardpoint is gonna be one of a banger. But we all know ABC Esports, they were able to win one against a CDM region team last time, and they're looking to contest that here. So interesting thing.
I mean, Callie, as much as possible, I really don't want to see anything, any 4-0s here at all. I mean, we did see the impact of Blacklist International Ultimate winning 4-0. Everything right now, the timings is just not synced in right now, and everyone's just leveling a shocker. I mean, we're on the cliffhanger right now. When is the game gonna start, guys? As casters right here, I Warden and iCal game, and also AJ from the back ends. It's just so excited to see how this one's gonna get played out. It's coming again. The Shed of the Light is really for the side of Almighty, but for the side of ABC here, they have a lot to prove, and we know exactly what they can offer. The energy within this team here, the history that's written down with them, they were able to dominate the scene for a moment or two as well. And there's really not enough. I mean, there's more than enough time in the world for them to just bounce back and show to the world of Call of Duty that we are in it for a fight and we are in it to win it as well.
And just to give you some update on the current situation of the game, one of the players of ABC is actually having a problem with the connection. So right now we're just trying to find a way for these teams to actually play in an equivalent. So an equal battle here, 5v5, not a 5v4 due to the connection. So we're going to wait it out. But I want the comments to actually, be interactive in here. If you guys are voting for AMT, let me know and press 1 in the comment section. But if you guys are rooting for ABC Esports to win this, just make sure you type 2 in the comment section, and I can wait to see who really has the major votes in here. But, once again, this is the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitationals 2022, and we are longing for this game to start. But before that, we're going to be taking a quick break once again. After this break, we're going to see ABC Esports and Almighty get right through it.
Fogo shuts down Javen Terrains out Brazil. Iris with the win.
Struggle continues, but
One will be make the difference by taking this backstab of the Peacekeeper one for the World Championship. Then I think the fake out started not just here at the group stage, but it started
but still you can get the kills and
And now as we start, it's going to be AMT Change World.
for Change World. Arthur right now taking second floor, takedown will be done against the Jeff Pro, but they name it
In here, this is just over. And now start upgrading the play. Look at this, number 1 and number 5.
time. The game continues. 226 147 underscore 0.0 continues on.
Saw it, but now C is gonna push out one more time. I don't think he's possible still gonna that plant, but Irfan J, he loves to play it messy. He spots the first player on the plants, wins one. One more player to win back. But you obviously know this is the Lions City represent, and then now they're slowly converting their shots inside the game, but you see M4 being that devastator, or it's gonna get a very efficient offensive hold there by AMT. It right through B. It took them 9 lives to cost them here at this B control point. Now they're moving at the A. They might as well play this as a team deathmatch.
down. They do. They most definitely do because of the points here. But it is hard point at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able.
I'm not entirely sure why they're still not inside the hill just yet. They're respecting this X1 Goliath so much. And right now there's no push being made here from Huntsman here. They gotta get in. They gotta get
that with the Peacekeeper needs to spot this out. Dirt spots out that they want to commit onto. It's good. Takes out the bomber. As soon as he runs, the movement's out of Dirt. Perfect! But AG punishes his spur. Rip all alone. Surviving this can get annoying. Trying to stop the players from sneaking away this control point.
a pro gamer move for Blacklist, going in for the divide.
But because of the individual quality that all of their players on the floor, Huntsmen don't really have a good hold on this matchup. Their best chance was to beat Blacklist International Ultimate. Talked about of the maps out there on the battlefield because it doesn't seem like ABC
in this game early initiation on this white warehouse, and here we go. Aimer right now.
ABC Esports annihilates him once again. Scrap points, not gonna be able to be picked up at all, even though all odds are against the investment into the purifier. And this is just Lynx in the fight of their life, keeping it up.
Right now, just waiting.
As well, but traded out by Reed. Back and forth they go. Control point to take away the A control point out of the open. And ABC doesn't even care about the control point deathmatch and that A control point later on.
That being one of the winning factors.
today is going to be needed. You get this win versus WPM, they clean. Right now, firing range is going to be kind of deadly in here. You get the speed to
One has been left in there by the point that hit before and gets activated.
does, and they're going to clear out and bully WPM Lokings badly. Take a look at the lead right now, 100 points.
For that next hit.
And it's gonna hurt WPM Lokings the most in here.
The Moors will continue on.
Oh wow.
Elevate the speed, and they are not slowing down with this guy named Whoopi.
Whoopi is getting terminated by the Terminator. Look at the plays coming shoots to get the good versions, but still quite something. A big play there. Really making an ingress here, dropping down that box, creating the distance in the basketball court, and Galo using that sniper, adding in at the control points.
Alpha slowly being captured. Last hit remains 4.
Once again, the defense is strong for Smart Omega. They got better map control, but Timor slowly gliding. One way to find it out again. When we head into this first map, a lot in here. They look to try to break the speed too. Grant on
Just got a perfect setup at this money hill, and if you are Dunia Games, you should be able to 26 Dunia Games, 4 more seconds, and it looks like complete.
Might be able to get this. That go perfect timing there. Gunzi though will shut one player down right through the kitchens, and Gunzi, look at the great war.
But Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the player. Turn around, Lily! Does exactly that! Headshot up to Brad. Can Lily get the final kill? And you, with 14 seconds to go, means that Dunia Games has gotten the win. Calm down, Fred. Purifier. Ray and Leng Ji becomes fried chicken out there on the battlefield. Black stows it up as well. Red window for MTU as Dunia Games looks super serious to take this dub. One final one.
They're up. Envisioning. They are already in the worst set.
From the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from the special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot. There are plays where they gain a majority of these points.
They are being cut short right now with the backup will be coming in from G, and with 1-by-1 conditioning
Doing a lot out there. 30 more seconds and the challenge comes through from G. Great engagement, Gilan.
but we are left with Luffy, and there's no other to stand up. They will be gunning them down.
See a slow pace control matchup. We just do not need to rush into it. Yes, the timer is ticking, but you have time. It's pretty much predictable as well because they're just 2 control points. I mean, where the hell would you
Look, depending on the stats.
Things are going to be kind of one-sided. Now,
For that, but we need to win engagement as well. Gabby and Joe going against
the huge engagement. Final 10 seconds is left with a P1 and ZZ already, and they win the initial hold.
It was a good play from
In here, with that 15-point log, ZZ experts have numbers advantage in Jet Sky going to take the risk for Ace, and now have to go with more.
no this match at the back of their hands, and that previously for the Blue Strength to get the in, but the still 5 AC scores slowly. They are taking down live after live.
It's the B, the guy that will continue to annoy Ace Esports. ZZX on the control. They're wanting to get more than that, and Zen with an access to one story.
The 100% design.
They step inside the scrap time, but Smart Omega, they're changing that P1 to P2, and Wolfie continues to slay, wherein they unfortunately can't be on the hunt with the 1v1 battle for rotation. That's just what
When
it
the advantage you take away, I don't know the potential. Oh, do not made it out by Candy. I tell you, Smart Omega really open stairs and got him. He backs away. He's the little scat.
to get the top of the show early on to get go, as they will be able to get the first blood and the second as well. Beautiful attacks bring down upon the Smart Omega right now, and you see Whoopi already
Yes, exactly. It's a big edge. We have the sunset. Just an engagement-wise, just in the way. This engagement between Indra as well as Lily. Who's going to be able to win it out? Lily! Get the shot. Indra, go back home. Sit down, boy. 19 to 11. NTU still has it.
well, that's been the opening that they get now. They just have to convert to AJ. In
Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes Purcell. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. Iris should be able to break this out. Incendio says, hell no. Jeffro protects his brother by dropping him.
Good to see is here. We're finally getting some slack off of the dominating ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here.
Emo for the investment of the Sparrow, and Ocat's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Skirt are so close, and Ocat wasn't punished. Manages to get pulled forward in. Tournamnet has already taken the lead as well as control of this point in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of 3 games is showing a little bit of ARB.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much acts like a sniper in there. It should be used as a sniper. And Split right now is doing that in a double right there. Oh, triple! And what a kill in this Split really popping up right now. I think we want to spot an MVP at this point, but missing those two. Well, looking in if we're going to hit them.
Yeah, exactly. And quick plays are often the most exciting part of these games. But Lynx Asians slightly making an ingress here.
Quite a bit of points here, but it is hard point at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able to make it all the way back to Crush on the engagement. Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the play. Turn around, Lily! Does exactly that! Headshot up to Brad! Can Lily get the final kill? They've got the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from that special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot here right now.
No one's still moving in more of that window, but they might be able to protect that. And MIB with the backstab, stepping onto that field will be a miss.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're right back at you for Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitationals 2022. The long wait is over. And joining you on this commentary desk once again will be me, Cali Gaming, alongside Warden. And we'll be joined by the Mustachio AJ later on. And I...
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Capture the hardpoint. Hardpoint on Illinois.
Target down.
Still for the set of Almighty.
Yeah, this is a money hill that you really need as a team because it's a one-sided hard point. And if you get the connections in here, you're guaranteed to get a lot of time inside the hill. So at the moment, you have AMT having the spawns and they send out shot up here to push up and find this kill up against Keen. So that's one less player to worry about. But Mystics will be able to create a play now that he has the statue control. Jeffro has to extend out and find some kills, and he's trying to do that, but he's gonna get shot down immediately. And ABC Esports, after the long-lasting 20 seconds, they finally found their way inside the hill, and Mystics is locking it down. His twisted 7, make it a 4 in a row.
Yeah, make it 4 in a row here, but till then, Almighty Heaven with his Witchblade now, doing his magic, doing his work. 3 kills now under his name. 11 actually, he's on 4 killing spree here. Can he make it a 5th as well? 3 players here right around the corner. The Hunter Killer drone just ready to get deployed here. Incendio on the other end of the corner will try to make the play as well. But till then, the overpoweredness of ABC will just come in right into it. But till then, Cali, we're only talking about the scrap time here, not so significant for the set of ABC. And this is where exactly Almighty excels at, especially for the set of Irfan J. 7 kills under his name, and he does have the spawns here ready for him.
Yeah, 50 to 23 and this Spurs 2 hard points. AMT still in a good lead, but ABC is in striking distance. But Irfan J is going to be playing that anchor position very, very well. He's holding off to the warehouse, and he's going to wait for the players to pop out on this entryway and gets them kills ready to go. And at this P3 is where you mostly see the operator skills get invested. So the Purifier, the Gravity Vortex that this team has accumulated is going to be very handy for them to bully out the players outside of this hill. And right now for ABC, they are contesting, but they always get shot down. AMT so far killing it.
I mean, with the power positions here locked on for a set of Almighty, and they are winning those mechanical aim as well, those raw vanilla gunfights. I don't really see them investing this one out. Maybe till then, Heaven here overall. Incendio as well with a 3-piece. With his right-click AMR, breaking his hell loose here. Until then, Almighty. Such a very big lead that they're showcasing. Here, it's just a breakaway play. Yeah, for sure, ABC, get the spawns out away from us. But till then, coming again, Cali, you're only going to be tasting the scrap out from us. Here we go. Almighty now, once more. They're on that pacing lead here. And so far, I mean, both teams are looking quite scrappy so far. But come again, J, this is where he excels at winning, letting Almighty win out the next few rotations here. And they're just leaning towards the fact that they're just going to be rocking this one until the very end.
Yeah, one of the player that were interviewed from CDM region earlier really highlighted J because he is very fast in terms of like reacting to player positions, and you know he's been one of the key factors for AMT in the search and destroys. But the objective time as well here at this hardpoint game mode, and now Reef is gonna be here to find that double. As you see, Incendio looking to try to create the break. That claw is gonna be very important, that it can bounce off the walls and serve you kills. And right now, it's gonna find no value off of it as he gets shot down. But AMT J will try to make sure that the team is well stacked off inside the hardpoint objective time. They are doing great so far, and you know the chat really goes crazy against AMT earlier. I mean, they have an AMT code in the chat. And, you know, it just really shows and highlights how impactful this team really is. Shout out to Slime, by the way. This guy just started everything in AMT, off to a great start as we hop right back into the middle of the map.
I mean, the energy here for Almighty really has to go to the courtesy of Slime here. So coming again, shout out to you as well from my end here. But now we're approaching here on towards P1. Here we go, 88 to 55 here. A very distinctive lead here for the side of Almighty. 33 points that they need to accumulate to bounce back here. Until then, ABC, they might be able to get the clearance here. I mean, 2 players here playing around the hallways. 1 player here on towards the right side, really securing the parameter. But if you get J Heaven here with his 25 kills, could he make it to 26 as well? It's just around the parameter. It's going to be a hard call here for ABC. They need to win those gunfights here all around the hallways. And so far, Me6 will try to be the player right there for the side of ABC, but he just gets traded off. Until then, Almighty, they just get a clearance once more.
It's hard to get a hold up with this P1, but AMT just making it look it so easy with the way they control the map. But finally, they are bullied outside of the hill, and ABC Okats is there to create the play. But, you know, we need to see more action from the 3 players from ABC. That's specifically Seven, Keens, and Reef. Right now, they are having a rough time as they kickstart their first game here. But they're doing a great job playing in the spawns. And AMT, although they are slaying, they got Heaven with 27. He is twisted right now. It's not really converting into any hardpoint objective time capture. So they got to work onto that. Now we start P2, and you see they have the early rotation. And AMT J has been doing all this crappy time here, the super soaker for Almighty. But they got to do a lot more job here because ABC is looking to strike in here once again.
Yeah, but the numbers looking so promising here for the set of Almighty. Heaven checks around the corner, but unfortunately Reef finds him out. Until then, here, only 1 more player to worry about here for the set of Almighty. And J, he will go down. Okans will find his 2. Until then, now the spawn's well defined here for the set of Almighty. They're spawning all the way down to the driveway while ABC is on the seaside right now. And it's going to be a hard call here. If ever they don't split the push here, ABC, they just have to watch out for one angle here. And if ever they get the remaining time here for this very heal here, Cali, they're going to be able to lead the game. And not only that, in a significant manner as well. They exactly know how to bounce back here, and that's going to be pushing Almighty to just settle for new here. Rightfully, the lead will go for ABC.
Yeah, now a great step up for ABC overall as a team. You see Reef and Kin 7, they are stepping it up right now, and Miss6 is doing all the carry job, and of course in that kill department. But now you see the Predator missile gonna be lining up for Miss6. Is gonna bully out 1 player outside of that P4 spawn, but Incendio is not gonna be that player that you can really take out the most as he brings out the claw. This should be a free kill for him, but Kin still wins it, and ABC Esports, they've successfully chained from P3 to P2 to P3 right now, and they are looking to not stop in here at all. AMT has lost control of the map, and they have to find a way to get an answer for this because ABC just dropping all of the bombs, and they have no answer. ABC capitalizing.
ABC capitalizing here, but they better watch out. Almighty, they have the better of the good spawns here on this very hard point, and they do get the break here in this very take. Now, ABC looking to respond back with one of their waves as well, but with J here popping off 2 kills, 3 kills under his name. Reef out of the equation here. Bye-bye. And only needing to worry about 2 more players here to get the remaining scrap time. Overall, ABC, they had a breakaway and lose, but Almighty, they're looking to respond back with 1 as well. J still on the roll, but finally gets shut down by Okaz. 132 to 152 here. The hard point will still end. And actually, guess what, Callie? The lead will still be on for ABC.
Yeah, very scrappy heal there from P3. I'm expecting the same exact thing for P4 here. J off the back, 30k for this guy already, and he's been slaying and doing all the objective time as well. Talk about an impact for this guy. Both him and Heaven is twisted, combining for 62 kills. Just the 2 of them, and that's utterly more impressive in here. And they are looking to drop a 50 bomb at this point in time with the way they've been playing at this current phase that they are at. Right now, ABC is looking to contest. They're trying to fight for this P4, and they have been winning the gunfights. Rift there for the cleanup, and now they break the hill.
Yeah, the break the hill here. ABC smiling for a no, and they know for a fact that the victor's crown is just waiting upon them. Only needing to win at least 2 more consecutive hills here. Until then, they're going to be able to take down Almighty here in this hacienda of Hardpoint. J here wrapping around onto our seaside. He has a complete wide angle on whether this one's out. He's going to go for this wrap around here. Spots down 1, spots down 2, spots down 3 as well. And J doing his magic right there. And he's going to be able to break the scrap time out away from ABC. But till then, Callie, till then, the spotlight still remains for ABC as we are going to be ending this hard point off. Back to the reset here on towards the P1. They're on that lead.
Yeah, 3rd rotation at the moment. J, I mean, the reaction speed of that guy is just amazing. He knows how to counter the counter and counter the counter the counter as well. I mean, he's just that player that, you know, you can really rely on in the course, slaying and doing all of the other things. Besides that, now we are seeing the next hard point to open up. The first 20 seconds gonna be in the hands of ABC Esports, and one thing that they have done so great at the moment is, you know, they, spite of the positioning that they lacked earlier, they have made up for it with extreme tactics, always making sure that there's going to be a player inside of that hill, and they make sure that they contest. And Almighty can seem to find an answer for that at the moment, so they continue to load up the time, and this is just so impressive for the Indonesian squad, you know, because they've been so underappreciated, and you see the value that they just can put up here against AMT. They're killing it out there. 200-point mark already reached, and the next one should be a very needed hard point for AMT. If not, things can spiral out of control.
It's a 50-50 for me here, Callie. AMT and Sendio here will be trying to fight the spawns out away from ABC, but he gets down. Jeff Bro inside a hill quite early as it is. 2 players from the side of Seaside here from the side of Almighty will try to make the play, but look at this. Look at ABC trying to be the playing grace here, but Jeff Bro shuts them down with a purifier. Until then, that could be the play that Almighty has been wishing upon. Until then, the first initial point will be given first side of Almighty. ABC, they need to get this break if they want to end this game here. And so far, Almighty, they're looking to deny this one out.
Yeah, down there, using the operator skills just to make sure that they safeguard the hill. Happen now popping off. That's 40 kills for him already. J's got 4 to 3. Another Predlock down. And that's gonna be Jeff Pro shutting down Keats as he makes his entryway right through the gas station. And right now, the garage is not gonna be finding itself easy. But Miss 6 gets turned down by J. But the rotation and of course the hard point just continue to get supplied in here by ABC. They only need 25 more points to win this game, and Okas is shutting them down one at a time. They are shredded here at the matchup. 5 seconds in this hard point, and if you're AMT, you gotta move in fast the next hill, or else it might just be over. ABC with a surprising attack so far. They only need 11 points to win the game.
Keynes, Reef, Okaz, me 6 and 7, they exactly know how to ball it off here. This could be the last and final hill if ever Almighty can break this hill. 8 more points to claim, and Almighty, they are nowhere to be found. ABC, 3 more points to claim, and that's gonna be a wrap here for this agenda. 1 more point, but J, he denies. Until then, Almighty, they can't afford to put up any mistakes.
Yeah, they are in here to win it all. They have now decided to put all the players inside of this hill. Any wrong move can cost them this game. 27 seconds left, and Sean is on the perimeter, shotting players down. That should be 1 dead for him, but now he gets shot down, and Heaven, they gotta reply back into the matchup. They gotta supply inside the hill. They put 2 players down in there. Kids get shot down by the Hunter Killer drone, and a very much needed gameplay here for AMT, but now the break is on! Mid 6 gets the double! AB ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3, takes map number 1.
1, 2, 3. First game, ABC. Almighty, they faltered. We left, we went instead this matchup, and this hardpoint of Ashenda with a clear, no distinctive statistics on whether how this one's gonna play out. But we know for a fact that Almighty has been flawless in hardpoint, but finally they bled out. ABC, they rocked the crowd here. They proved the crowd wrong. I mean, they hate to say it, you know. I mean, a lot of people were siding for the side of Almighty, but they managed to make Almighty falter down in this very first game. But Callie, we're talking about a best of 7 series here. There's still 6 more games to go.
Yeah, very promising start here for ABC Esports. And talk about how Mystics, you know, this guy struggled and respawns in the group stage. And to see him here just dominate casually, he leads the lobby in total kills, if I am not mistaken. Almost a 50 bomb for him. And he gave Heaven and Irfan J a great time, a hard time indeed. I mean, those two players combined for what? Almost like 80 kills at the way. And, you know, they are trying to carry the load for the team of AMT, but it's not really enough. ABC Esports played total team effort out there. They made sure that they chained the hills, and of course, used their operator skills to get more ingress.
I mean, you know, a lot of things was clicking quite right for the side of Almighty. We did see right there on the run for P3, I do believe. They only invested 1 operator skills, and that was by the courtesy of Heaven right there with a Purifier. He was trying to clear that P3 out. I was really expecting to see them set up there on towards P4, and they absolutely did as well. Irfan J was popping off with his own sense of take as well. And until then, I was really like seeing the Almighty that we completely know. But, you know, with the kills right there, getting sided for a side of Almighty, ABC decompensated for the influence inside the hill, and that's exactly how they went back and just changed the tides. You know, for a moment or two, Almighty was really on that lead, but once it shifted for the side of ABC, it never went back.
Yeah, absolutely. So you really got to check this situation here. You know, AMT was playing for kills on the first initial set of hard points, and you know, Heaven was on 30 kills, Irfan J was on 30, but the lead is not that wide compared to what ABC was able to output once they got that lead. And you really got to see as well the persistence that ABC really offered to the table. I mean, they may have at least lesser kills, but the objective time, the positioning, the rotations that they did at the game was clearly enough to overthrow Almighty to take this game number 1 away at Hardpoint Ashenda.
Yeah, at Hardpoint Ashenda, said and done with kills, sided for side of Almighty, but the time of the hill, it's where and it's how you win championships here, and that's how you win games. 4 minutes and 12 seconds here for set of ABC. On the contrary, Almighty with 3:35. A bit of a margin there. But till then, I mean, the smiles will shine upon for set of ABC, but it might get cut off there on for Search and Destroy, as they haven't been really the most promising team out here. But looking at the KD here, Callie, I heard your impressions here, and I know exactly what you're looking at, my guy, but I want you to tell me what.
Well, I mean, honestly, just looking at the kills that Almighty did overall in this game, Irfan J and Heaven combined for 48 and 47. So there's a total of 94 kills. That's just 2 players out there. So the slaying power is definitely on these 2 players right here. But unfortunately, they played more slaying than playing that objective. Kudos to Irfan J though. He's trying to put his team back into this game by playing the objective time. But unfortunately, ABC Esports had the best out of them. Despite Keens having a 0.5 KD ratio, Mystics was there stepping up 44 kills. And his first MVP count, I tell you, this guy struggled on a hard point and of course in the control overall in the group stage. And you see him out here outputting 44 kills and outlasting AMT. Impressive so far. You can't really underestimate ABC Esports.
And this is where the CDFI, this is why I glorify CDFI so much, because it really brings the best out of the competition here. So really, I mean, Me6 with him popping off right there, just added more information and why it's not just going to be Reed here or Keens just, you know, being the detrimental factor for the team. It can also be Me6 himself. And that's just something that Almighty has to take into consideration of, especially if they wanted to win the competition of CDFI here. So they really have to consider this one out. Until then, Callie, hard point said and done there. Search and Destroy up next. How are you feeling about this match?
Yeah, I feel like AMT is definitely going to have a better overall performance in here. I mean, despite of the staying power that they had here at this Hacienda hard point, you know, they had a great start and first set of hills, but ABC Esports started to pick up on the rotation and the pattern that these guys love to do. They always only have one player inside of that hard point, and that's going to be Irfan J. So the key to victory there was putting Reef or either Mystics to take down Irfan J inside of that hard point and put their own objective player inside the hill. So with that done, they just continued to do it over and over again, and over time, they were able to win. But it was close, though, because we were hinted at AMT almost having themselves their own specific comeback. But good thing that Mystics was there to defuse the situation on that last few moments of that Hacienda hardpoint. And now, with the 1-0 lead favoring ABC Esports, totally unexpected here. And you know, at S&D, could be more of a shocker that we have here, eh?
I mean, what's more there to expect here, Cali? I mean, hard point coming in. If we're just gonna be looking at the statistics here, I mean, hey, it was a flawless run here for the side of Almighty, but they faltered now here finally for the side of ABC. The closest team to ever put up a scratch here for the side of Almighty before this was Wolves himself, standing on 194 to 250. But looking like ABC will be the rightfully owners in terms of putting up a scratch here for Almighty. Search and Destroy could be the same case as well, but at the same time, we might just be able to see Almighty getting fired up. We know exactly what happens if ever the team of Almighty gets fired up, Cali, and they are really on overrun mode.
Yeah, so right now for AMT, as they are loading up at the Search and Destroy, they currently stand at a 66% win rate. And ABC Esports, they kind of had the same exact thing. And so it's going to be equal here in terms of statistics on paper. But, you know, AMT clearly is going to have a lot more tough questions to ask in here because we're hopping into a map pick of ABC Esports, which is going to be firing range. As you all may know, it is a sniper's map, a lot of wall bangable spots that you can use, and the dual snipe setup that AMT has here could just go equal against Music snipers. So that's something that you really have to look forward to in this game, as we see that map number 1 ended up with the ABC victory 250 to 212. Right now, we need to see AMT wake up on this firing range. They need this one badly to tie up the series.
And you know, just overhearing what you said earlier as well, Cali. I mean, this is completely one of the best reads out there for a set of ABC. I mean, the best choice at least in terms of playing Search and Destroy, and it's going to be on firing range, despite the fact that, yeah, I did say that Almighty had a lot of history here in this competition of S&D firing range. ABC, they have it as well. So really, this could be a 50-50, or maybe it's still 60-40, as this is really the domain of Almighty here. But now here we go, first round now kicking off here, as we are seeing Almighty on defense. On offense, we got ABC.
Incendio with the first blood, dropping no catch Rift there for the cleanup. Irfan J gets shot down, so no clutch king for this round. But the wall bangable spots here will greatly favor Shot Up. He's gonna find the player with that bullet that just, you know, tried to stop him. It's gonna be information sent out, acute angle here taken, and Shot Up connects that shot against Skin. So great start for Demi right now, while instead is looking to wait for an oversight for players to extend out. We're gonna be right back to it on the commentary desk. Once again, welcome back to the show. Well, IMT had a great start at S&D.
Yeah, they had a good start right there, and it was quite an aggressive run right there for the side of ABC, just bombarding themselves there on that mid lane with no smokes at all.
Whoa,
and
we're
we did see it
back!
happen. But yes, finally we're back here, and still round number 1. The bomb has been planted out for the side of ABC. It's a 3v2 situation here. Mixed 3v2s. Instead, will take down B6. Reef will take down Jeff Pro. Instead, hops up, takes down one more player as well. Now, here we go. It's a 1v1 situation. Now, 7 left alone for the side of ABC. One more player here for Almighty. One player on the heady, but instead, you will not have that angle, and he gets taken down.
I hope it's not a 4v3 though. I hope it's just a visual bug that we have with the spectator desk.
I think so.
ABC Esports, definitely impressive win for them. But I am starting to feel like we're gonna have a reset. And you know, guys, come on, stay with us for longer this time, you know. Don't you like to see us in the commentary desk instead of these players? You know, you really hate us? I don't know, man. But yeah, I mean, you really have to find a way for these players to go equal, play 5v5 here. And yeah, looks like you're gonna spend more time with us. Welcome back to the commentary desk, part 2. Okay. Kelly Gaming and Warden is right back to it. I hope that, you know, we get to see a more equal desk here. And now Warden turning on the geek mode on, man. What do you want to say here?
Okay, I think that, you know, we just have we were getting too excited, you know. I was getting too excited, you were getting too excited. I think the game just tells us right now, you know, calm down. we're just gonna take a little bit of time, take a break, and just gather our thoughts here. So we don't exactly know what's gonna happen here. Is it gonna be a reset? I don't exactly know. But one thing here is that the play right there on the first round for a set of ABC, I didn't really like that one there, Callie. Just running down mid, 4 players out in the open, 3 to 4 players out in the open with no smokes at all, and Heaven was just mowing them down like birds just out in the open. So really, ABC, you need to double that one down. But we did see that last and final play right there. It was a 1v1 situation with 7 up against Incendio. It wasn't that heady. So I guess the final adjustment right there will be able to seal that round number 1 off. But till then, those minute mistakes could lead into something more catastrophic in the long run, especially if ABC won't watch out next time around.
Yeah, we're probably looking at the reset in here, and I don't think that round will count because it was a 4v3 situation there, so I don't think that will count at all. So we're just gonna go back to it. It's gonna be a reset of the map, hopefully, because you already know we want the game to be fired up and equal. 5v5 is what we need, ladies and gents. This is the playoffs we're talking about, and any wrong errors can lead you to lose this game. And for AMT, they have shot 1 map already at Hacienda Hardpoint. They can't afford to lose more.
Yeah, I mean, they really can't afford to lose more here. And search and destroy. I mean, it's going to be overall a big question here, Callie. But I mean, but till then, we did hear a call right here from the marshals here, and we are going to be going for a reset here, and it's actually going to be a set for a set of Almighty. I mean, for the set of ABC. Once we do head over to the reset, we're going to be going back to 1-0. So really, I think ABC will be smiling for this one here.
Yeah, so some tech issues that we really encountered, but the observers saw some disconnects, so they're discussing to continue or restart the game. But we will restart the game with ABC Esports having 1 win and of course 1-0 for AMT. So definitely something that we really have to wait for. And man, I can't wait for this game to start. We've been so held back for so long. I'm fired up to cast this game.
I'm fired up. I'm quite excited here. So coming again, guys, let's just rock the comment section down below as well. If you're on the side for Almighty, comment down below, #GoAlmighty. If you're on the side of ABC, comment down below, #GoABC. So quite excited, man.
Hey man, I mean, you should stop commenting on that YouTube comment. I mean, you know why we stopped? It's because Incendio is pissed. I mean, that's what AJ said. So you better watch out, man. You might be gunned down by Incendio at this point with the way you're playing.
Hey guys, I'm just gonna make it clear. I just wish that I wish I had someone in front of me while I was casting. I didn't direct it to someone here, guys. I just wish maybe someday I'll be able to get someone in front of me while I'm casting as well, because I want to feel that support as well. Incendio, I love you, my guy. We met already IRL, and we had a lot of good times as well. So guys, just chill out. Everything is good.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if Warden disappeared tomorrow. So you guys already know what just happened to this guy. But yeah, moving on. We're just having so much fun in the commentary desk. And I mean, what not to, because we were waiting for the moments to start in here. And I mean, I'm just kind of lost. This game has been so surprising. I'm shocked at what just happened. And Warden, what do you expect for this game, man?
I mean, with the whole first round right there being won over by ABC, I'm really hoping that Almighty could really just show off what their capabilities are in terms of playing retakes, because we really know the coordination that Almighty can offer, especially in a game of like Search and Destroy. Properly place utilities, well lined up god nades. Until then, a properly coordinated push could be something that they really have to do, especially against a team that's so fired up like ABC. First set of ABC here, the keys to victory for them: just don't go out in the open tactlessly. Put up a little bit more of a smarter decision and just have a better route in terms of executing on towards the bomb site, especially in offense. Till then, we might be able to see a back and forth game here, Callie.
And you gotta really respect the range that AMT can offer into the table when they play maps like Firing Range, which is very long in terms of personality. So you got Heaven that can aim down your side at the middle of the map. You got Shot Up waiting in the corners and in wall bangs. It's gonna be one of the stars that you really have to eye and out for. But when you're on the attacking side, and as well, you're ABC as well. So if you're attacking, you just gotta be unpredictable and of course not show your cards too early for this team.
Yeah, you just don't show your cards here. And I think really something that I really love to see in Search and Destroy as well is just showing off fake outs, showing off fake outs, just head over to the A bomb side consecutively 2 times in a row, then go for like a slow B push could be something that we might be able to expect as well. So really playing unconventionally, playing versatilely as well, and just showing off how you could play search and destroy in a different approach could really mean something as well for the side of ABC, especially with the default format that AMT is showing right now.
Exactly, and things are gonna be going down to the search and destroy, very decisive series, and the map itself for both ends. If ABC wins this, they're gonna be going up 2-0. But if AMT wins this, they're gonna tie up the game, and things are gonna be serious here, Warden.
Yeah, things are gonna get serious here, and AJ, I love you a lot, man. Thanks a lot for helping me in this situation out. But I think if ever AJ was here as well in this whole series here, Cali, I think one thing that he would love to say is that the Garudas is actually showing off a really good fight here coming again. They won Hardpoint. They won the first round here into Search and Destroy. And that's just a big smile here up in the face. And in terms of the Indonesians consisting in this very series overall, we have 7 Indonesians here, Cali. 2 from the side of Almighty, 5 from the side of ABC themselves. So regardless of which team is going to win, there's still pride, the Indonesian pride advancing to the next stage of the competition.
Exactly. So there's still representations that's going to be happening here, whoever advances to this game. But, Garena has shown surprises here and there. But again, the game that just happened is the complete shocker for me. I still can't process what just happened. ABC Esports, they were on point on the rotations at that hard point, and the gunfights were clearly there, especially for Mystics, as he was able to pick up his first MVP count on this overall event. And he might be able to do more with that sniper in the search and destroy, but the catch here is you're gonna have to deal with 2 snipers, dual snipe setup from AMT. And if you have to shut one down, you got to shut down the other. If not, things could just spiral out of control.
Yeah, and really, in terms of the mechanical capabilities of ABC, they really have it all ongoing. So, Almighty, I think the way that they can counteract this one is just playing more brilliantly here, playing a little bit more unorthodox. Until then, we could really just expect them to shut down the force that ABC has been trying to build up from the hardpoint game mode they're on towards Shenda. For firing range here, Cali, as much as I would love to talk about how this could be much more brighter for side of ABC as well, I can't neglect the fact that Almighty has shattered my heart here in firing range, especially back then when I was representing the West Point Mamba Lokings back then. You know how Shut Up was able to put through and get that clutch ongoing, and he was able to build up the heat as well. So really, it's something that is so capable from the side of Almighty here, and that could be worth the mention of ABC's tactlessness earlier. If ever they don't watch out from the back ends, Shut Up could just be lurking around and could be the nuisance of the emotions of ABC.
And to those who are just watching right now and you guys are just tuning in, we are currently having some technical issues between ABC Esports and AMT, and the production is doing all their best to make sure we get a guaranteed high quality matchup for this evening. And we are still waiting, and you really have to see you really hate to see this happen. This kind of pause just really throws down the psyche of the players. It messes up the mentality. You got that, you enter this game having a game face and it gets delayed. It might just struck a very decisive victory over the other.
Could be the case. At the end of the day, we may have a lot of questions here, but it could be a different statement once the game starts overall. The next thing we know, it could just be ABC Rock needs one out. Same goes vice versa as well. So, it's overall a very, very shaky thing here. But coming again, Callie, we did talk about being on the hot seat earlier, and with the hard point here being put up there, the results for the side of ABC more lenient to them. Are you still gonna be sticking to your hot seat? Your call right there when I put you on the hot seat, or are you gonna switch things up just a little bit?
Yeah, I did kind of call for here, but when I saw the maps, I had to say it has to go down to a game 5 or a game number 6. But the case still stands. I still think AMT is going to be a lot better in terms of playing this game. They were able to defeat the Wolves after all in the group stage. And you got ABC Esports on the other end of the flip side. They struggled against the CDM region. And, they had one series where they have the lead in the hard point. They have the lead on S&D. They got that 6-0. Then unfortunately for them, they were they lost the game. And at the control, same thing exact happened. They were up by 2-0, and when the CDM team actually went up against them, they stole that one round. They just snowballed and things went out of control. And ABC Esports, it seemed like they were able to fix the problem where they had a rough time closing things out. But finally, a great start for them at this hard point. But I still think AMT is gonna get this game.
Yeah, I really think so as well. But then again, hoping and wishing just a little bit isn't too bad for a man here, Cali. If ever ABC wins this one out, it's going to be a big shocker here or surprise. But at the same time, I'd be smiling big time. As much as I love Almighty here, it would be quite impressive if ever they were going to be able to put through and show off a fight here. Till then, excited for set of Almighty. But if ever ABC put this one up in the board, it wouldn't be so much of a big surprise here as coming again as well. They did win hardpoint.
Yeah, exactly. And, I haven't seen this chat so interactive and fun. Everybody has been so aggressive with me for the first time I casted, but they are finally getting alive. And yeah, it seems like we are going to be seeing, guess what? Give me the drum roll. Give me the drum roll, Arden. Give me the drum roll right now. We got another break coming up ahead.
Let's go.
This is what we want. More waiting because the game is gonna be more hyped up after this. Once we go right back, we will be seeing AMT and of course ABC in action. We'll be right back after this break.
For them, good thing. Waiting
to stay inside. Right now, good positioning for MGU, but Kilo is about to bust out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this spiral once again to get 2 picks in. Pick got 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for that kill.
And you're gonna stand a good chance. And that same exact thing works for the side of WDC free slot as well. But the first engagement here takes out and now in from the side of WDC, Ding with the head drop, but that was not easy. Played the head glitch to perfection. Good see. Bad bounce on the nade. And one can sneak away the majority of points from this B1. And an early rotation into B2 where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeffro steps up for the team. Indonesia Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeffro this time round. Gets that single slay, but he was
actually trying to do. But number 1 C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. We're getting one more against FPX and now lining it up. Lifting Blacklist on fire. With C1 making the plays back.
That information, not in the desk yet. There goes takedown. Send brings it to the 1v1.
Crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Zen really needs to win this out for his team. Got a KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like it's the perfect one.
And I'm not quite sure what's happening to Small Omega right now. Positioning, they are losing most of the gunfights at this point.
Then it's a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. 1 KSP uses the C1 gets a double. Cheek drops him. And now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jamin. Jamin with the opportunity. Slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this SMD. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive?
But as we can see right now, 16 seconds stop. Not so much on the life being turned over by Duke.
Oh, but Dunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hard point, not once but twice now. Early on with the XS1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes half against Almighty, but Almighty manages to find the break of the hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almighty has to find that sustenance within the first hard point. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage they can take to get all the life that they need to take it.
5-24. The game of numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Blacklist Ultimate. And Reeves just fire right now.
XDH have going into this hardcore number one is they now already have
Leading towards 10 kills at the very start of
the time, but they're able to manage to bring
now. On the other side of the wall, has to anticipate two players, and he does that absolutely well with the game. Then you're making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes Purcell. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. The numbers shouldn't be much of an issue, and if you're not keeping it fresh, the pressure on Licks, 30 seconds to get this done, which is so dominant with all of the gunfights, was on.
very straight man.
Center, one guy inside of mid once again. Trying to work on their strategy very early on in the matchup. They've already taken the spawn away from the serve, but with a few seconds scrap points, here will be taken. See if they can get that repeated once again here. Nochi, good positioning, straight to spot and out. Goes in for the spray, able to fight back from the bomb. Has already been
Right now missing the shots, but the push is on the back up.
right there. That's on fire after that.
ABC Sports are doing well so far. It's already
I mean, that gun is just absolutely. You're not gonna have anybody playing that extra bit of distraction, taking so away much more easier than offense when it comes to.
Wins the 8th pick of the pace here.
Yeah, there's one thing when you make a mistake, it's also an early in there coming from Change World, but it will not hold as the rest of Lynx will take them down.
Here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominate this ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Evo
Change World right now who needs to make a hold, and there's a point. We have Emo right now with that UQ9
this time around. We're looking quite solid, especially with 2-1 ratio in here right now with 13 seconds left. And
for just this moment, 2 points and 2 lives ahead to fight back. Then it is now a trade up after trade up from what we've seen earlier. We still
right to make it we go.
with the bread might have been a fires, but not so much of a takedown. But with that heady, a double kill once again.
With the gun that I managed to spot, I don't know if that was a misplay. Irfan is the only one playing and a little bit of an off-mess. I say that Zen quickly takes the position to hold the spawn for the Malaysian side. That's the kind of leaves. And you know, this was something that we talked about.
I think this will continue on. Evans is still in there with Crush on the backstab, but a trade-off against Esper will be in the progress.
For the side of punishment, this is the kind of what gives you that extra bit of advantage. And as soon as the player back 3 kills now, can he get more out there? Not just an MSP.
But and we have Crush right now going in for a rotation.
Blacklist International Ultimate is now with the warehouse hold. They're taking the fight straight up. Look at the investments of the score streaks coming through from the Indian clan. And that plan is to take over the early hold onto B3. You can see the smooth
that trade and has
he's the guy. On the side of
number 2 in blue could happen.
good position, but Ainrek's the one that gets the sledge. You can take it out of there. Time is running out, Cali.
And right now, the push comes to stop. Slowly and truly getting this match to ultimate. They get
Investment off the Sparrow, and Okan's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Skirt are so close, and Okan wasn't punished. Manages to get. Away from
from this hard point. Almighty, this could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name, gonna get taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving
Not
into
yet.
the next rotation. It's a
Here
battle
we go,
for
Callie.
spawns, a battle for that P2.
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136. And again, Annihilator. What? Oh my Jesus Christ. Flick gets the second one. Gets the third one. Clove. They can just spawn on top. Make them go one way. Let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back. And this is what we're going to happen. 4 down. And so far, Jeff Pro, he spots another play. ZZ. He makes them spawn there. Another good play coming through from Almighty. Let's see if they can get all this time. But so far, back-to-back kills, Callie. Just milking a lot of this time.
I mean, Jeff Pro is doing a great job right now, dropping all these players as he takes his
It's all
win. They
Almighty.
also drop bodies in
Oh
the
my
game. And
God.
right now, this guy got rid of that. They will take 2 players. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitationals 2022. It has been a long day, it is. And now we're going to be hopping right back to the matchup between ABC and AMT as they play their Search and Destroy. But with you, joining you in this commentary, that will be me, Cali Gaming, down here with Warden. And later on, after this Search and Destroy, we will be joined by the Mustachio AJ. And man, talk about how this game was completely a shocker. That first game was a win from ABC Esports, and I feel like they're looking to get that momentum shifted here at the Search and Destroy as well.
I mean, it could be a momentum shift here for instead of Almighty, but then again, we can't neglect the fact that ABC has been rocking the heat from hardpoint all the way to the first round there to Search and Destroy. And coming in, I know for a fact, and we all know for a fact that we're going to be coming into a reset here, but the scores won't be resetted overall. It's still going to be set for instead of ABC winning that first round right there. So ABC is going to be smiling for that one right there. But overall, I mean, it's only the first round here. You got to take 7 rounds here, 6 more to go for the set of ABC, and it's going to be an easier statement here, Callie, as we all know for a fact that Almighty, they love to readjust quite a lot, and most of the times whenever they do readjust, they put up an answer onto the previous round.
Yeah, what's more surprising here is ABC Esports, they clearly just went in, barged their head inside at hardpoint earlier, but the thing of it, AMT really had a field day shooting all of these players, and I believe if ABC Esports continue to expose themselves without using cover, it is just going to be a recipe for disaster. And it's going to be quite easier for Almighty to take this game away from them. But since it's Search and Destroy, we all know first bloods are going to be keys to victory. And here you get that first kill, you automatically get that number advantage. So, of course, it's just one factor of the game. But if you're able to initiate, more often than not, you're able to convert that to a round win.
Yeah, exactly, man. And so far, I mean, in terms of the Reapers that we might be able to expect, the first blood right there, I'm actually going to be quite scared here for a set of ABC. I mean, before on hand, we did see the percentage of guns being used for teams, and we didn't see no scopes at all here for a set of ABC. But for a set of Almighty, we could really put that reliance there for Heaven all the way down to Shut Up as well, as they are remarkably known as the best snipers here for the team.
Exactly. So it's going to be a total team effort here for ABC to take a win against AMT. After all, Search and Destroy is one of the best game modes that AMT really has to offer. And not to mention their control gameplay, you know, it's their long streak was finally ended by the team that they have against. They played against on the group stage, but you know, they can still play and outplay you on that control. They are the control kings after all. But moving on, the Search and Destroy, it's just a guaranteed play here. You just got to make sure that you got to be creative in every way possible, be unpredictable, just like what we saw from Blacklist International Ultimate. Every time the round refresh, and every time it's their turn to shine, they always make sure that they hit their opponent with different strategies to keep them guessing.
Yeah, just keep on guessing, you know. And, you know, in terms of those strategies being pointed out, yeah, for sure, we can talk about the First Blood Reapers of the teams for the set of Almighty and ABC. But in terms of those strategies being put out, it's all going to come down to the captain of the team. Here, unfortunately enough, Almighty's backed up by a captain named Incendio as well. So you could really expect him to just pull off fake outs, unpredictable plays, unconventional plays. Until then, that's going to be putting ABC in a big question mark there. For the set of ABC, I truly believe that despite the fact that, yeah, for sure, they do have a team captain here, I think they really have to think double it down here. I mean, after all, the shed of light is not really within them. So each and every player here from the set of ABC has to be continuously thinking as well. Gunfights were shown present to them, but with Almighty, we know for a fact how tactical or the tacticality that this team can offer. This could really be a big counteraction in terms of the factors that I pointed out there, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, ABC Esports, we know what they can do with Search and Destroy. I mean, at one point in the group stage, they were able to spark a 6-0 run. I mean, and unfortunately, they really had a tough time actually closing it down. But we know, for a matter of fact, that this team can really go head to head against any team out there. And the start is definitely one thing that you really have to look forward to the most, because that's where you mostly find your rhythm and your momentum. But again, for ABC, they have successfully closed out one map already. Can we see them close out this Search and Destroy as well?
I mean, yeah, could be the case. Could be the case. I mean, there's something. There's this one factor right here that people don't really tend to realize, that this is basically a rematch on how it went down during the regional group stages. You know, AMT, they went down up against ABC during the group stages right there, and but till then it was only 2-1 at all. It wasn't no dominating, and in some way as well, it was down to the wire. It's just the fact that the final adjustment was really set for the set of ABC. With Almighty losing that one out, obviously they would love to fix this one up, so we could really expect that one being played out. Now, for Almighty, just to add more things to hype it up, we all know for a fact they're our regionals back-to-back champions. They're your rightfully number one team in Garena right now to represent us for the Stage 5. Need I to explain more? Absolutely not. For the side of ABC here, there's a lot more statements that they have to put up for us to explain to the near future here, Cali.
Yeah, and of course, for ABC Sports and AMT, the last time they went head-to-head was on Day 3 of Call of Duty World Championship 2022 Garena Regional Qualifiers, where ABC put on a display in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. Do note that they won takeoff 250 to 239 on the first game. And here's the thing, here's the catch. ABC went up against AMT. The last time these two met, they played Firing Range, Search and Destroy. And ABC was able to come up with the win, 7-3. So that's that. There's a reason why ABC picked this map. It's because they're confident and they know that they can shut down AMT in this map. But on the on the control game mode, it was AMT that won that game 3-0. So at the end, it was a 2-1 victory favoring ABC Esports. And ABC Esports really is a very big threat, of course, in the Garena region scene. And they have consistently been out there competing in the Indonesian region, only second to Dunia Games. But overall, these guys can slay. They can turn it up, and they are starting to become a threat here. The first game is promising. I just hope they can keep it up.
I hope they can keep it up here, and I know you all are quite excited and when this game's gonna get a start. And soon enough, guys, soon enough, we will get there. We will go to the exciting part, as we would love to call it in the Philippines. But, Cali Gaming. Hardpoint, said and done. Search and Destroy up next. Control could be one late factor that Almighty could put up a response here. If ever Search and Destroy will be set for the set of ABC. But till then, we are going to be going back to Hardpoint much more after Control. And that's something that Almighty needs to win as well to just push this series furthermore. With the win right there for the set of ABC, there's a lot of things that opens up for Cali. Game 5 is secured here. Then with the heat build up there from Game 1, Game 2 looks to be a little bit more promising now for a set of ABC compared to how we stated before the matchup started as well. This could really go until the very end, until the 7th map here, Cali, especially if ever ABC can just maintain the heat here. For the set of Almighty, we know exactly what they can offer. We know exactly what they can do. They just have to be themselves and just continue to revise what they exactly have to do to finally put a stop to the rain and to the heat of ABC.
Yeah, Evan and Irfan J is snapping, so maybe the key take here for AMT is play through these two players who just currently popping off. I mean, send out Heaven in the most prime way for him to shut down players in the long range, put Irfan J on that B-bomb set on the defensive side, and let him do the wonder with his quick reflex and reaction. So you just gotta play through your strength and what you have currently ongoing in your team. And for AMT, it's good that they have these two players popping off, so it's an impressive sight. We barely even talk about Incendio and Shout Up making the play, let alone Jetfro, who significantly makes a great impact in this team's win rate percentage. But ABC Esports, looking forward to how well they do this. Riff has been on the rise. He just knows when to time the players perfectly to shut them down immediately. And Mystics, who was the MVP at Hardpoint, I wonder what can he do with that sniper. Can he shut down the dual snipe setup of AMT as we move into this Search and Destroy?
Reef, Me6 for the set of ABC, Heaven, Shut Up for a set of Almighty. We got our duos right there. Keys to victory revolves around them, perhaps. Or could it be just the remaining 3 players of each end of the spectrum popping off as well? I mean, just imagine the excitement that we might be able to feel, Cali, if each and every players could just put up a highlight reel of their own. And that could really just put up the excitement here. I mean, the suspension has been building up now. I know for a fact that you all are coming again, so excited here. But I promise you all, and I assure you all, once the game does start, it's gonna just be a very big mix-up of emotions as well. Could it be, on the more emotional, sad side, or more exciting? It really depends here. But all that matters here is the excitement built up in this competition here in between ABC and AMT.
Exactly. And, ABC Esports former Galaxo Sepius, who played at Green Invitationals 2022, they had it wrapped in that matchup, 6th and 13th placement. And at Green Masters, at the Call of Duty Mobile Major Series Season 6 at Indonesia was where they were really able to shine the most. They were able to win against Dunya Games and getting that first place. And you're talking about Dunya Games, who had Clove in their lineup, and they're able to take that win away from them. So that's very impressive. And this team actually came in second at Season 7 of Major Series of Call of Duty Mobile Indonesia. Only second to Dunya Games that has Clove in it. So again, this team definitely has firepower in it. They can kick you if they want to. And we saw that on the hardpoint number 1. It's just a matter of just continuously building off of that momentum here at the Search and Destroy. And I know it's a long wait, and we are trying our best, and of course the production as well, to get the production right back to it, because we'd love to see this game in action already. We can't wait for AMT Heaven and of course Mystics to go down and of course get a showdown here at this game. But for now, we just have to wait.
Yeah, we just gotta wait this one out. Now, Cali, I actually just want to bring back one point here as well, in terms of Search and Destroy. Yeah, for sure, Search and Destroy is somewhat of a domain here for Set of Almighty. But one fact that you stated out earlier when they went up against each other in this very map as well, 72 win for the set of ABC. Adding more information, I mean, Almighty is not really coming inside this matchup as really the gods of Search and Destroy. They did lead one as well up against Wolves. So really, it is a true capability here for ABC to win this one out. But I think in the behind the scenes as well as the games is just getting waited out to get played. I think both teams here is just talking about as well, taking their time of this break they're having here in terms of talking about how can they take each other out in this Search and Destroy map. Because after this, if ever Almighty wants to take this series out overall from ABC, they have to win 3 more as well. Both ends will be on the even grounds. ABC a little bit more on the stable side of the series. So Almighty, I think really with the time that they have here, ABC needs to double it down as well on their end.
Yeah, exactly. So again, to those who are just tuning in, we have a technical issue from the broadcast team and not from the players anymore. So right now we're just trying to find a way to, of course, solve this problem and of course give you the quality Call of Duty Mobile action here at CDFI 2022. So at the moment, it's currently 1-0 in the overall series with ABC Esports winning at Hacienda Hardpoint. So once you get the hold of that, I mean, strategy-wise, ABC Esports, they know how to get it done there. And AMT kind of fell short. And it's really unfortunate to see them that way. They were doing a great job in the slaying department. They even had more kills compared to ABC Esports on that map itself. But the objective time is where they were they really lost, because ABC Esports did a lot more compared to them.
Yeah, they did a lot more here. So, Cali, guys, roll the drums, Cali. It's coming again. We're gonna be having a break, guys, an 11-minute break here before we head over to the matchup, guys. Let's just take this time to just make sure the production quality will be at its finest before we head over to the game number 2 of the series here in between Almighty and ABC. So it is I Warden here, Cali. We'll just be right back after a short break. Or not.
Or not. Okay.
Well,
okay. We're gonna get a signal once again. Okay, Warden, I want you to get a take 2 later on. Let's just continue talking in here. You really hate to see it, But yeah, I mean, well, the reason why we're actually looking for a break is because the clean feed shows there's a waiting time, and of course, so I kind of expected that we are gonna have to go through a break. So a lot of holding time that we are definitely having on this game. I mean, it's a Garena showdown here after all, and it's always a banger, you know. But again, we guys really have to wait. You know, you wait for it. You know, the patience is virtue.
Patience is virtue, man. Patience is virtue. And I just want to appreciate, Callie, how cute you were in terms of going for the exit break poster, Callie. That was a nice take right there. But okay, a lot of anticlimactic things has happened so far. The series hasn't started just yet. The break right there, and coming in, guys. You know, this whole day so far. Let's just talk about the previous run right there for Blacklist and DYG, because I know for a fact, Ali as well know. We do have enough time to just talk about how it went down earlier now. The DYG Blacklist International Ultimate, did you really expect that DYG would go down in a 4-0 manner?
Well, I expected them to be the more of the better team out there. You know, Blacklist International Ultimate, yes, they were improving they looked so hungry after their group stage run, but I felt like DYG, after defeating Smart Omega, clearly had the benefacto. So I expected them to win at least in game 6. The first game went in the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. DYG decided to pick that hardpoint takeoff, where obviously it's the best map that Blacklist has to offer. So they decided to challenge them that way, and then they lost. And then we had to move on to that search and destroy at the Hacienda, where it's a map picked by Blacklist International Ultimate, and they were definitely so comfortable and confident at taking that game, showing a lot of different actions and takes in the game. But before all this starts, you know, Blacklist, of course, won them that game. They will be able to play on the semifinals tomorrow. They will either play against the winner of this Almighty and, of course, this ABC series. But before all that, before we hop into this map number 2, we will be taking another quick break. Once again, this is CDFI 2022. I'm Kelly with Warren, and we'll be right back after this very big break. Surprise! We're back at you for CDFI 2022. And we've had we had a lot of troubles, but now we're gonna hop inside the game.
Go.
Let's talk about the matchup. First round done, second round Hinkins with a beautiful double and Mystics there for the cleanup. ABC takes a commanding 2-0 lead.
2-0 lead here, and they lead the series overall. Looking to be a very promising take here for this Search and Destroy. And oh my days. Surprise, surprise, as we would say. But round number 3 here up next. And oh my days. Heaven takes on Reap out of the equation quite early on. No sense of casualties whatsoever. It's an early 4v5.
This is where you really respect the range of AMT. Right now, Heaven has continuously got drawn at first blood. And you also have Irfan J controlling that warehouse. And right now, Mystics is waiting for the perfect moment for that guy to pick and you're dead. Shut up. Now moving in ingress. The shoulder pick is just on for the guy. Now Mystics spots it, but no! He didn't pull the trigger, so that's going to be a cost. And Shut Up now getting attacked here. Kins now closing down the gap, and oh god, it's there for the shot. Now opening things up at the A-bomb site.
Opening things in the A-bomb site. It's a 3v4 situation here. Almighty. Around the parameter, bomb still leaning on towards the A-long. But on the process here, Keynes will get taken out of the equation here. Jeff Rowe takes him out of the play, forcing it down to a 2v4 now. Left alone, me 6 and 7. What can he do? 2 players here on towards the repair shop. Jeff Rowe just holding this one out. And this is looking to be a very promising round now for a set of Almighty here. Until then, the round is not over now until it's over. ABC looking to isolate one player one by one. As now Heaven will get taken out of the equation. It's now a 3v2.
Great job there for Mystics to defuse the situation, but still the numbers in favor for AMT. And number 1 in Incendio already pushing the pace. Irfan J now attacks the player at the bomb site. Without repercussion, 7 gets shot down, all down to Mystics, and he gets spotted in the middle. Jeff Pro controlling that warehouse, immediate access towards mid-map, and that's it. Irfan J and his squad, they take the round number 3.
They take the round number 3. That's exactly the bounce back you would want to see from Set of Almighty. Now here we go, round number 4 opening up. Let's just see this time around if ever they can avoid the lineup here from Heaven, and exactly they do. So quite an aggressive take here onwards. Stimulin will come to the plate. Okash here wrapping around with the switchblade now. Takes on player 3, Shut Up out of the equation. Still one more player to worry about there on the trailers here for this A parameter. But on the process, Reef looking to cut off the rotation share from that B bomb site. But it's not going to work out quite well. It's now 4v4 situation here, man.
A great route there held by ABC, but Irfan J just a lot better. That should be 2 dead as he finds that double. ABC Esports now down to their final 2 players yet again. Me6 and 7 has to team up to defuse the situation. Needs to drop these 3 players, but they're not that easy to shut down. You got Incendio and Heaven now trying to use that sniper. They got range in their favor, so you just can't expose yourself in the open. It's gonna be a free kill for these 2 players out there. But ABC, they have the bomb and they can dictate whether they would want to push at the A or the B side. But right now they're trying to take that bomb at here at A, and now that they have planted 45 seconds for Almighty to get that retake.
Yeah, situation here. Trophy saves 7 out of the place. 3 players just right in front of him. Player 1, Incendio wrapping around. 2 players here on the right side corner here. And this could be a big punching pinch here. Incendio with a CBR4 now putting in the pressure here from Trailer. Jeff Pro now in the front lines will take him out of the equation. Until then, Jeff Pro will find it 2. And another round here for Set of Almighty. 2-2 now. Ground squad equalized. The tacticalness, the resilience of Almighty starting to show.
Jeff Pro's not afraid to make the play. He's prepared for this moment. That's what he gets paid to do. Wraps around that control at the warehouse, and once he knows that there's no player there, immediately kicks out at the A bomb site, and of course remove the player at the bomb site and take away the player on the window. And that's all now. We're now tied and equal in ABC, despite the great start in the first 2 rounds have finally slowed down. And Incendio gets the first blood with the sniper. And right now, AMT is not having a dual snipe setup in favor for them. They get a triple snipe setup, and Irfan J and Jeff Pro are the only 2 players that has fire rate in their ability.
We had a showcase earlier of Incendio rocking that right tech AMR on hardpoint Shenda. And it's really being shown here on towards the Search and Destroy with him 4 kills under his name. Heaven trailing him up with 2. Shut Up with 0 as well. Incendio might be the new sniper here for Almighty, but now back to the game. 4v5 situation here. Contact on towards the A-bomb. So will be put to place. Cad spraying down in. Takes down Heaven out of the equation. No refrags whatsoever for a Set of Almighty. And this could be the opening of this A-bomb site here for a Set of ABC.
Yeah, the snake's going to be thrown in. Jeff Pro, great pick there. Big game too strong as Rip gets shot down. The push now coming in along at the A side. Ocats not gonna have the bomb plant here, but he's gonna throw down the trophy system to remove all the other nades. This might just come true as they settle the bomb plant here at this A side. Right now they have a different take on the positioning. They have one player guarding that mid map, so that's Mystics now dropping Irfan J. Now it's all equal, a 3v3 situation, and Mystics has to be a player that you really need to iron out for because he's out there making plays while Incendio continues to play that sniper. Once that guy picks, that guy is gonna be dead. He's waiting for the player to pop off, and that's what you get for picking. Incendio now gets one, and now pushing inside, gets that double as well. Now a 1v2 against Mystics, 16 seconds left. Mystics is in no way to control this area. Now that's gonna be that grenade that will be able to smoke down the line of sight of Mystics, and there you go, AMT takes that round number 5.
What's with captains being so cracked with snipers now? They are absolutely destroying the competition now. We saw Jabin earlier. Now we're seeing our man Incendio with 6 kills. With the right tech AMR, Heaven trailing him by 2. Shut up with none as well coming again. Until then, AMT Incendio is truly the player to watch out now for here. Here we go, APC going quite aggressively now on towards A bomb chase. Shut up on towards Barrels, holding down the angle. We'll get the first shot in. Look for some more. Does find the double as well. Can he even find the triple? Absolutely not. It's going to be Incendio for him serving the third bullet right there and make it the 5th as well. As Almighty just breaking loose with the scopes. Incendio popping off.
AMT, they dropped 5 players dead in just 25 seconds. That's how fast that game went. They dropped the players with the sniper. They worked Shusha Dop with that huge double there. Was able to find and end up with the victory. So, with all Julie said, AMT now will switch sides. They will be on the attacking side. This time around, Incendio just popping off. 9 kills. I mean, that's what you get more than if you piss him off.
He's mad, man. He's mad, and I'm quite scared myself.
Yeah, man.
Chill out. 1 more kill away. He's on a double-digit kill. Now, player 3, ABC, out of the play early for V5, leaving ABC in a big question mark here. They're looking to spread out their defense here. 2 players on towards the A bomb side, 1 player on towards mid, 1 player on towards B. But look at how patient Almighty is. They know exactly that ABC, they love to fiddle around with their aggression. And if ever they go aggressive, if ever they will overextend, they're just gonna get taken off. Heaven with a grenade. Takes down 1 player as well. Keynes will get the refrag. Shut up out the equation here. Looks for some more as well. But unfortunately, not enough bullets to connect to get that kill. It's now a 3v4.
Yeah, great nade there for Heaven, but Incendio just twisted right now with that sniper. They have opened up the A bomb side. ABC down to their final 3 players. And you know, they have to see 7 step up. Kins here right now is trying to hold down the angle. Someone has to go and initiate the pinch here if you're ABC Esports and you're low in numbers. Kins is just spraying and you know, he connects, but not enough for him to secure a kill. So right now he's gonna try to wrap around the control at the trailer. And as soon as he slides in here, there should be a contact, but it's gonna be free for play. ABC Esports still trying to work on this 30 seconds left.
On towards the white warehouse. Just 1 player tagged up. V6 finding the angle, then Irfan J gets taken down. Still in on the process. Heaven will take down 7. It's a 2v2 situation here. ABC, they need to make a move quite fast. Incendio here tries to make the play with a shorty. Gets tagged up. Kins kills him down. Heaven from the back and holds down the angle. Looks for some more as well. What a turnaround. Heaven takes him out of the equation. Until then, Almighty, the rain, the streak still continues.
At first, the nade onto the trailer, and now the double to end the round. The guy in that chair, I mean, that guy is a threat. That guy is very little in that bed, but right now is also little in that chair as well. Now a very great flex player, as you really want to say. But now, round number 8, ABC Esports definitely struggling. I mean, they have to see more performance from Riff here. Currently has 1 kill in the game. Right now, he won't help his team at all, but what he needs to do is find an opening here at this warehouse where he's not going to be taken down. Maybe that trophy system could help him stay alive much longer, because earlier we saw Heaven shot him down with that nade in a blink of an eye, and ABC was down to their 3 players right off instantly. So a little bit of a passive gameplay for both ends. No one is really making a move here. But, you know, for Almighty, they are attempting to push that bomb at the B side just by looking at Jet Pro. But Shut Up is looking to get an opening here at the A side as well. And I think he's the perfect player to get this first blood.
Shut up. So close to getting the connection towards Keynes. No, too close. Close, but no cigar. It's a 5v5 here. Both teams just showing the beautiful work, the artwork of S&D. It's all about patience now. Me6 finding the angle as well. Shut up now out of the equation. And what was that? Where did that came from? It was from the Steel House. No, shut up out of the equation. Reef takes on Incendio as well. It's a 3v5 situation here. Almighty. Very slow pace. And they get tangled up one by one. All left alone. Heaven, Earth, and Jay, Jeff Bro. What can they do?
I mean, the longer this takes, the more you second guess. And AMT now has to make a move. They're pushing at this B side. 25 seconds left. Okaz is waiting for the perfect moment, but he misses. But that should be information relayed. Jeffro cuts him down to the ground. Okaz shut down ABC Esports now trying to make that retake. They're going to be wrapping around the tunnels. And Heaven swings, finds the first player, gets right back to it, waiting for the perfect angle, brings out the pistol, takes Kins down. That's a double. Looking to make that work. Jeff Pro finds one, that's two. AMT match point.
Match point advantage. One more round to even things up now. You take 2 rounds from us. We'll take the rest. Almighty looking to even things up now, and I can just expect them to just go ham and quite aggressive here. Just put up a little bit more respect here for ABC. Overall, whatever they have to do, they know for a fact that they can do it, and it's more than enough for them to just win off the search and destroy. It's gonna be one hell of a miracle for ABC to put through a comeback here as Me6 actually putting a little bit more of a dagger here. Me6 finding the connection onto it up. It's an early 4v5 here. Much more of a brighter case here for ABC, but we've seen Almighty in this situation before. We're going to be seeing them once more.
Every time they have the first step, they slow it down. And that's the best way for you to counter, but Me6 is spamming every angle, and finally Heaven pops off. 7 now connects as well on the sandbags. Incendio shot down. Irfan J and Jeff Pro gonna be the last 2 players standing, and 1 player from ABC looking to extend out. That's gonna be Okaz pushing at the jungles. But right now the discipline is on. They're waiting. Irfan J is still alive, so the Clutch King can just do all the wonders here for AMT.
Yep, do the wonders. But we can't neglect the fact what is the consistency that Jeff Bro can offer as well. Has 8 kills under his name alongside Irfan J. He could really do the wonders now. And look at how impatient Okaz is. I mean, he does get that information right there, but the rotation's still not biting true. The 2v4 here might be a 2v3 if ever they can take care of Okaz now soon enough. Looking like Irfan J will swing with a Hades team. He's going to be able to dance around. Okaz now out of the equation. Irfan J whips at the scope as well. Until then, that's going to be clearance here on towards the B-bomb site now for Dam to hold on to. But Me6 holding down the angle. 3 kills now for him in this very round. Gonna make it a 4th as well. Spots it down, gets the concussion. Now 7 will try to finish him up. And just like that, ABC, they still remain.
At 3 dead as Me6 continues to rally up the place for ABC. I mean, that's what you like from this guy. You know, he's been the main reason why ABC Esports won that hardpoint hacienda earlier, and is looking to bring this team right back to the game, but it's going to take more than that here. AMT is the match point. 1 lapse in decision could just lead you to lose this game. And Irfan J gets shut down, so a nice start here for ABC. They have Reef extending out as well, and now they have the number advantage. Reef now comes right back outside at the long back trailer. He's gonna find one. Okaz on the flank, and AMT shut down in 24 seconds.
2 rounds already consecutively won here for the side of ABC, and we can see it in their faces. They're feeling the groove of the game here, Cali. And so far for a set of Almighty, they just really have to slow things down. They can't go aggressive because really ABC knows how to punish them down. But looking like it's going to be another A execution here as AMT Heaven will get that opening break here. Reef out of the equation. Much more of a promising take now here for a set of Almighty. And soon enough, they're going to be able to get the bomb plant as well. But Kins here looking to refrag. Irfan J now out of the equation. It's going to be a 4v4 retake.
Yeah, Avendo gets a double here this round. Kins still trying to spray here, buying some time for his teammate to go for that initiations. And right now, Kins makes a huge play. He drops Jeffro down, and now 7 gets the flank attack. And ABC Esports just shut down AMT 1 at a time. Shotup still holding his ground. 24 seconds left. Kins still not topping that bomb. And right now, Shotup has to clutch this. He finds the first, looking to get the second as well. Buying the time once again. He knows what's happening, and he ends it. Shut up! Shuts the players down. ABC gets eliminated. AMT secures map number 2.
Exactly where he was. Shut up with his jumpers. West Point Mamalokings felt that pain. So did ABC. Shut up, the clutch thing for this game. Irfan J, I hate to title you, I hate to dethrone you, but shut up right there. A lot of history was put up, and it's exactly that same spot. It's exactly the same type of gun with a sniper in hand, jumping all around. Shut up. Finding those connections. Another clutch under his name. ABC, they go down the game.
And that should be series tied now for AMT. So we're guaranteed to see that game number 5 it is. As, you know, these two teams just kind of go back and forth. But wow, what an amazing play there for AMT. After losing the first 2 rounds, they came right back to it. Of course, using Incendio to be the first Blood Reaper. And of course, shifting the lead to their side. And I kind of actually asked for ABC Esports to kind of get that back. You know, they were playing so great on that last 2 rounds of action, but unfortunately at the end, Shut Up has to clutch them down. And boy, oh boy, the dual snipe setup, it really hurts, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how Shut Up rolls, you know, makes everyone shut up. Shut up. It's my time to shine. It's my time to show off really how to end off a search and destroy. So many times that it happened like that. It's all because of him. I just can't move on from that, Callie. You know, that's a lot of emotion for me. There's a lot of history included right there. But, you know, that's only the second game for the series here. We've had a long day, guys, but there's still a lot more to unfold. Both ends here has to win 3 more games for them to take one another out here for this CDFI event. Oh, wow. I mean, Callie, a good run there for the set of ABC, but they falter big time, especially when Incendio from Set of Almighty got heated up, and it was just really a lot of emotions mixed up, man.
Yeah, well, you got to focus on the attention of AMT, by the way. It was an open plant to, of course, open things up at the red showers where the snipers could position themselves. So that's definitely a key. That small detail, that bomb plant where its position actually was the difference maker at this game. You know, it was a very nice clutch for Shut Up. And AMT overall, they've been pulling up this insane plays ever since the start of the Call of Duty mobile scene. So it really brings back, you know, the way they actually played that final few moments. But wow, I'm just lost for words here. I expected ABC Esports to put up a great fight, but AMT just read through them like a book.
Yeah, it's just, you know, them really just revising on what they could offer up against ABC. As this is their second time going up against them here in this very map, in this very mode of search and destroy firing range. Now, on towards control, how I wish I would exactly know how this one's going to go up onto. I mean, it was quite an unpredictable run. As much as I would love to lean towards the statistics here, Callie, it has been lying to us big time, you know. Hardpoint was supposed to be bounded over for the side of Almighty. This firing range, yeah, for sure, Almighty is a really resilient team in terms of search and destroy. But then again, ABC, they had a lot of history included into the mixture as well. They were able to put up a mark here. It's quite unexpected for them to go down in a 7-2 manner, man.
Yeah, I mean, Incendio, again, was the highlight here as well. And that sniper, man, is ready to come and get you. So you gotta be very, very wary of what just happened in this game. Oh, wow. It's just a matter of just, you know, outperforming who. And AMT, Incendio expect him to use that AR, or at least the SMG. But today, at this firing range, he showed that he can wield that sniper as well. And you did talk about the captains being such a mental team, a team playmaker. They can wield any gun. And to take a look at the team stats here overall, Almighty, they're able to win this round. 44 kills compared to 37. 2 plants and 2 diffuses for Almighty, while ABC's got 3 plants in here. And, you know, Almighty knows how to retake this ABC, and MVP of the game, it's going to be Heaven with 5. And right about you, joining you in this game number 3, it's gonna be the Mustachio, AJ, and Warden.
Welcome back, Mustachio.
AJ,
That's exactly what everybody's saying.
AJ,
What's up, Warden boy?
How are you feeling, my brother? I mean,
How
a
am
lot
I
of
feeling?
things was able to put up here in this very series here. A lot of mixer coming again on hardpoint. ABC was able to take it up by a storm. But Almighty to respond back here onto our search and destroy. Control up next. How do you feel?
I want to ask you, how are you feeling, man? Because Incendio's picked up the snipes. He's ready for that 1v1.
I'm not gonna be.
Tell me. I'm waiting. Please explain yourself.
Okay, you know, I'm a bit scared. I'm quite scared actually. I'm quite scared big time. Come on, Incendio. He was able to like lead the team in a sniper skills department while Heaven ended up added to the equation.
I just think Incendio is making a big statement because you know you love your snipes. Incendio's like, I'm not a sniper main, but let me show you what I can do, Warden boy. Let me show you exactly what I can do. I can do 10 kills in the pro scene. Hey, you guys don't know this, some of you don't, but this guy here, he used to be a pro player before he became a shoutcaster, right? He used to play for the Low Kings, and I mean, come on, you guys know exactly how the Low Kings crack it out there, so Incendio might just be in a little bit of trouble. But the question here is, will ABC be in trouble as well? Because that SND was absolutely cracked on the side of the Singaporeans.
Yeah, so cracked there, and it's just really showing, back then when we were evolving in the competitive scene back then, we only had one sniper in my run right there. And then as the whole evolution of the competitive teams progresses, Almighty was one of the teams that adapted the dual sniper setup, having shit up there. I wasn't expecting a triple sniper setup here, and I don't know if I played into the mixture of why Incendio is sniping here, but it clearly worked out for a set of Almighty.
Oh, I mean, yeah, man, it definitely worked out on the side of Almighty, and I was shocked as well. That triple snipe setup was so unusual. At first, I thought Incendio clicked the wrong button, he pulled in the wrong loadout, and I actually legitimately think he accidentally clicked on the wrong loadout. And then after getting the first kill, he was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think this is gonna work. Let's go, man. 4 control, Crick 6, the same on both sides. Bison, the same on both sides. No surprise there at all. The only difference between the Holger as well as the DLQ, I'm curious to see if or not the DLQ does get brought into Summit. I mean, the right tech AMR obviously going to be the slightly better pick because of the fast-paced matchup that Control is all about. But this is Almighty's pick. How do you fare this game going, Warden?
I mean, Almighty, ABC, Summit on Control. I mean, if ever this was a hard point, I could actually lean towards ABC for this one. I truly believe that the whole energy that they have put up here, especially in a map like Summit, it's really just supporting their personality out. But here on Control, we know exactly what Almighty can offer, and this could just be a one to the love affair. Not until ABC could put up a shocker, just like how they did on Hardpoint.
Yeah, good opener by both sides. Heaven taking one, Me6 trades it out. Incendio and Shut Up. They push Almighty in front in terms of the number of kills, but ABC's already sneaking away that A control point here, and it looks like they are going to be able to do a lot of damage, but good clearance from the second floor. Almighty's got a good hold on this. It's just a teaser from the side of ABC. They want to keep things fresh, but nobody's been able to flank around just yet, but you can see Keens making a long way around from the cable car edge.
Big wrap around right there from the set of Keens. Will try to make that play. Does get himself into casualty. Incendio will get taken out of the equation right there. But so far, they need to put up more influence here on the front end of the control map right here of Summit. And so far, we really need to see ABC put more numbers here on towards the catwalks. It's really one of the best power positions out there. You do have a wide access on towards the B and A control point. And that's exactly where Almighty is just better at right now. Shut up here. Tries to make the play. 7 shuts him down. What a nifty shot right there. Urban J will try to cut off the rotation here from the catwalks. Will get denied as well, but till then they need to win more gunfights here. We need to see more consistency as Incendio popping off here on towards the mid lane. Kins, Me6 out of the equation. What a man he is.
Incendio's still teasing you, man. It's like, check out my right tech AMR. Check out what I can do. Let's go. Incendio's on fire. There's about 10 different in terms of life difference between Almighty as well as ABC, but it doesn't seem to be like ABC is going to be able to crawl their way out of here. Defensive sided map Summit is super one-sided, especially the way Almighty plays it. Very dominant from the start. 6 more lives to go, but more than that, it's the timer that I'm concerned about. ABC's running out of time. 5 seconds on the pause. If Me6 loses this, which he does not, he extends the timer for the team, but can they hang on for their dear lives? Only 4 more to go now for ABC.
I don't exactly know this one's gonna be put up with, but one thing for sure is that Almighty is just gonna be able to win this round off. It's not gonna be now, it's gonna be for sure in a bit or so. 7 will try to make the play. Unfortunately, he does get denied, and Jeff Pro will take him out of the equation. And Almighty, Incendio, smiling over all the Almighty squad. They just know exactly that they're rocking the show right now.
You see, every time he gets a kill, he grits his teeth. He's saying, Warden, Warden. What? I'm scared. No. ABC better have a comeback. They're on the defensive now. So let's see exactly how they play this. They play a full 5-man stack on the second floor, but everybody gets just mowed down. Almighty shows ABC who's king from the very start.
mean, exactly. I mean, that's one thing I noticed about ABC. They just love to just go for a very aggressive push, not exactly expecting the capabilities of Almighty. And that's quite ironic here. I mean, they've been going against each other for such a long time already here, and they should know what they exactly have to want not to do up against Almighty. And we can clearly see here, AJ, the breakaway here from the side of Almighty is just being put to showcase here. Look at the A control point. They're already at 2 sectors in, 1 more to go, a couple more seconds in. They're gonna be able to get the A control point with ease.
Dude, what the heck? That was just Incendio on a solo man run on that A control point, and he finally got taken down. The guy almost got it all done. That's a one-man army you're about to take on, Warden. So good luck, brother. Good luck.
I mean, he does have 8 kills under his name as well. And all over Almighty.
Oh, wait. Is that some trash talk, Warden? Is that... I hear you, man.
He's putting up a lot of numbers here, AJ, and it's just such a very scary thing as well. You know, man. Let's take a look at this. Okay.
Yeah.
17-11. ABC, they're on the trail right now. And we just got Incendio, Heaven, Shut Off, Earth, and J, Jeff Pro here just running the map down here. I don't exactly know how could ABC bounce back here on versus round number 2. I think this is just going to be a very, very one-sided control game here.
Let's see. I mean, Incendio, you teased him. He was the lowest fragger on the side of Almighty. Now Incendio gonna prove to Warden that he can get more kills for himself. B6 goes down. Incendio hyped up. 7, can he spot it out? Incendio does not get it, but Jeff Pro steps up for the team. It's Okas from the back as well. Hunter Killer Drone gets sent out. 4 more lives for the side of ABC. Almighty on the 9. They're on the attack. So ABC, they're all backed away to a tight little corner here. Backstab by Clutch King Irfan J. Vanditanda Terupura, the one and only Irfan J. Can he get another? Here comes the pop from the KRM. Irfan J's on fire. Incendio from the back, but he gets burned down by Reeve. It is 5-3 now. ABC hanging on, and they're hanging on good.
They're hanging on good. The game is not over until it's over now. But till then, Almighty Heaven will take down Reef out of the equation. Keens from the back and will take down Earth and J. 3-2 still. Almighty, they're still on the lead. Keens, ABC overall are on the trail. Players here on the Catwalks will try to make the play as well. Heaven goes down some more. Now the grounds all equalized. Now 2-2. Shut up, just right around the corner. Okats might go for a very aggressive push here. Knows exactly where he is.
Oh, Incendio!
Will take Okats out of the equation now. The dagger is there. 1 more to eliminate, and the second round will begin first side of Almighty. But till then, this still could go both ways.
Oh, what a standoff! But Heaven now pushes up 4th. Switchblade does not have the range, but Summit's a really tight map. He just needs to swing the corner here. Keens, on the other hand, tries to catch Heaven off guard, but he's not gonna get too cheeky with it. Everybody's holding their spot. Almighty running out of time. Final 12 seconds. They hop onto the hill. Finally, control point. Keens takes 1, and ABC gets 1 round back.
Ready up.
The game still looking to be close as ever here. Almighty and ABC showing great remarks here in this control game mode. If you're on the comment section down below, let's just rock it out one more time. If you're on the side of Almighty, comment down below, #go Almighty. If you're on the side of ABC, comment down below, #go EBC. Now, game equalized. Let's see who can take this 3rd round.
If you're on the side of Warden, comment go Warden. Keeps backstab. Oh, guy gets flashed halfway. What a response by Shut Up, turning things around. And now 2 life deficit for ABC. Nothing too much to shout about. But they are on the attack, and Almighty hasn't really allowed them to step onto this control points all that too much just yet. Shut Up gets 1. Can he get 2 as well? Switchblade monster Shut Up is.
Quite a monster is, but Earth and J as well will try to put up himself onto the mix, but unfortunately 7 will shut him up. Heaven wrapping around here with a Purifier. This could be really deadly here, especially if the spawn trap will try to continue now.
Ooh.
Here we go. This is a breakaway loose from the side of Almighty here. It's just a big hell of a strap now. 26-15 here. ABC nowhere that they can go out their spawns here because Almighty is just gatekeeping them. Jeff Pro as well added to the mix here. What a selfish team Almighty is.
Say hello to my Purifier, says Jeff Pro, but he gets backstabbed by Keens. A 13 life deficit for the Indonesians. It does not look good. Almighty wrecking them on this Summit control, and it doesn't seem like they want to drop another control match to anybody anymore. 20 seconds to go. ABC running out of time. They run out of lives already. Keens pulls out the boxing gloves, punches Heaven down to the ground, but with 6 more lives and about 10 seconds to go, the question is, can ABC get the impossible impossible done, just like the previous round.
It's gonna be hard, man. 5 more lives remaining here. 3 seconds now. Jeff Pro here just being the gatekeeper for the team overall. And there's not enough time at all for ABC to make the play. Match point advantage now for Almighty. One more round, not for them to just take this win out of this map, but for them to take the lead as well for the series.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, Almighty, ABC, what a fight between the two, but Almighty was just a little too overpowered in that defensive round. Now ABC, they've got the advantage. They play the defensive, but look at them stack that second floor once again, and that turns out to be one of the best things. That Gravity Vortex gun managing to get 2 for 7. Irfan J trades him out though, so no more Gravity Vortex pressure from the side of ABC. Me6, good angle held on to, but he tries to get away. Heaven catches him, and Heaven gets a double for himself. It's all equal on the lives, and Almighty now there to pick up the control point.
Wow, it's getting quite hot in here, man. Almighty, they're on the breakaway lead once more, but till then, 22 to 24, not really a significant lead for them in terms of the live count. They are really getting that influential round versus a control point. Shnup on his way through. 4 players here, 3 players inside the hill, 1 player around the perimeter as well. And this a control point looking to be a secure deal here. As Heaven will just be gatekeeping this player here on towards the central entrance, alongside with the staircase as well. Until then, Incentive from the back end will be supporting the team with the AM Tech, right Tech AMR, and just like that, every player from the side of Almighty doing their magic, doing the work.
But look at player number 4, Irfan J capping the control point all on his own, and Clutch King Irfan J steals it away from the back, and he's all on his own, man. Nobody's gone in there to say hello to Irfan J just yet. I don't know exactly what ABC's got planned. Finally, Keens takes him down, but the damage has been done. 1 quadrant stolen away by the Clutch King. 7, second one almost there. Now Jeff Pro from up top should be able to open this up for the Almighty team once again.
Almighty now just on the loose. They're on the prowl to end off this control game. Summit here said and done. It's shot 17 to 15. 17 to 5 more lives remaining here. Irfan J expanding himself here onwards. Getting the last 3 kills here up in the board. And Almighty, they take control and they take the lead as well from the series.
I mean, come on. Irfan J was cracked in that round there. That Purifier just went... I don't know how the Purifier goes, man. There ain't no sound for that I can make with my mouth. But Irfan J was the king. Yet another round for Almighty, but ABC has showed us they can pick up a win as well at control over Almighty. So I'm expecting this to go to a game number 5. Let's see if or not ABC can push it the distance and perhaps even steal it away from the very dominating Almighty.
Could be the case. Could be the case here, AJ. But my, oh my, what a mix-up of emotions here on towards control. I mean, I was really leaning towards the fact that maybe ABC could put up another round there for them, and maybe till then we could have seen that game number 5. Imagine, man. Imagine if the decider of it all, who can take the series out, would have been that round number 5. But it didn't happen. Almighty just showing to be the only team in this competition to be still crowned to be the king of control here, AJ.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if or not Incendio is going to be hopping off of his right tech play because, you know, usually this guy is like one of the top fraggers, but right now he isn't struggling like what you wanted to insinuate, Warden. He isn't struggling, but, you know, he isn't the top fragger at the same time. He's got a really decent KD. He wasn't really falling a lot out there on the battlefield. But if he does pull out a different gun, if he does pull out an assault rifle, an SMG, guy can go ham. ABC, towards this point, is still a little lucky that Incendio hasn't touched one of those guns. But perhaps this is exactly what they need to turn the tables. I mean, as cheeky as Incendio is trying to get here, maybe they can punish them in the next round.
I mean, it could be the case here, but then again, if you do get like players like Shut Up, Heaven, Irfan J just popping off, you don't really have to do much work here. Because then again, you know, if we're going to be looking at the statistics here, overall, the statement of the rounds right there, the one they're on control. It wasn't even like a fight at all that we were really expecting for a set of ABC. And if you just look at the kills, man, look at the kills. 117% of Almighty, 69% of ABC.
This is just way too dominant, right? Especially in the final round. And ABC has an opportunity to make their way back in. It is not the end just yet. We've got a marathon on the run here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A best out of 7, out of which Almighty has stolen 2. But ABC, they did start off strong. 250 to 212 at Hacienda earlier on when they did meet at Hardpoint. So all they need to do is get the job done at Hardpoint once again. The next map is going to be Slums, and that's the map pick of ABC. So the advantage and the possibility surely is there.
I mean, truly is the case. Truly is the case. we're just going to be talking about hardpoint there. ABC has done it before. You might be able to see them do it once more. But this time around, MVP, Heaven. 6 MVP counts on the trail for Javen as well. 28 kills under his name here. Overall, I mean, as we expected, this guy as well can really rock the show. If it's not going to be Incendio, if it's not going to be Shut Up, Irfan J, or Jeff Pro, it's really going to be Heaven for the side of Almighty.
Yeah, who's going to get the MVP though? Because I think we did see Heaven getting a lot of the kills, but I didn't really spot the kill. I didn't really spot the score sheet there by the time we got to that end of that final round, because Irfan J was really popping off first with that KRM, and then of course he did stop by with that Purifier to burn everybody down. Jeff Bro joining them right after Heaven had his own rounds completed. And by the end of it, they were really dominating ABC. ABC just couldn't find a way out of that fight at all.
Yeah, definitely, man. And that's something about ABC as well earlier, you know. I mean, Meeseeks was able to pop off there on hardpoint, Kins as well backing him up. And we might just hope that in some way that these two players right here could just bounce back for the team overall. And till then, they might be able to just extend the series furthermore on hardpoint.
Yeah.
Because that's where they truly excelled at. But, you know, hardpoint, we're only going to be seeing a very, very few hardpoints here, AJ. And they need to at least put up a scratcher either on Control or Insertion Destroy.
Yeah, and it looked like S&D might have gone their way earlier on. They looked really strong at the very start. And then Almighty just woke up and did Almighty things. Heaven did Heaven things. And Heaven did Heaven things yet again in that Control matchup, because by the looks of things on the recap earlier on, we saw him having 28 eliminations by the very end of that round. So no surprise there at all. Heaven has been that one guy that has not only managed to keep up with Whoopi, but also outdo him in many circumstances in the past. Unfortunately, in the Sniper battle, that wasn't the case. But Snipers are, not the only thing that wins all of those matches out there. And Heaven has very quickly become a player that's very proficient on the SMGs, just as he is on the Snipes.
Yeah, very flexible player he is. The switchblade right there. I mean, earlier, I would really love to eat my words back here coming again. I mean, we did have a comparison between the PP Bison and the switchblade, and I was really putting a lot of shades there for the switchblade. But when I saw Heaven now popping off once more, and exactly how he has been doing here for the set of CDFI, I forgot that this guy can really rock the switchblade, and it has been such a game-changing thing for him.
It is. I mean, especially in Summit, such a tight map, you want to be pulling out a super fast SMG that can get you around like a buzzing little bee and, of course, spray your opponents down. So the Switchblade, amazing pick, and Heaven is amazing on the gun as well. But, of course, as we push on into hardpoint slumps, it's not going to be the same. I have a sneaky feeling that Incendio is going to be pulling out their right-tech AMR. If he does, it's going to be a fun match.
You know something about slumps as well. I did play competitive just a little bit now. I actually dedicated a call out there on towards P2. You know that hole right there in the back of the hardpoint. I actually call it the Incendio spot because he really loves to play around that thing right there.
Yeah.
And that actually forced a lot of teams as well to play around that role. So really, in terms of the side of Almighty, especially for Incendio, he has been such a big influence in terms of how slumps is played out. So ABC. The only thing that I really can vouch for them here is, maybe till then, those KRMs that they showcased earlier in terms of the statistics board could maybe put up an impact. But till then, if ever the personality of Almighty, which they love to draw a lot of bridges down, just burn bridges down for them to put up the distance to really counteract with the whole personality of their opposing end. So it could really depend. I think one key take to victory here for the side of ABC is not allowing the anchors to be settled down.
Yeah, I mean, ABC, this is their map pick at the end of the day, and you brought up a really good point, right? P2, the hole in the corner, is just a little too devastating to take on in terms of a straight face-to-face fight, especially if you're going to have Incendio hold on to that angle with that right-tech AMR. As you move down through arches, that long distance kind of immediately puts an end to your run. Unless, of course, you can move on in swiftly with your tacticals. You throw in a couple of stuns, you smoke out the area, the perfect entrance perhaps. I mean, once again, this is the ABC map pick. We might be able to see brilliance like that if they can control the map, because we know Almighty is pretty stacked on slumps hardpoint. They do have a good win rate here. The only one where we do see a little bit of signs of I guess, devastation sometimes for Almighty is when they hop on into Hacienda. We saw that a little bit earlier on. It was ABC that got the job done against them. Surprisingly enough, ABC was super dominant at Hacienda. I wasn't expecting that sort of a gunfight, but we didn't see that sort of same ferocity in the other matches, which kind of got me a little worried over the course of this series.
I mean, I was really expecting that Search and Destroy. Yeah, for sure. I mean, me and Callie talked about Search and Destroy being such a map that could be just revolving around Almighty. But with the showcase that they put up there on the word Hardpoint, we were expecting at least much more of a closer game. It was only the first 2 rounds where ABC was able to put up a scratch. But till then, from then on forward, once Incendio was popping off with a sniper right there, everything was just going so well for the side of Almighty. Now, Hardpoint there earlier, AJ. I mean, Almighty, they were able to lead that game as well for the first 3 kills. But with the ABC bouncing back with the same factor that Almighty showcased, which was really just getting the better rotations, really getting the better stronghold inside the hill. And till then, they were able to rock their show. So maybe fingers crossed that they might be able to play the same factors here. But in terms of the whole mental composure here, AJ, it's going to be a hard thing here as come again. They did lose 2 games in a row already.
They did lose 2 games in a row. But, once again, we have to bring up that hardpoint dominance that ABC showed us that they are capable of, because not only were they really good with the rotations as well as the timing of those rotations, they were good at breaking those hills. They were very good on the defensive side. They were good at slaying in that matchup as well. In every single way, ABC was phenomenal in that hardpoint matchup. The biggest problem here is, like you said, the momentum that Almighty has picked up for themselves. And now the boys just want to put this to rest. They want to get this into a 4-1. In fact, they weren't even planning on losing that Hacienda matchup. That was their map pick. So, unfortunately, we don't know what happened to them. There was a little bit of a connection issue. I believe Jeff Pro wasn't really moving a lot at one point. But we don't want to pin the loss of Almighty down to technical issues. I don't think they'll appreciate that at all. They're the kind of team that fights their way back. If they feel like they deserve a win, that's exactly what they'll go out there and grab for themselves. But in this next matchup, what do you think the probability of Almighty getting the win is going to be, especially with the fact that this is an ABC pick?
I mean, if I'm just going to be basing it off the momentum as well, and just overall adding into the fact that, yeah, for sure, the first hardpoint, there was 1 over by ABC. It's still going to be leaning for me a 60-40 is much more set for side of Almighty. Yeah, for sure. Before this matchup started, I was really vouching for the side of ABC. But as soon as I saw the energy that they were showcasing from Search and Destroy to Control, they weren't really winning their gunfights no more. And for a fact that Hardpoint is really leaning towards getting those kills and also getting those objective time inside the hills. So one factor is already crossed out from the side of ABC. But till then, they do have the streak right there of Hardpoint. So they still have a little bit of a fight going on for them. Not until maybe Almighty can just really overrun.
So is that ABC or Almighty?
64T leaning towards Almighty.
Almighty, okay. I think I've got my bet on ABC for this matchup. I just want to extend the series as long as possible. And, the probability of ABC picking this up is really strong. And I think they kind of lost that momentum once that 3-snipe setup from Almighty broke out in that S&D matchup. I know for a fact ABC wasn't expecting that. That was not something that is very common that any of the teams have to face out there on the battlefield. And I think that kind of shocked them. There were a couple of rounds where they were hitting back really, really well, but Incendio's just bored, man. He's like, can we start the match, guys? Like right now before I fall asleep. Incendio, not yet. We've got a couple of more matches going on through, but shout out to the YouTube chat. It has been one of the best Call of Duty mobile chats so far. Super clean, no toxicity in here today at all. Everybody's vibing good.
Yeah, everybody is just live and good here, AJ. And something about Hardpoint Incendio as well here, man. Yeah, I was actually rocking the right deck at some point as well during the run there for Hacienda Hardpoint. But now, looking at the maps and picks here, Game 5 will be taking place on towards Takeoff. Game number 6 will be on towards Raid. And the last and final map is going to be on Standoff right there. And I do believe that's going to be Control. But now, AJ, soon enough, we're going to be heading over to Slums. Hardpoint here. Let's give it up now for ABC and Almighty once more.
Yeah, let's hop on into the matchup. And if you guys are wondering exactly what It's my sign. I'm a Gemini, baby. Let's go. This is the open of the hard point at Slums, a map pick of ABC, and they opened up the hard point as well. Great angles held on here at the dumpsters broken as well as Memorial. 3 angles all on a lockdown, and the moment Almighty hops on back into the hill, they push on forth and annihilate. Now they're trying to push this line up a little bit, but they do not see the fact that they've let go of the spawns of Ghetto. So a backstab by Almighty now. ABC has given away the favorable spawns over to the side of Almighty, and now Almighty can string this on from P1 into P2 easily.
That was an absolute perfect take there from side of Almighty, getting the spawns, getting the influence inside hill, and getting the parameter as well to secure the power positions. But looking like ABC, looking to respond back as well with their own sense of forces. Now they do get the breakaway here on towards P1. Absolutely a significant lead now for a set of ABC, as they have accumulated now 25 points. Might be able to cover it down to 35 as well, especially if ever the hard point will get left uncontested while Almighty they settle for new.
I just praised the chat and then Kizzy arrived. What's up, Kizzy? Good to have you back. Everybody, please send some love to Kizzy. 33-9. Almighty just struggling a tad bit, but remember what we talked about. It's all about the spawns, and ABC gifted away the spawns for P2 to Almighty earlier on. Shut up now, trying to hold on to the spawns. He does have the backup in Jeff Pro as well. Jeff Pro needs to get the job done. He cannot go down, but Okats breaks it. They take the spawn. ABC, Almighty's in a lot of trouble now, but they've got the spawns out of broken. Very short travel time into the hard point. Everybody's stacked in there. Everybody's an objective player right now, but ABC, they're waiting for the timing for the break. Nothing's kicked off just yet. Clutch King Irfan J continues to slay. ABC gets it, and player number 3 moves on in to take the spawn away from Broken as well. What a play by the Indonesians.
What a play there from the side of the Indonesians. Wow. I mean, ABC, it was looking to be a very promising take from the side of Almighty. I mean, 5 players was right inside a hard point right there, but just one by one, they go down like flies. Till then, ABC, they retain this hard point here, and they take the lead by a storm. 57, 58, 36 now. Almighty, they settle for new once more. They got the early rotations. They do got the power positions as well, but actually, no, ABC, they're on it, man, and this could be a possible pinch here, especially if ever Almighty don't watch out.
Yeah, it's a great play by ABC. Map control. We see exactly why the Indonesians dragged us into Slums now. They love playing on Slums. They've got that perfect spawn control as well for this next hill. Out of Fountain. Nobody's holding on to it, though. Hunter Killer Drone goes out for a flight. Does not find anyone, but the U-turn comes through. Player number 3, Shut Up, gonna be in trouble. In 7 finds him with the Hunter Killer Drone. ABC on the hill, rolling on it, but the problem here is they let go of the spawns. What's up with that?
I mean, I don't know if it's just going to be a miscommunication here for the team of Almighty, but one for sure is that it's really not paying off now. ABC, they're on the breakaway, losing, they're on the lead once more. It was a lovely run there for a side of Almighty, but as we can see right now, the lead is on for a side of ABC, and what a turnaround for Reef to shut down Heaven. Until then, they still get the scrap time out away from Almighty, and guess what, AJ? King's where he is at, they also get the spawns onwards next as well. Almighty, they're fighting for it, but guess what? They get denied.
Yeah, great adjustments. ABC has got that fountain spawn once again. They just need to take Almighty out now. Easier said than done, as Shut Up whips out the claw on for a couple of more pops, but he gets shut down from E6 from far away, beamed down with a headshot. That Greg 6 is powerful. You gotta love that gun in the current season. 87-72. Almighty tried their best to catch up, but because of that fountain spawn, it's quite difficult for them to deal with the numbers that ABC brings on, and Reef whips out his purifier, burning everybody to the ground. They've got this advantage. 35 seconds to go. Almighty has time for one last attempt on this break.
One last attempt, but Reef here, gatekeeping finally goes down. Urfa and Jay, Clutch King takes him out of the equation. Until then, 2 more players here to worry about. Urfa and Jay still doing the works here, and they do get the break inside a hill. And it's more than enough time for them to even things up, but with the spawns here just right next to the hard point here for the set of ABC. The continuous push here from the set of ABC, really giving Almighty a hard time to accumulate the points. Here, Shut Up goes down. Urfa and Jay looks to go down as well, but he is really showing off a fight now. Okats Reef out of the equation, and Almighty, they get the remaining time.
Clutch King doing Clutch King things. Almighty almost back in this matchup at the reset of this hard point. Almighty's on the hill. They've locked down the spawns as well from archers. They should be able to supply that manpower, but ABC's going to be spawning out of garage. Not a problem at all. They switch the spawns over towards Broken instead. They want to attack from the bottom side of the map. Almighty does not see that coming, and ABC takes the hill. What a break. What a switch of pace.
Ever since the start of the game, Almighty, they've been playing chase. ABC, they've been on the lead. Not so significant, but a lead is a lead here. Until then, it's looking to get extended furthermore. But look at the crosses here for Set of Almighty. Two players are wrapping around towards the rat hole, and that's going to be the breakaway now. One more player to worry about here is going to be Reef with Sneaky Bison. Will get taken out as well. Jeff Bro finds him out of the equation. Until then, Almighty finally gets a break here on towards P1, but it may not last for so long as Cavalry has arrived as well from the Set of ABC.
Not a lot in the between the two teams right now. Almighty sacrificing the final 10 seconds for an early hold on the spawns for P2. This is your money hill. This is where you become a millionaire. Almighty wants to run away with this matchup for this next hill, but all ABC needs to do is take the spawn out of Dumpsters, rush on in a 5-man push, but Irfan J says, get the heck out of here. This is my hill, and I'm called the Clutch King.
Yeah, call the Clutch King here, but now here we go. Good clearance here from the Set of Almighty. ABC, they need to look for a break here. And it's a very split situation. Now Irfan J, the Purifier, is still on. He's still gatekeeping the spawns here. Until then, we are seeing no influence at all from the Set of ABC. Almighty now bagging the points. They are truly becoming the millionaires now. Only 12 more points to accumulate, and they're back on the lead here. Irfan J still on a spree. Sprays down some more, finds the tree. Until then, Almighty untouchable onto P2.
I think they're gonna get a full 60 off of this hill. ABC has not been able to get a single one, and ABC off for an early rotation. One Freddy comes out, only takes one player out of the equation, and Irfan J still holding on to the final few seconds. 12 more seconds to go here. Can Clutching hold on? No, he gives away the scraps to ABC, who are right back in the matchup. Almighty have to back away. Early spawn, that's at Fountain, and Keynes, he needs to fight for his dear life, but it's not looking the right way. Backstab! Keynes goes down. Spawn for P3 on the side of Almighty.
For the Set of Almighty, and they're on the lead right now, but keep in mind, tree operator skill is quite well available for the Set of ABC. If they want to choose to invest this one out, they have the right to do so. Now 7 takes down Instant, and looks for some more as well. Heaven just right around the corner here on the switchblade will take down one. Can he check some more? Unfortunately, quite fortunately, yes. And Heaven secures the spawn for Set of Almighty.
GG.
That's going to be dividing ABC to the bottom ends. Almighty, the momentum is there, and Heaven is still on his spree. He's still on the roll, and Almighty, it only took one break for them to bounce back and take the momentum and the heat to their side.
There's the Nate Connect. 7 now. Goes for a blind pop, but Jeff Bro whips out the Purifier to hold on to the defense, but Reef invests on his own Purifier just to be traded out by Shut Up. All of those operators being wasted out on the battlefield. We have got one heck of a fight on our hands. Final 10 seconds. ABC on a skirmish with Almighty, and Almighty wins the final few seconds away. ABC is just a couple of yards behind Almighty, man. In fact, they're not really fallen off the map just yet. If they win this, they've got it in the bag. They've got the spawns. A huge potential for ABC to jump right back into the game.
I mean, what exactly ABC has to do is exactly what Almighty did earlier. Get a full 60 as well. Until then, they might be able to just even things up now. 199 to 150. One more point away for Almighty to get the 200-point mark back to their side. But with now the clearance here from the Set of ABC slowly but surely getting built up upon, it might get disrupted here as Incendio from this mid lane will try to make this play. Keynes denies him out. Until then, the breakaway will come into the play for the side of Almighty. And guess what? The spawns now flip. ABC down in bottom, down in Narnia. Almighty, they get the clearance as well. And it could be the remaining 30 seconds here decided for the Side of Almighty.
ABC cannot afford to not go in here for the challenge. They go in for a perfect break, and one attempt was all it took to whoop Almighty out of the equation. And now God spawns for Jeff Bro. He's got that backstab, manages to take one kill, goes in for the wild sprays, Craig 6 in hand, but thankfully Reef is on the hill and he protects it for ABC. 6 more seconds to go. About 180 is where ABC will land, which means they're right back in the matchup. 175 we stop though. Almighty not too far away, but they do have this P1.
We have this P1 right now. First initial gunfights, clearance now coming into the play for the Side of Almighty. Looking like ABC will try to find this breaker on towards the left side of the minimap, but Okatch here looking to go for this wrap around, gonna go for this backstab now, and he's still on a spree, still on the roll right there. But if you get Incendio with a claw, just trying to make this play here on towards this hard point. Although the hard point is actually quite stagnant here, no teams, no players at all contesting this one out. Is it gonna be ABC? Absolutely, yes, sir. A lot of the misinvestments here from the Side of Almighty was being shown. There was a lot of things getting drawn down, but the influence inside the hill was was denied.
Yeah, quick pick and then back away. That's the strat by Almighty. They've got the numbers now. Everybody hops onto the hill at the same time. Communication absolutely sublime on the side of the Singaporeans. V6 backstab, gets 2 for himself, but nobody's on the hill. Almighty running away with the game already. ABC has no time to hold on to the back of the map. They need to be on that hard point. Incendio taken down. Ocats finally pulls it right back, but Almighty 9 points away from securing the win. ABC is playing a dead man's game, but finally that hard point moves on to P2. They've got the spawns. This is the biggest fight of their whole series.
Championship hold here needs to happen for the side of ABC, and so far, the first initial wave, Almighty, they get denied. The gravity vortex from Music will calculate 3 kills off in the board. Ocats here with a claw, finds the third as well, but till then, Almighty slowly but surely building up onto the heat. Repair with a purifier will get taken down. 2 more players to worry about, and Almighty, they get the break inside a hill.
Yeah, they do get the break. Irfan J once again to the purifier. How many times will this boy streak himself out? The clutch king, Irfan J, getting the job done, but shut up on the other side. Jeff Pro is on the hill, 250 to 208. Almighty wins it yet again. This is a dominant run by the Singaporeans after that single win by ABC on Hacienda Hardpoint earlier on. And Almighty are now just a 1 match away. We've got Search and Destroy coming up. That's takeoff Almighty's pick, which means ABC is in a lot of trouble.
In a lot of trouble, as they're only 1 game away for them.
Yeah.
Taken out of the equation here for the CDFI 3-1 now. They really needed a hard point, as it was really the most promising game mode that they could offer here up against Almighty. I mean, they were really rocking the show, AJ. I mean, the first start of the game, they were on that lead. Such a very remarkable team they are. But once that P2 was set it up there from the side of Almighty, that full 60 right there, that threw them off and that just cut off the momentum.
Yeah, I think, there are a lot of predictions. Oh, is Almighty hiding strats whatsoever? You cannot hide strats against this kind of ABC. You will get whooped. You will lose your match for sure. This was an all-out from both sides, and we saw exactly who that winner was at the very end. I think the rotations, everything was perfect from both sides. You barely saw mistakes happening. All you saw was great plays and great counters from both sides. Both teams deserve the praise, but of course, you can only have 1 winner at the very end of that hardpoint match, and Almighty takes the cake. But it was a super close one. 1 good hill could have pushed them all the way through. Absolutely loved that match.
Absolutely love it, man. I mean, I just saw the comment section down below. It was a mixture right there, and I can completely agree with you all. I mean, it's really impressive for ABC to show off and really play this well up against Almighty, and especially in this map. Yeah, for sure, we know for a fact as well that this map right here is chosen by ABC, but really, it wouldn't have been a good match, especially if ABC wasn't showing off a good fight. They were able to run it down big time. It's just the fact that the overdrive mode by Almighty was just too much to bear with there. The switch of tides, the switch of momentum, it was just too hot, my guy. I was sweating myself.
I mean, every single time Almighty took that momentum, ABC hit them right back. They were trying to catch up. The place where they did fall short, though, were the eliminations. Almighty was so much better on the guns. They were taking so many more kills. Every time one man went down, he traded out 2 before getting taken down. That's Almighty for you. And it is going to make the world of difference when you play a hardpoint matchup at slumps, where those hardpoints as well as spawns are super close to each other. Unless you've got a super stack team, you're not going to be able to force the team that you oppose to spawn on the opposite side of the map. And that was one of the greatest challenges for ABC. They just had to sustain battle after battle after battle, and Almighty just keeps it coming, man.
They keep it coming, my guy. And guess what? This time around, players that's going to be popping off, it's going to be the same old player from the set of Almighty earlier on the hardpoint. Irfan J have been just accumulating the kills here. I mean, I'm just, I'm quite lightheaded here, my guy, because I'm just loving how this one gets consistent out. And finally, Irfan J gets his first MVP count for this one here. I was really hoping that he would get it at some point. I'm glad it is now. I mean, it was really one of the best hardpoint that I casted myself. Congratulations to Irfan J for accumulating his first MVP count.
Yeah, Irfan J was just waiting for me to take the mic back. He was like, if I'm gonna get that MVP, I want Mustachio to say it, man. Clutch King Irfan J once again picks up that most valuable player title for good reason. The guy has been a monster out there on the battlefield, untouchable in a lot of these matches. Even in the previous match, his Purifier was such a pain to deal with, and in this matchup as well, that Purifier was a huge pain. And there is a high probability if Almighty makes it to the next round, you're not going to see this operator in play because it's one of the things that is going to get banned, auto-banned instantaneously.
Yeah, and till then, you might just be able to see the force back, the good old classic Annihilator Almighty, and that could be something that you don't exactly want to deal with as well. And it's just really showing the mastery of Almighty. If they master this operator skill right here, you're gonna question yourself: do you want to face off against an Almighty that loves the Annihilators, or do you want to face off with the Purifiers? And so far, with the energy and the whole familiarity that they can offer here with the Purifier here, AJ, I think it's much just better to just go head-to-head with the pistols.
Well, we will see exactly what happens. Shout out to Johnny West. I can't kiss you in the middle of broadcast, man. I mean, wait for the end of broadcast. You know, then I'll send out my flying kisses and stuff. But the chat has been amazing. I mean, a couple of trolls as usual. But what's a good chat without a couple of trolls in there just to shake things up? But overall, it's been one heck of a day on playoffs day number 2, where we see two teams potentially getting that upset button hit right. Earlier on, we did see a fantastic matchup between Blacklist International Ultimate as well as Doyu Gaming, where Blacklist Ultimate hit an unexpected 4-0. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because, you know, who would have expected Blacklist Ultimate to pop off when it really, really mattered, man? Especially after Smart Omega themselves went down to Doyu.
I mean, no one would have expected that one. Even the production didn't expect that one to end like that. So, I mean, you know, that's exactly why we had to stall a lot of time as well, because you know how it was just too fast, man. It was just too fast. Everyone had to recalibrate. The next team that had to play had to recalibrate. Us had to rethink twice. I prepared a lot of storylines here for a set of Blacklist and DYG, but guess what? I was only left with game number 4, so I didn't exactly had a lot to say. So I was shocked, man. I was shocked. I know you all were shocked as well.
I mean, everybody was shocked. Everybody was stunned. But of course, in this matchup, we're still waiting for ABC to stun us in the exact same way they stunned everyone by picking up a super win at Hacienda Hardpoint earlier on. Or this is just going to be a gentleman sweep from Almighty. After dropping the first match, they hit back 4-1. That is a huge possibility. By the way, the Singaporeans are playing this right now. But Indonesia doesn't have to be very upset at all. You still have strong representation of Indonesia within the Almighty squad, mainly from Shut Up as well as Jeff Pro. So everybody's happy.
I mean, exactly, man. I mean, as I did say, if ever the game here, if ever Almighty wins out, they still have 2 Indonesians for their side. ABC, they got 5. But now here we go. First round now opening up. And the first initial contestant here in casualties will be one for the side of ABC. It's an early 5v3 here, AJ.
Yeah, and let's see if Not Keens will be able to continue this for the side of ABC. Because only Heaven is alive and kicking. Heaven does spot one though. Reef, boy, punches him right in the face. Heaven tries to flick around, but a 2v1 is too much for one of the best snipers in the world to handle. ABC picks up a good first round.
Good sucker punch for him. Reef showing some smiles. And I love the fact that ABC, they're smiling right now. They're just having some good old time. And that's exactly how one thing as well, and how a team could just, you know, bring back their mental composure and just enjoy the game. After all, we are playing the love of Call of Duty here. Now here we go, round number 2, opening up. Me6 now takes some shit up early out of the round. Irfan J going quite aggressively here on towards B bomb side, wrapping around here as well on towards lounges. And this could be really a big play here for Almighty.
Me6. His head just escapes Irfan J's Hades. Bot 7 does not. Good backstab. Unexpected from Irfan J. He's back on the Hades play. Heaven, on the other hand, good quick scope. Ocats almost had his heart taken out there with that one shot. Reef manages to get that backstab and the timing onto Incendio. So it's all good. 3v2. ABC has got that man advantage.
They do. Mentioned that man advantage here now. Till then, not anymore, as Irfan J will take down Keens out of the play. Reef put an M16. Will not be the one that's going to be able to put up the kill here. It's going to be Heaven takes on Me6 as well. Last 2 casualties, 1 over from the side of Almighty, and now the sides will get turned out. Almighty, they do have the numbers advantage now.
Let's see what they can get done with that numbers advantage. It's a 1v2. Clutch King goes in for the plant. Reef circling around. The timing He's to the left, does not check his corner, and Heaven punishes with the switchblade. Great round for Almighty as they equal up.
They got it equalized here.
Bomb spotted.
And this search and destroy actually feeling a little bit more suspense compared to previous run now. I mean, we know for a fact what are the stakes here, especially if ever ABC won't be able to put this game down to their side. Really, they gotta double it down. It's an early contestment here. Quite an aggressive take from the set of ABC Me6. Shut up, punishes him down. An early 5v4.
Heaven. Angles are good. OCAD's on the other hand. They're just playing possum. They're just waiting for Almighty to come out for the push, which is exactly what all defensive teams should do. It's just that in the earlier round, Almighty kind of caught out ABC as they tried to circle around to find their good positions. And Irfan J was pushing up a little bit too far, and he posed a great threat. But this time round, we see patience play coming out from Almighty. They want to switch things up round after round just to keep ABC guessing. This is potentially going to be one of the biggest reasons why they get that dub at the end of the day. But shut up, the moment he turns this corner, he should be able to find one.
Could be the case. Both ends here just... What a timing it is. Just one player right there. Onwards, Stickaboo. He's gonna go down, go out of the play. OCAD trails him down, push it up, gets the turnaround kill. Spots on one, can he find somewhere as well? Whips out the pistol, takes Reef out of the equation. Till then, the number is just raining upon for the side of Almighty. And he gets the last kill as well. Shut up. Honest free. He's quite heated up.
Ready up.
Shut up's on fire. Let's see exactly what else they've got in store for us. At the end of the day, ABC is the kind of team that can turn things around. As the moment you start underestimating them, that's exactly where they shine. But I don't want to wait for that moment. I want ABC to step things up right now, just like how they made that hardpoint matchup exciting. I want to see them show us some signs of life in this matchup against Almighty as well. They're still on the defense, which means advantage to them. OCADs and Reef sticking together, but very aggressive in terms of the positioning. They're pushing up a little bit too far. Incendio's already got this pre-aim on this corner.
As much as I hate to see the aggression here from the set of ABC, I love it as well, but the problem is it just continues to get like punished down. Incendio finds down Reef out of the equation. Keens looking to even things up, pushing. Heaven, shut up. Right on the corner, takes him out of the equation now. It's a 4v4, makes it a 4v3 situation, makes it a 4v2 now. As ABC, they get a breakaway loose. OCAD's on a spree. 2 kills, 5 kills under his name. Jeff Bro left alone for his first set of Almighty. And he's stuck here on towards his mid lane. A lot of casualties as he had to deal with here. A miraculous play is might be the something that he should be looking for.
1-2, Jeff Pro out and ABC just like that. That's the fire we are looking for. The challenge has been set, and now Almighty just to take it up a notch one more time, because on the attacking side, it is a tad bit more difficult. So let's see if or not Almighty can get as many of these rounds picked off before we do switch sides. Because at that point is when you potentially might see them run away with this on the defensive at takeoff. It might be a little bit too much for ABC to deal with.
Looking like they're having no trouble here in this very round number 5. And Senyu gets a no-scope, gets the kill as well on towards Reef. Now, it's a situation. One player on towards wrap around, shut up, will take him out of the equation. Hold on to Me6. Once was it 4v2? To 2v1. Me6 playing around Stadium. Does have a Creek 6 here. And it's right behind Almighty. Oh, no. Shut up, finds him out. And Almighty, they take the lead back to their side.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right, man. It's just one after the other. They just putting one foot in front of the other. They're dancing this tango right now. So let's see exactly who ends up with their 1 foot in front by the end of this matchup. I mean, if this pacing continues, we're going to go into super overtime. And I'm looking forward to that. ABC deserves it, but they did not deserve that. Incendio quick scope. Me6 gets it. OCADS gets it as well. Incendio on fire! Let's go, Incendio! Keens with the backstab. Heaven goes down, which means Incendio still has got 2 more players to pick off. Let's see if the guy can get the ace off of ABC.
Can you do it? 2 more to get the ace. 7 Keens. With the Reef out from the set of Incendio. Keens now takes down Jeffro out of the play. Now the ground's quite equalized. 2-2 now. The last 2 players here from the set of Almighty, they're all to get together here, and this might just play around here. Incendio checks the corner here. What a resilient man he is. He's on a mission to get the ace. 1 more player now. Keens left alone. It's a 2v1 situation now. Keens shaking.
Shut up. You better not steal this, brother. Keens Looking around. Shut up's gonna take it. No, Keen stacks him up. Information gets sent. Ace Dio! Oh, shot, he misses. He gets the hit mark. Incendio take it out. Keen prevents that ace. But now Shut Up circling around. Shut Up selling Incendio right now. I told you I should have taken that shot, man. Stop getting greedy for your ace. Circles around 50 Gs. It's all about the timing. Misses the player by a mile. And Keen survives. Incendio, fake blunt. But now he should just go for it all the way.
Yep. Keen's by a distance now. 1-1 situation. Time with the factor starts to take up against Keen's. The game still continues. Keen's wrapping around here. Shut Up. Might not expect this one now, but looking at the angle that he's playing on, he might be able to be put in a very good spot. I think he's just going to be playing for the bomb himself. If ever he does get that indicator, he's just going to check down and take this one out. Come again. The round still continues. 20 seconds left.
I mean, he's got 20 seconds. That's a lot of time. I mean, he can circle around as slowly as possible. But obviously, second floor of Aurora launch is the next suspected spot. But Shut Up's already on standby. 50 Gs. Oh! Shut Up! Dude, that's toxic. What a headshot!
Wow! So I thought that the prize fighter was going to be able to overpower it down. Shut Up gets the one tap.
He went up against a melee, bro. How do you one tap out a melee quicker? The boxing gloves should have gotten the job done. What in the world? Shut Up's cracked. Almighty's cracked. ABC's in a lot of trouble. They gotta hop on right back in here. They gotta pull 2 back-to-back rounds to remain surviving, or else Almighty's gonna run away with this, laughing to the bank.
Double round lead here for instead of Almighty. ABC. This could be their last and final game. If ever they can put up the mark, they have to. Looking like Almighty playing quite in a very default format here, aside from the fact that Jeff Pro is lurking here on towards his last hard point. And here we go now. The casualties here trade off back and forth. Heaven gets the hit mark. Quite unfortunate. Could have gotten the double as well. Until then, that's going to be pushing ABC just a little bit slow. So then holds on the angle. Spots on 7 as well. One more player to worry about there on towards B2. So then, Reef from the back end gets taken out by Incendio as well. And ABC, they're falling down to shambles.
Incendio's just showing off right now, man. I can snipe too. The guy's stepping up. This is going to be crazy because you're looking at a potential triple snipe setup. Standard meta potentially run for some of these SND matches in the future. And Almighty's just going to set a brand new way of playing SNDs, man. If the one and only Incendio can catch up. In fact, he's the top fragger right now. I mean, give the man the MVP title already.
He's been dominating down the kills of Heaven earlier. He's going to be able to find one some more. Me6 out of the equation. Okat's now left alone for instead of ABC. Let's take down Irfan J, but needs to worry about Incendio, Heaven, Jeffro as well. He's lost in the middle right now. A triangulated formation here from the side of Almighty. Okat isolates Incendio out of the chase. Jeffro right around the corner will take him out. And just like that, 5 rounds for set of Almighty, 1 more for the match point advantage.
I mean, look at Incendio go, man. He's aiming for that MVP title, and that smile on the face looks like it's about to kill it. Let's see if or not ABC can turn that smile upside down, turn it into a frown with a win for themselves. But it's going to be quite a tough one, man. Almighty, 2 more rounds to finish this off. ABC needs 3 to catch up.
Catch up now. Early casualties here on our second booth, but Heaven takes on Keens from a very close quarter range, and it's Incendio as well, holding it down. Gonna go for the no scope. There gets the hit by takes 7 out, and Heaven as well, serving the finishing blow. Almighty, they're on that match point advantage.
What are we even watching, man? I mean, this is ABC. It's one of the top teams out of Indonesia. But Almighty just running circles around. And that fight was just unreal. Match point now for the Singaporeans. ABC, can you stop the raging titans in the name of Almighty? Can you salvage this match? It's gonna be a tall order, but they need to give it their all.
They have to give it their all. Moment of silence now, because this could be the last and final round for instead of ABC. A lot of aggression now. Shut up. Me6 earlier, different case here. A switch up of roles. Earlier receiving Me6 there on towards mid lane, going quite aggressive now. But on the process, Kins, Heaven takes him out of the equation. And Incendio takes one frag as well. And the frags here raining upon for a set of Almighty. Yeah, for sure, trade-ups are happening here, but it's just much more brighter.
Come on, Incendio.
As Incendio will find a double as well. 7 out of the equation. It's Reef. Okat's left alone for a set of ABC.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guaranteed Incendio game, man. Incendio picks up the MVP, no doubt whatsoever. Reef tries to punch down Heaven. If J gets punched instead, man, Shut up goes down. Boxing matchup. Heaven says enough is enough in the 15 Gs. ABC almost took it right back. What a game. What a match. I love both teams, but Almighty reigns supreme.
They reign supreme. ABC, they go out of the event, showing off and entertaining us all. What a nice series we had here. You know, AJ, it was very intense for the first few games. I'm glad that we shared a little bit of a laughter here at this very last game of Search and Destroy Takeoff.
I don't know about you, man, but I've been laughing throughout the whole series. This whole event is amazing. That match was amazing. The whole series was just fantastic. ABC gave it their all. ABC proved their worth against Almighty in that hardpoint matchup, but unfortunately swept off their feet by Almighty, who hit back with 4 steady matches. And that final S&D was just the icing on the cake, right? With how dominant they were. And I mean, can we talk about Incendio? Incendio picked up the snipes out of nowhere, and he's dominating everyone. But you want to know exactly what's going to dominate your screens? It is the redeem code that you've been looking for the whole day.
It's going to be CHL EasyBZ 554, or is it SS4? Guys, don't call me on that one right there. You just got to try it out. I don't exactly know. The font is a bit confusing for me. But if you're going to be talking about Incendio here, I actually want to talk about Reef Tyson.
Yeah.
Come on, Reef Tyson.
I mean... Irfan J just walked into that, right? It was like a clothesline from hell. It was like watching WWE. The wrestler thinks that he's gonna go in there, rush at him, but then he just gets taken down with a clothesline. That was exactly what Reef did to Irfan J. Embarrassing moment for the Clutch King, but Heaven's that one party pooper. Heaven's that one child that refuses to play according to the rules set by everybody else. Reef almost got the clutch, all right? It was supposed to be an all-out melee on that round. Heaven could have afforded to throw that round, but he didn't want to. He showed that he's a true pro player.
You know, in some way, Reef was looking for Heaven, like, okay, where's the last guy? Where's the last guy? And he just looks around. Heaven there has his gun pointed out. I'm like, oh crap, I have to whip up my Bison. There's nothing. Too late now. The Search and Destroy, despite the fact that it's really decided for a set of Almighty, ABC, they showed a lot of good memories, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But of course, shout out to ABC for putting out a phenomenal fight once again in that hardpoint matchup. Not just one, but both the hardpoint games. Because even earlier, we did see them try at Slums. It was their map pick. It got pretty close, but unfortunately not close enough. They only managed to get to the 208 points. But Irfan J, the Clutch King, picked up the MVP title as he was just burning everybody to the ground with his Purifier. And check out the stats here for this matchup in itself. Almighty's pretty cracked, and Incendio 2.5 KD. The guy just picked up the snipes recently.
I'm scared. I'm scared, man.
That's all on you, man. That's all on you. That's all on you.
Incendio. We can talk things out after this, okay?
I don't care. I don't care how it started. I don't care what you meant. All I know is there's going to be a 1v1 between Incendio and Warden. I'm going to shoutcast that matchup. Let's go.
All right, man. We'll see. But, you know, Almighty, there's really there's not really much more we can talk about here. I mean, we know exactly how it went down. It's just going to be AMT here showing up for showcase, show match of their own as well. Yeah. And just overall, I think the most interesting that we learned here, guys, is that Almighty, they really know how to rock the triple net sniper setup. And who knew back then, if you're going to be looking at Incendio, that he's going to be able to rock the sniper. He can for sure can. And at some point as well, actually, guess what, AJ? He was actually doing a much better job compared to Heaven and Shut Up.
Yeah, I mean, and you were teasing him that he just had 8 kills with the right deck. Come on, buddy. He can shoot. It's going to happen, man. This 1v1 chat, it's going to happen, and we are going to have one heck of a time on it. But before that, of course, we have to wrap up CDFI first. And the conclusion of this matchup has gotten the finals set up really, really well for us. We will be able to see the battle tomorrow, which sets up the grand finals as well as the lower brackets where we see exactly who plays off for the 3rd and 4th spot. So tomorrow, whoever who loses does not get eliminated. Tomorrow is just purely a bracket setup day.
Yep, a bracket setup day indeed. And one thing about this, guys, is what we can easily say is, you know, as the tournament progresses, the best out of the best teams will just compete each other here. The talents just gets filtered out. and it's just gonna get interesting from then on forward. I'm personally excited. I know AJ is quite excited, and I know you all is quite excited as well.
What are they excited for, though?
I mean, for a fact that it's just gonna get better, AJ. And also the match that me and Incendio could possibly have them.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Incendio Warden Showdown. That's what we're looking forward to after CDFI, and it's gonna happen for sure. But of course, Almighty wants to focus on stage 5 as well. For all you know, Incendio is going to use you as a punching bag to practice, Warden, or you might just be able to beat him down and show him how to snipe.
I mean, it depends. I mean, it depends. I mean, it just, I don't know. I mean, I haven't played in a while, and Incendio has been quite heated up with the Rydic AMR. All respect goes to him, regardless of how it's going to go down. But being used as a punching bag, I mean, that's something that I can't really allow.
You can't allow. I know you won't allow that, man. I mean, ex-player for West Point Mamba, Low Kings, give it up for the team that just rocked the scene in MSP. And this guy has done a lot for the team. So if Incendio thinks that matchup's going to be easy, Warden's probably going to walk away with the dub. I mean, even in the initial of Warden, you've got the W right there already. So I don't know. That might be a premonition for the outcome of that matchup. We'll have to wait and see. We are, of course, waiting for the highlights of that matchup as well as the interview segment that we will have with Almighty. I wonder who's going to get the mic this time around.
I feel like it's gonna be Incendio once more. I mean, he had a lot of things to say earlier as well, if I'm not mistaken, or in the previous interviews. And I'm sure that the questions he might be able to receive is just asking him how he feels as they were actually able to live up to what they were asked for. So it could be Incendio or it could be anyone here, but I wouldn't be so surprised if it's gonna be Incendio. But wow. I mean, how I wish actually that this series could have prolonged to a game number 6. If only that hardpoint slums was a bit of a, if only the hardpoint slums right there could have been won by ABC. Maybe till then that the series could have get prolonged. As I loved watching ABC, despite that Almighty did dominate them.
I've got my fingers crossed, and chat, you gotta help me manifest this, all right? Everybody, please hope and pray that Incendio gets the interview segment and he calls out Warden.
Oh my days.
That is gonna be the most epic day in Warden's life. He's not very old, he's just 18, but it's gonna be the most epic day of Warden's life. What's the date today? What's the date? Hold up. 18th of November 2022 at potentially 10 p.m. Warden's Day, Warden's Year, Warden's Life will be made.
I'm too young, man. I'm too young, bro. I'm too young for this. I'm just a child. Incendio, please.
Incendio don't care.
But Incendio got his arms crossed. He said, Warden, no. You brought this to yourself.
You look at the game face, bro. You want to beat that game face? I think you're going to cry. Warden, I don't think this is going to go easy, bro.
I don't think so as well, but, I mean, as I would love to always say for the teams that doesn't really have the spotlight, you don't go down without a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I'm very, very sure Warden's going to put up a good fight. The question is the fight going to look like ABC versus Almighty? Or is it going to look like a little bit different? We just have to wait and see. But of course, the highlights are taking a little long, isn't it, Warden?
I mean, a little bit too long, but, I guess we're just having a bit of a time, just chit-chatting here on what could be the possible outcome of this whole Incendio and Warden thing. I don't know, man. I mean, if only we could go back to the cash ring. Maybe I can show you all something about my game face as well when I play.
Don't worry, you'll get your camera time. Everybody gets to see your handsome face in a little bit. That's going to happen. Incendio's going to get his camera time as well. I'm hoping and praying and wishing that he gets the interview segment so that we can have some good fun. But once again, chat has been amazing. I mean, of course, some people in the chat will not agree. They're like, oh no, there was a troll here. But have you seen the number of trolls we had yesterday? Y'all better thank the good Lord we had a good chat in here today.
I mean, it was a lot of fun, man. Really interactive, really enjoyable. I mean, honestly, guys, for the comment section down below there, I'm seeing your names right now. I'm really thanking you all for just rocking the whole show and the vibe as well. Without you guys, I don't think we'd be smiling and laughing. You're just having a good time.
I mean, we have you, bro. We'll definitely be smiling. No, I'm just kidding. Almighty ABC surely gave us lots of reasons to smile and crack up. I mean, that matchup was just insane. And we did see Reeve try to put a smile on our faces as well. I mean, good on the guy for really taking it with a laugh, right? Yes, it was a loss. Yes, it would be very difficult. But ABC kind of knew what they were going up against because of the supremacy that we've been seeing in recent times from Almighty, and nothing changed. The fact that they were even able to pull away a single map from Almighty is super impressive. And they didn't just do that once, they almost did that twice in the other hardpoint matchup at Slums as well. It was just a little unfortunate that one too many things went wrong for the side of ABC.
Yeah, just a little bit too much. I mean, they weren't really able to, get to the adjustment to really counteract with how the system was going for the side of Almighty, especially for the Slums right there. I mean, in terms of the projection and the coordination that ABC wants to put up, Almighty, they were just a step further there, especially on the rotations there from P3, if I'm not mistaken. After that Money Hill they got from P2, P3 they tried to respond back there, and they were on that rotation right there. I do believe that Kins was holding down that power position. But guess what? Heaven and Sendio, they were on it as well to just take it away from him.
And of course, there were some moments where Incendio stepped up his gameplay and he once again takes the spotlight. Fantastic display of supremacy from the captain of Almighty. 15 eliminations, ADR 177.44, 4 streaks in total in that matchup, and 1 MVP count so far. He was waiting for the day that Warden challenges him before he shows off, and he takes that MVP title to show Warden what might just happen when they go up against each other.
First MVP count, 15 kills, onward search and destroy. Warden, what did you get yourself into? Oh, wow. And it was so close to getting the ace as well with the right tech AMR. I mean, if only found that connection right there with the first shot with it right tech and get the follow up as well with the shorty, maybe till then he could have gotten the ace. But till then, regardless, if ever he got that one, it just played a big factor in overall his presence for the set of Almighty here in this search and destroy. Played a big time on why it was such a dominant win overall for the team.
Hey, it was just a little unfortunate that he could not ace out that round. He almost got it though.
Almost.
And thankfully there was, who was that? Shut Up, who was still alive after he went down to finish the job off. So Almighty didn't really, suffer in that matchup just because Incendio failed to take his ace. So that's one good point, I guess, from that round. But ABC, they really could not show their dominant side at all in this previous matchup. Takeoff was just a little too overwhelming for them. They clearly seemed very out of place. They couldn't really hold a lot of those angles, played very, very scared on the defense. And on the offense, they just could not take the cake at all because Almighty just kept taking it, running away with it round after round.
Round after round. Well, with the showcase right there from the set of Incendio, and we do see the highlights right now, soon enough, I do believe we're also going to be getting the interview. So, let's just see who's going to be able to take this interview out.
Incendio,
as well,
Incendio.
if ever he does have that question right here or the statement that he can put up.
Come on, Incendio. You got our money on you, baby. Incendio, I mean, that was the play with the shorty follow-up after that right tech AMR. And Incendio is just popping off left, right, center, man. Final showdown, boxing of Tahir Panjay took that slug straight to the face. Incendio went down. Jeffro went down. Heaven said enough is enough. Reeve almost got it, though.
首先恭喜 MT 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请 Heaven 来到赛后采访席。你好 ，Would you like to say hello to our audience?
Hello, I'm Heaven from Almighty.
欢迎 Heaven 啊！今天的第一个问题想问一下，拿下这场比赛的胜利之后啊，心情是怎么样的 ？How's your feelings after winning this game?
We are very happy to reach the semifinals.
Heaven 非常开心能够晋级到后面的半决赛当中啊。那第二个问题就是今天发现他们在爆破模式当中起到了3把狙，想问一下是出于什么样的考虑？Under which condition that you will use 3 snipers in search and destroy?
Incendio felt like sniping, so we just aim snipe.
That's it?
Yeah. We don't really have a reason.
Heaven 觉得就是 Insidio 今天说想打狙，然后就拿出来使用一下。他们在队伍当中也没有固定的说到底要几把狙出现啊。那么其实今天的比赛打得非常精彩，特别是最后一张发射基地啊，有非常非常多的一些有趣的环节。首先想问一下，他们为什么会选择到发射基地作为一张爆破的图呢？What's the reason for choosing takeoff as the search and destroy map for your team?
Out of the remaining maps, we are most confident in takeoff, search and destroy.
Heaven 认为
So we pick takeoff.
Heaven 认为，在整个队伍当中，发射基地这张图，他们打爆破还是比较有自信的，所以拿出来想试一下。那么下一个问题就是在爆破当中啊 ，Insidio 是差一点就拿到了5杀，想问一下当时到底是出现了什么样的情况啊？Insidio almost got pentakill at the takeoff. What happened at the end of it?
He choked, then he missed everything. So he died.
就我觉得他们说非常的简单啊，其实就是Insidio 在最后的关键时候就是没有把握好那个机会吧，差了一点没有拿到那个5杀，其实确实还是很可惜的。那下一个问题，我觉得还是有，除了在队伍当中 Insidio 是比较可惜的那位之外，我觉得 Jeff 今天在发射机器当中好像也有点可惜啊。Jeff 在最后的时候应该是拿了1个人头，想问一下就发生了什么样的情况？Jeff almost got 0 kill at the end of the game. What happened to him?
Try to make it a 4v5 for us, so it will be more challenging.
Heaven 觉得 Jeff 这名选手啊，想让他们队伍完成一个就在爆破当中完成经典的4打5，确实我觉得可能也是队内关系比较好，所以才可以说出这样的话。那么下一个问题就是在发射的最后那一小局当中，对面的 Reef 是刀了他们3个人，当时又是什么样的队内什么样的一个交流呢？ Reef punched 3 of you guys. What happened to your team at the end of the voicemail?
We tried to punch him, but backfired. So I killed him.
Heaven 其实想说的是，当时在最后的关键时刻，其实他们也想去刀掉对面的人，但是被 Reef 给反杀了3个人，确实是比较有戏剧性的一个画面啊。那么最后的话也是，他们晋级到了后面的半决赛当中，会碰到他们的老对手啊 Blacklist。想问一下他们会做什么样的准备，以及对于理想的分数是什么样的 ？You will meet Blacklist again. Any preparations for that and your ideal score?
I think they are very strong right now. We will play our best, and I think it will be 4-3 for us.
因为 Blacklist 也是他们的老对手了嘛，也会竭尽全力的去拿下这场比赛，但同时也是因为他们的这个实力是比较接近的，所以在最后可能是一个4-3拉满的情况赢下他们。那也是再次恭喜 AMT 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，也感谢 Heaven 来到赛后采访席。Thank you for the interview. Thank you. 那我们把时间交还给解说席。
That was by far one of the most hilarious interviews I have watched. The most hilarious. The best question was, Incendio almost got the ace. What happened there? What happened there, Warden?
Just shot it down, man. Just shot it down.
He choked. That's what Evan said. That guy is hilarious. And of course, ladies, drummer boys and girls, yes, some of you guys were unfortunately disappointed. There was a little bit of an issue with the redeem code. But I think that, maybe we got that 5 and S a little bit mixed up. So let me read out the code for you guys. If you're quick enough, you will be able to catch on. It's C for China, H for Holland, L for London, E for England, Z for Zebra, B for Bravo. Thanks, Warden. B.
Five S for you guys. It's not double 5, it's not double S. Just like that, man. Now, here we go. It's gonna be for the next matchups now. We're gonna be having Q9 versus Wolves, and after that, we're gonna be having Blacklist International Ultimate up against Almighty. AJ, how do you feel about this one?
I mean, I'm absolutely stoked for tomorrow. We've got an all-out rematch, baby. And who knows? If Blacklist Ultimate beats Almighty tomorrow, I think it would be one of the saddest moments so far in the tournament because, I mean, they're getting it done, but you know, they still don't have that stage 5 qualification for them. You know, if they do get that one, though, I am pretty sure everybody is going to be hoping and praying for a wild card to appear so that Blacklist Ultimate can get a spot on the stage 5. That might just be a potential. Tomorrow is going to be one hell of a day, no doubt whatsoever. And the opening matchup between Q9 and Wolves, this is once again a rematch of its own. We've got 2 blockbuster rematches tomorrow.
And that's just the power of CDFI, you know. We came inside a series here. We came inside a tournament with 16 teams, 8 from Garena, 8 from CDM. Advanced to the playoffs with 4 from the side of CDM, 4 from Garena. And we're going to be approaching to the last and final day. Keep it the case here with 2 from the side of Garena, 2 from CDM.
Okay. I'm going to repeat the code once again. I've thrown it into the YouTube chat already, but for all of you guys who are watching on other platforms, once again, it's C for China, H for Holland, L for London, E for England, Z for Zebra, B for Bravo, Z for Zebra, the number 5, S for Singapore, and the number 4. That's the code. If you don't know it, if you didn't catch it, rewind on YouTube, play it on slow-mo. You'll be able to get it. Good luck on your redemption.
Good luck on your redemption right there. I mean, I'm personally going to be rewinding myself. I would love to get the code out away from everyone. I'm a very selfish guy, AJ. You know me. You know, man. Well, what a day! What a day we've had, man. And with a lot of obstacles that we had today, a lot of stall, a lot of delays. Finally, we've come to an end. Take this one out.
Finally, we have come to an end. But to close the day off, I would like to share one final joke with all of y'all. So at the very end of the match, you all tried to punch Reef. What happened? Well, we tried to punch him, we failed, and so I killed him. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is AJ. I'm the mustache down here with the one and only Warden. And on behalf of Cali Gaming and production as well, you all take care. Good night, goodbye. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 5 p.m. We'll catch you there.